Chapter 51. She said she hated me with the map in hand. Finding the hurricane base became much easier for them. But, considering Qi Xing's track record of getting lost even with a map, the map was handed over to Jiang Zhaoshu to manage. She would be the one navigating. After the physical and mental torment of personally dismembering a corpse at noon, Bai Xiaoling cried and threw up multiple times. By afternoon, she was completely wiped out, curling up silently in the back of the vehicle without daring to say a single extra word. With no one for banter, Jiang Zhaoshu lost a lot of her entertainment. She had no choice but to obediently keep her eyes on the road and direct Qi Xing where to go. The hurricane base wasn't in the city and was still a distance away from where they were now. That night, they camped next to a farmland. Well, camped was putting it nicely. They actually just stayed inside the vehicle, where it was safer and warmer. As a zombie, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't need sleep. After Qi Xing and Bai Xiaoling fell asleep, she quietly opened the door and stepped outside for a walk. But she hadn't gone far before she caught a familiar scent. Turning back, she saw Qi Xing getting out of the car as well, following right behind her. The temperature difference between day and night was huge, so Qi Xing had changed into a black down jacket. His cool, pale face appeared almost ghostly under the dim moonlight, as if it could vanish at any moment, just like the bleak moon above, so white it was unsettling. If not for the human scent still lingering on him, and the warmth and softness of his skin, Jiang Zhaoshu might have mistaken him for one of her own kind. Jiang Zhaoshu tilted her head. "You, not sleeping?" Qi Xing quickly walked up beside her, his face a bit irritated. "She keeps crying I can't sleep." "She?" Was he talking about Bai Xiaoling? Jiang Zhaoshu asked. "Why not kill her?" Qi Xing. He turned his face away, and Jiang Zhaoshu also fell silent. In fact, ever since they encountered Bai Xiaoling, Jiang Zhaoshu had noticed that Qi Xing treated her a little differently. Qi Xing wasn't the type to warn his targets before acting. If he had truly found Bai Xiaoling annoying, he wouldn't have bothered threatening her over and over with "say one more word and I'll cut out your tongue." He would have already slit her throat without hesitation. So the zombie and the human walked side by side down the road in silence. After a long while, Qi Xing finally said softly, "In her dreams, she keeps crying and calling for her brother. I couldn't do it." "Fugui, you know something?" Qi Xing suddenly stopped and looked at her, a smile tugging at his lips. But it wasn't his usual sly fox smile. It was a smile that Jiang Zhaoshu had never seen before, a little helpless, a little sad. "My sister and I never really got along. After she started middle school, we fought all the time. I hadn't seen her for months before she went missing. I don't even remember what color her hair was before she disappeared." Qi Xing's charming fox eyes curved slightly, but there was no light in them. They were pitch black and heavy as he looked at her. "The last thing my sister said to me before she disappeared was, 'I'll hate you forever, you murderer.' I raised her from this tall." Qi Xing's smile faded. He mimicked measuring a child's height by raising his hand to his nose, his voice trembling slightly. "But she said she hated me. Sometimes, I wished she would just die out there. But most of the time, I still wished she was alive, so I could see her again and ask her why she hated me." Jiang Zhaoshu didn't know what to say. She had no parents, no siblings. She couldn't understand what Qi Xing was feeling right now. But she knew what he needed. Jiang Zhaoshu's dark almond-shaped eyes met his black pupils, and she said slowly, "You can cry." Whenever she faced something difficult or upsetting, she would find a dark, empty corner and cry her heart out, screaming until her throat was raw, as if trying to vomit out all her accumulated pain and hatred. Only then could she pretend nothing had happened the next day, keep studying, working, surviving. The night was so dark, and she wasn't even human anymore. Qi Xing could cry in front of her if he wanted. She even tilted her body kindly, indicating that he could lean on her shoulder if needed. Though honestly, she really hoped he wouldn't. Qi Xing was over 1.8 meters tall. If he leaned with all his weight, he could easily crush her fragile frame. Qi Xing chuckled softly at her words. "I won't cry. I'm just..." He lowered his gaze, voice barely above a whisper. Maybe it's just easier to feel sad when you're sleep deprived. Fugui, what about you? Chi Xing looked at her with those dark eyes. What were you like when you were alive? You're so good and obedient, your parents must have really loved you, huh? Jiang Zhaosu grinned. She hadn't expected Chi Xing to guess like that. Just like how she once thought Chi Xing must have been some spoiled rich boy, he now imagined her as some pampered little princess. It was so ridiculous she clutched her belly and laughed for a good while before telling him. No, parents. She didn't think of it as a tragic thing. If her irresponsible parents had been forced to raise her, that would have been true misery. And if Chi Xing dared to say something fake and comforting right now, she swore she would punch him. Fortunately, Chi Xing, that venomous snake wrapped in beautiful skin, didn't try to comfort her. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's good. Maybe you escaped a lot of suffering." Jiang Zhaoshu was very satisfied with that answer. She reached her hand out toward him. Chi Xing narrowed his fox-like eyes, bent down, and scooped her into his arms, wrapping her tightly in his down jacket. Jiang Zhaosu's body had long lost its human warmth. It was icy cold. She wasn't afraid of the chill, but she was sensitive to warmth. Though Chi Xing looked cold and aloof because of his pale skin, his body was always warm, making her want to snuggle closer to him. So, a big bad guy and a little bad zombie huddled together, sitting by the farmland, gazing up at the bleak, white moon. The next morning, a bleary-eyed Chi Xing yanked Bai Xiaoling out of the backseat. "Can you drive?" Bai Xiaoling shrank back in fear, her eyes red as she looked at Chi Xing, whose mood was particularly grim today. I can only drive normal cars," she stammered. "Go get in the driver's seat." Having spent the whole night outside in the cold with Jiang Zhaoshu and barely getting any sleep, Chi Xing showed no mercy. He dumped Bai Xiaoling into the driver's seat, then cradled Jiang Zhaoshu in his arms and collapsed into the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. He wasn't planning to kill the girl for now, but she had better be useful. Crying and fumbling, Bai Xiaoling somehow managed to figure out how to drive the military vehicle, and under Jiang Zhaosu's direction, they finally got moving. Compared to Chi Xing, the stubborn road idiot Bai Xiaoling, who had no opinions of her own, was actually much easier to direct. After 6 hours of driving, they finally reached the hurricane base. Chapter 52 Base Center. After finding the general direction, hurricane base was easy to spot. From a distance, you could see the tall walls surrounding the base, with electric fences installed along the top. Before the base was abandoned, the fences were all electrified to prevent powerful zombies from climbing over. But even so, they couldn't stop the mutants, those that had undergone genetic mutations and gained special abilities. According to survivors who escaped from Hurricane Base, the mutant wasn't just intelligent, it was also cunning. It first caught and bit an ability user inside the base, but didn't eat him immediately. Instead, it waited for the ability user to turn, then used its own power to control him, sneaking into Hurricane Base by any means possible. Late at night, it began its massacre, infecting the night shift workers one by one, controlling them, and opening the base gates. Outside Hurricane Base, thousands of zombies who had already caught the scent of fresh human flesh were waiting to hunt. Howling, they surged into the base. Even the ability users couldn't stop such overwhelming numbers. That night, Hurricane Base, once a shelter for countless survivors, was bathed in blood, turning into a living hell. The brief description in the novel was now vividly unfolding before Jiang Zhaosu's eyes. The abandoned Hurricane Base's gates stood wide open, with the road stained black-red from dried blood. Human remains, severed limbs, exposed bones were scattered everywhere. Once bustling and crowded, the base was now a desolate, ruined wasteland. All along the way, they didn't see a single living person, only a few zombies stumbling around aimlessly. When these zombies caught the scent of Chi Xing and Bai Xiaoling from the car, their cloudy eyes suddenly lit up, and they roared as they lunged at the vehicle, trying to smash the windows and drag them out. Driving, Bai Xiaoling screamed in terror. Chi Xing, still not fully awake, leaned back lazily in his seat without even opening his eyes, letting out a sleepy yawn. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoshu widened her eyes, curiously locking gazes with the zombies. From her observation, these zombies must have been the previous survivors of the base. Most were missing arms or legs, their bodies mangled and gnawed beyond recognition. Some had only half a body left, but still managed to hop forward on one leg, truly tenacious. Not satisfied with just looking, Jiang Zhaoshu tugged at Bai Xiaoling's sleeve, motioning for her to look too. Jiang Zhaoshu tapped the thick bulletproof glass with her finger, pointing at one zombie outside the window. Bro. It was a tall male zombie, probably bitten on the face before he died. A large chunk of flesh was missing from his side profile, leaving a bloody hole. His features had rotted beyond recognition. Every time the wind blew, bits of flesh and skin would peel off his face like confetti. The reason Jiang Zhaoshu asked Bai Xiaoling was because this zombie still had a head of thick, black hair. Just like Bai Xiaoling's, one zombie and one girl, oddly, they did look a little like siblings. Ah! Jiang Zhaoshu shifted slightly, and Bai Xiaoling ended up face to face with the zombie's hollow, pus-filled eye socket. Her face paled instantly, and she let out a shrill scream. Bai Xiaoling was practically scared SHT-less. HLL no, what the FCK is that? Jiang Zhaoshu, having pulled a successful prank, shook with suppressed laughter, her shoulders trembling. That's not Bai Xiaoqing. Bai Xiaoling yelled furiously. Bai Xiaoqing is handsome. What does your brother look like? Jiang Zhaoshu asked curiously. Bai Xiaoqing's about the same height, Bai Xiaoling said, glancing at Qi Xing, who was half asleep in the passenger seat with Jiang Zhaoshu nestled against him like a pillow. She scoffed, but way more proper looking than this sly fox. Bai Xiaoqing gives off this super righteous vibe. He always wears a uniform, glasses, has big eyes, a high nose bridge, and lips that look a bit like mine. Oh, and he's got a mole under one eye. Bai Xiaoling tapped her right cheek. Here, his eyebrows and eyes are kinda like mine too. Very recognizable, she said. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded, gazing at Bai Xiaoling's amber, cat-like eyes and upturned lips. In her mind, a vivid image formed: black cat detective, a cat in a police uniform, holding a gun, with bright, wide eyes gleaming like copper bells. The very picture of righteousness. She was lost in thought when suddenly, Qi Xing, resting below her, chuckled lightly and said, Black cat detective, Jiang Zhaoshu. See, it wasn't just her thinking that way. Bai Xiaoling heard him too, and she widened her eyes, ready to explode. But the lively cartoon image of Black Cat Detective had already popped into her mind. She hesitated for a moment, then gave up and sighed. DMN, it really does look a bit like him. Thus, in the minds of the two girls and one corpse, Bai Xiaoqing's image was forever replaced with Black Cat Detective. Qi Xing, having spent time at Moonchaser Base, was familiar with the layout and directed Bai Xiaoling to drive toward the center. Earlier, the buildings they passed looked like any regular city district, but as they moved closer to the center, the architecture began to change. Even though the base was abandoned, the scattered watchtowers and multiple layers of electric fences showed how tightly guarded it once was. The military vehicle pulled up in front of a building surrounded by electrified fencing. If your brother was a surveillance officer, he probably worked here, Qi Xing said as he opened the car door, carrying Jiang Zhaoshu down with him. After the past few days, Bai Xiaoling's mindset had gone through a complete upheaval. She used to complain that life in the apartment was too dull and craved freedom. Now she wished she could slap her old self across the face. Great, she got her freedom, and nearly lost her life. Just yesterday she was yelling, "Kill me already. I don't want to live anymore." Now, she cherished her life more than anyone. She nervously scanned the surroundings before reluctantly getting out of the car. Qi Xing, seeing her trembling like a scared kitten, casually pulled a crowbar from the car and handed it to her. Take this. Huh? Bai Xiaoling blinked at him, confused. No one's gonna protect you here, Qi Xing said flatly. If a zombie shows up, you're on your own. Still clinging onto Qi Xing's neck, Jiang Zhaoshu grinned at Bai Xiaoling, baring her teeth. If you die, we'll eat you. Bai Xiaoling, she shivered, took the crowbar, then gritted her teeth and asked. Then why not give me a gun? After all, they had seized plenty of firearms from those bandits yesterday. Qi Xing shot her a look, turned his head, and coolly left her staring at the perfect shape of his back. Because you're not worthy. Waste of bullets. Bai Xiaoling was so angry she almost ground her teeth into dust. She clutched the crowbar tightly, itching to bash Qi Xing's head in, but Jiang Zhaoshu was still perched on his shoulder, smiling sweetly at her. Bai Xiaoling could only swallow her frustration and quickly follow them into the building. Chapter 53. Don't eat the bird. It stinks. This building was reserved exclusively for inspectors at the base, used to store some confidential files. It wasn't very big, but it was extremely private. There weren't even many windows. As they stepped inside, the light immediately dimmed, like it was dusk already. Without electricity, the hallways were pitch black, cold, and eerie, with a few half-eaten corpses lying around, mangled beyond recognition. The air was filled with a weird stench, a mix of rotting flesh, dried blood, and dust. Jiang Zhaoshu tilted her little face up and sniffed, then whispered to Qi Xing, "No one's here." The building was completely devoid of the living. "Any zombies?" he asked. "Less than 10, Jiang Zhaoshu replied. Qi Xing nodded but didn't bother telling Bai Xiaoling, who was nervously glancing around behind them. He headed straight up to the second floor, entered a file room, and gently put Jiang Zhaoshu down from his arms. "Go play. I need to check something here. Meet me at the stairwell later." Of course, he wasn't here out of the kindness of his heart to help Bai Xiaoling find her brother. He was here to search the survivor records of Hurricane Base, to see if the name Qi Tong showed up. When Qi Xing was busy, Jiang Zhaoshu usually couldn't help much. She'd either stare blankly from the side or entertain herself. She was used to this arrangement. She gave a cheerful okay, and turned toward the door. Bai Xiaoling, who had followed behind them, was baffled seeing the two about to split up. "Ha, ha. Aren't you supposed to help me find Bai Shaoqing?" she hurriedly asked. Qi Xing, flipping through the files under the beam of his flashlight, answered coolly, "That's your problem. Find him yourself." This was his usual attitude toward outsiders. Jiang Haosu, blocked at the door by Bai Xiaoling, raised her hand and gave her a little push. "Follow me." Playing alone was a bit boring anyway, so she figured she might as well bring Bai Xiaoling along. After spending the past 2 days together, Bai Xiaoling had figured things out. Qi Xing was human, but this little girl named Fugui was an actual zombie who ate people. But compared to Qi Xing, who was temperamental and creepy as HLL, Jiang Zhaoshu was a lot easier to deal with. After a brief hesitation, Bai Xiaoling grabbed her crowbar and followed Jiang Zhaoshu out of the file room. Jiang Zhaoshu acted like she was on an adventure, pushing open the doors to each room one by one to see what was inside. Most of the rooms were ordinary offices with a few computers and piles of paperwork. But a few rooms had cages. Some still held the rotting corpses of small animals. These were probably the inspector's offices Qi Xing had mentioned, and the creatures in the cages were their surveillance eyes. They were interesting little things. Their bodies had been modified by inspectors' superpowers, slightly different from normal animals, but not true mutants. Jiang Zhaoshu grabbed a dead pigeon from one of the cages, held it up to her nose, and sniffed it for a long time. Under Bai Xiaoling's horrified stare, she simply popped it into her mouth and swallowed it whole. Sure enough, the pigeon's flavor was similar to an ability user's, better than regular meat. But the pigeon was too small, so it didn't provide much energy. Jiang Zhaoshu just tried one for novelty and quickly lost interest. Feathers and tiny bones were annoying to chew through anyway. Watching Jiang Zhaoshu eat the pigeon, Bai Xiaoling turned sheet white and looked like she was about to vomit, but forced herself to hold it down. Clutching her chest, she muttered to herself, "Bai Shaoqing used crows, not pigeons. He must still be alive." Seeing the clueless girl still clinging to hope, Jiang Zhaoshu kindly reminded her, "There's no one alive here except us." It was like triggering a tripwire. Bai Xiaoling's eyes widened like saucers as she shouted, "Impossible." But facing Jiang Zhaoshu's pitch-black, soulless eyes, Bai Xiaoling suddenly remembered what this little girl really was. She shivered and softened her tone. Bai Shaoqing, he's not here. He must be somewhere else. At least Bai Xiaoling had some survival instincts. Jiang Zhaoshu really did have a better temper than Qi Xing. At the very least, she wasn't about to get mad at Bai Xiaoling's sudden outburst. She just tilted her head and said, maybe. Her calmness made Bai Xiaoling feel an inexplicable stab of guilt. Even though Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing had ransacked her apartment, after seeing the gang of bandits yesterday, Bai Xiaoling had to admit Qi Xing was right. In the apocalypse, strength was all that mattered. Survival meant everything. At least they hadn't killed her, and they had actually brought her here to find Bai Shaoqing. If she had been on her own, she probably would have died halfway. Bai Xiaoling thought for a moment, then dug around in her pocket and held something out to Jiang Zhaoshu. Here, for you. Jiang Zhaoshu opened her hand and found a few neatly packaged chocolates placed in her palm. Bai Xiaoling opened her mouth, hesitating, then bit her lip and said, these chocolates Bai Shaoqing had someone bring them back from Europe for me. If you get hungry, eat these instead of the birds. They're all rotten. Zombies' sense of taste was different from humans. After several rounds of mutations, Jiang Zhaoshu could easily eat rotting meat without tasting anything off. But she didn't bother explaining that to Bai Xiaoling. Instead, she stared curiously at the chocolates in her hand. The packaging was fancy, with foreign words printed all over, definitely the kind of fancy snack she'd never tasted before crossing over into this world. Jiang Zhaoshu had always lived by the rule, whoever feeds me is my parent. Anyone who gave her good stuff instantly got on her good side. She looked up and gave Bai Xiaoling a bright, happy smile. Honestly, she didn't really hate Bai Xiaoling. What she hated were the things Bai Xiaoling had screamed in the apartment back then. Crying about how she was the unluckiest person in the world, saying she didn't want to live anymore. Even she, someone who lived in the sewers and had to gnaw on corpses after death, was still fighting desperately to survive. From Jiang Zhaoshu's perspective, Bai Xiaoling's attitude was a slap in the face to people like her. But after spending the last couple of days together, Jiang Zhaoshu realized Bai Xiaoling was mostly talk. When it came down to it, she actually had a strong will to live. She kept saying she couldn't even kill a chicken, but when they needed her to cut up a corpse to survive, she cried her way through it and did it anyway. Her hands, trained from years of sketching, were steady enough to slice meat cleanly. Seeing Jiang Zhaoshu smile, Bai Xiaoling gave her a stiff smile in return. Jiang Zhaoshu counted 4 chocolates in total. She tore one open and popped it into her mouth, tucking the rest safely into her pocket. Dirt flavor, yeah. Her sense of taste had definitely changed. But even if it tasted like dirt, Jiang Zhaoshu was reluctant to spit it out. As she slowly savored the gritty chocolate, she suddenly caught a scent in the air. The scent of a mutant. Chapter 54, Imagining Happiness. The mutant was heading their way. Qi Xing was still alone on the second floor. He was in danger. Go down, Jiang Zhaoshu muttered as she gulped down the piece of chocolate in her mouth and sprinted toward the stairwell. Hey! Bai Xiaoling, caught off guard, was bumped into and spun around once before barely steadying herself. She stared after Jiang Zhaoshu, completely bewildered. Why are you suddenly running? With Jiang Zhaoshu gone, it felt like there was one less living person in the room. The already dim and chilly space instantly turned even creepier. Seeing Jiang Zhaoshu's small figure darting away, Bai Xiaoling quickly ran after her. It wasn't just Jiang Zhaoshu who could smell the approaching mutant. The other zombies in the building, sensing the mutant's arrival, were also growing restless, leaving their original hiding spots. They were currently on the 5th floor. Jiang Zhaoshu, with a blink, disappeared around the corner. When Bai Xiaoling finally reached the turn, she was met face to face with a blood-smeared zombie. Its blackened nails raised as it lunged at her, the stench of rotting flesh overwhelming her. Ah! Bai Xiaoling's scream pierced the air like a rocket, her heart nearly bursting out of her chest. Her mind blanked out, but her body moved on instinct. She swung the crowbar she was carrying, smashing it hard against the zombie. In moments of sheer terror, human potential could be terrifying. With one blow, Bai Xiaoling actually knocked the skinny zombie tumbling down the stairwell. SHT, SHT, SH*T. Pale as a ghost, she clutched the crowbar with trembling hands, peering downstairs. The zombie had fallen all the way to the 4th floor, its stiff limbs twisted at grotesque angles. Yet somehow, it stubbornly struggled to crawl back up, clawing its way toward her, determined to feast on her flesh. Upstairs, zombie growls echoed. Trapped between the front and the back, with no sign of Jiang Zhaoshu and no hope from that cold-eyed guy either, Bai Xiaoling cursed this hellish place. And that idiot Bai Shaoqing, where the hell was he? Trembling all over, her terror slowly burned into anger. With a loud shout, she screamed, "Screw it! I'll fight you zombies to the death." With that, she gripped the crowbar tightly and charged down the stairs. She swung it like a golf club, sending the struggling zombie's head flying. Yuck, she gagged and retched even as she ran, whacking any zombie she ran into with her crowbar. Panting and splattered with blood, she finally burst onto the 2nd floor and crashed into Qi Xing, who was just stepping out of the records room with a file in his hand. Qi Xing froze when he saw her bloody and out of breath. "Where's Fugui?" Wah! Seeing that Qi Xing was alone, Bai Xiaoling was equally stunned. "Didn't the little zombie go down to find you?" Qi Xing's expression instantly darkened, his black eyes growing colder. "I've been on the 2nd floor the whole time. I never saw Fugui." Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoshu, after reaching the 2nd floor, didn't head for the records room where Qi Xing was. Instead, she continued down the stairs, because she had heard something. "Zhaoshu, Zhaoshu, my child," a woman's voice, soft and gentle, was calling her name, beckoning her. Without realizing it, Jiang Zhaoshu changed direction and ran out of the building. The moment she stepped outside the administrative building, she was met with something she hadn't felt in a long time: the warmth of sunlight. Somehow, the sky had cleared, and the sun hung high and bright. A gentle breeze stirred, and the fresh scent of grass filled her nostrils. She shook her head in confusion. The ruined survivor base had transformed into a lush, vibrant lawn. People were everywhere walking their dogs, sunbathing, strolling leisurely. Jiang Zhaoshu's mind went blank. She felt like she had forgotten something important. But looking at all the smiling, happy faces, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Maybe, if she stepped onto that lawn, she could be happy too. In a daze, Jiang Zhaoshu walked toward the grassy field. "Zhaoshu," that soft, gentle voice called out to her again. She turned back and saw an older woman standing against the light. The woman was bending slightly at the waist, hands resting on her knees, smiling at her kindly. It felt like she was sitting down on the lawn, the woman towering over her, bathed in golden sunlight. The sunlight formed halos around the woman, obscuring her features, but Jiang Zhaoshu could tell she was older, with faint smile lines around her mouth. The woman's tall, reassuring figure blocked out the sun, casting a cool shadow over Jiang Zhaoshu, but the warmth in her smile still shone through. "Zhaoshu," the woman opened her arms, welcoming her in. "Come into Mama's arms." Jiang Zhaoshu's black pupils dilated. She couldn't help but open her arms and lean forward, wanting to throw herself into that embrace. Mama, was this her mother? But why did she feel so unfamiliar? Mama, as her fingertips touched the woman's arm, Jiang Zhaoshu murmured almost to herself. "Your skin is so cold." In the next instant, electricity crackled between her fingers. Instead of hugging, Jiang Zhaoshu's hand clenched into a fist, and with a flash of lightning, she struck straight at the woman's head. The moment she attacked, the beautiful illusion shattered. The sunlight, the grassy lawn, the smiling people, the playful golden retrievers and samiedes, all of it popped like fragile bubbles. Jiang Zhaoshu was thrust back into the post-apocalyptic wasteland, beneath a pale, cold sun. Around her were only withered grass, dried bloodstains, and skeletal remains dangling from electric wires, stripped clean of flesh by zombies. The woman who had been smiling so warmly a second ago now staggered back. Her blurred face twisted and warped, her voice deepening into a rich, magnetic baritone. A voice filled with surprised amusement asked, you're immune to psychic abilities. No. Jiang Zhaoshu stared coldly at the man whose handsome features were now fully reshaped. It's just your illusion, too fake. Oh, the man chuckled, shrugging helplessly as he spread his hands. My illusions are crafted from the victim's memories. I guess your imagination is just too barren. You can't even picture real happiness properly. As he spoke, his amber cat-like eyes gleamed brightly. His short hair was neat, his uniform crisp and spotless. If judging by appearances alone, he looked just like the righteous black cat sheriff character from the cartoons Jiang Zhaoshu had watched as a child. By Shaoqing, no, he shouldn't be called that anymore. This was a mutant now. The mutant stared at Jiang Zhaoshu with those glimmering cat eyes, greedily licking his lips. You can use lightning abilities. That's a very good power. If I swallow you, you'll make a great supplement. Jiang Zhaoshu's black eyes darkened, her throat dry. I feel the same. This mutant's crystal core, she had to get it, no matter what. Chapter 55. It's not your brother. Jiang Zhaoshu shouted her bold threat, then immediately turned and ran. Come on. The opponent was a mutant with psychic abilities, best at confusing little zombies like her with illusions. In the novel, this mutant was extremely cunning and sinister, its devious mind rivaling even Qi Xing's. Its favorite pastime was using its abilities to trap other zombies in illusions, watching them relive their human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Right when they reached their peak of happiness, it would cruelly tear apart the illusion and reap their lives. Jiang Zhaoshu knew that if she had fallen for the illusion once, she could definitely be trapped again. And next time, the mutant wouldn't play cat and mouse with her anymore. It would enjoy her joy and despair, then slowly and cruelly feast on her. She was fully aware if she got caught again, she wouldn't stand a chance. But this mutant's ability had a major flaw: it only worked on other zombies, not on humans. That's why, even when it was at its strongest, it still had to rely on ambushes to attack Hurricane Base. After Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao came through, most of the zombie horde around Hurricane Base had been wiped out. Less than a tenth remained. The mutant must have devoured a few itself to recover, which meant even fewer zombies were left now. The best plan was to have Qi Xing fight it before the mutant summoned the remaining zombies. Jiang Zhaoshu's little legs pumped furiously as she dashed into the building. The mutant, having just invaded Bai Shaoqing's brain, had been partially influenced by his strict, by-the-book personality. It stared blankly at Jiang Zhaoshu's talk big then bold stunt for a few seconds before reacting, face twisting into a snarl as it bellowed. Trying to mess with me? As soon as it spoke, a dark shadow spread rapidly from under its feet, like thick black liquid, racing toward Jiang Zhaoshu. Just before it reached her ankles, a window on the second floor fitted with security bars was violently torn open. Qi Xing braced himself on the window frame and leapt out, shouting at Jiang Zhaoshu, who had somehow ended up outside the building's electric fence. Fugui! Save me! Jiang Zhaoshu cried, arms outstretched. If that shadow touched her, she'd be trapped in another illusion. And this time, she might not escape. Qi Xing landed gracefully, palm hitting the ground. A green light flared from his hand. The earth bulged, and thick vines shot up like lightning, bursting out right in front of Jiang Zhaoshu. Just as the black shadow reached her, the vines wrapped tightly around her waist and hurled her high into the air. Ah! Jiang Zhaoshu squealed as her pale yellow dress billowed like a dandelion seed. The vines tossed her lightly toward Qi Xing. Qi Xing caught her securely in his arms. Just leaning against him, Jiang Zhaoshu could feel his warmth. Although his skin was as pale as any zombie's, his breath, his touch, everything about him radiated soft warmth. Through her clothes, she could feel the heat of his palms. This was the warmth a human should have. She knew, because she had hugged him before. After saving Jiang Zhaoshu, the thick vine didn't stop. More bulges appeared on the ground, and emerald green vines burst out like venomous snakes, hissing as they surged toward the mutant. Feeling the small figure in his arms rub her cold cheek against his neck, Qi Xing thought she was scared again. He chuckled and shifted her from a princess carry to a more casual one-arm cradle, patting her thin back to comfort her. "It's okay now," he said gently. "You're warm." Jiang Zhaoshu hugged him tighter, praising him. Qi Xing's body was warmer than the parents who had abandoned her at the orphanage in the dead of winter. Compared to a mother whose face she couldn't even remember, even the mutant would have been better off creating an illusion of Qi Xing feeding her meat. She would have drooled herself silly and stayed trapped longer. While the mutant was tangled up with the vines, Bai Xiaoling also burst out from the first-floor entrance. She was holding that same crowbar, now slightly bent and stained with blood and flesh. The moment Bai Xiaoling saw the mutant restrained by vines, she screamed. Bai Shaoqing, after being thrown off the 17th floor before, she had figured out that the vines were Qi Xing's doing. Panicked, she yelled at him, "Why are you attacking him? That's Bai Shaoqing, that's my brother." "He's not your brother," Qi Xing said coldly, holding Jiang Zhaoshu tight. "He's a mutant." Still clinging to Qi Xing's neck, Jiang Zhaoshu added, "Zombies incoming." Drawn by the mutant's call, the remaining zombies in the base were shambling toward them. Judging by the scent in the air, there were at least 100. What mutant? Bai Xiaoling was still reeling from the shock. She stared wide-eyed, refusing to believe it. No way. How could Bai Shaoqing have turned into a mutant? There were no signs of decay on his face. He looked exactly the same as before the apocalypse. From a distance, Bai Shaoqing still looked just like he used to. Short black hair, handsome and proper features, always wearing a dark uniform, serious to the point of being annoying. "Bai Shaoqing!" Bai Xiaoling shouted again and ran toward him, muttering angrily. "You said you'd come find me a month ago. Where the hell have you been all this time?" Wait. Jiang Zhaoshu tried to stop her, but Qi Xing covered her mouth. "No need," Qi Xing said calmly. "She's already given up." Bai Xiaoling tossed aside her crowbar as she ran, stretching out her hand toward Bai Shaoqing across the vine barrier. Human. Wearing Bai Shaoqing's skin, the mutant struggled under Qi Xing's vine attack. Seeing Bai Xiaoling run over, a sinister gleam flashed through those amber, cat-like eyes. It grabbed her slender neck and yanked her up like a rag doll, using her as a shield. Squelch. Bai Xiaoling's thin, fragile body was pierced through by the sharp tip of a vine. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering the mutant's handsome face with bright red. As Bai Xiaoling's teary, bloodshot eyes met his, the mutant's amber pupils contracted. For a second, a flicker of panic flashed across his expression. In disbelief, he rasped, "Xiaoling, why are you here?" Chapter 56. I will die with you. Bai Shaoqing's body was already wrapped up by Qi Xing's vines. Seeing it was cornered, the mutant quickly transferred its consciousness into a nearby zombie. Unlike the others that were charging at him, this zombie immediately turned and ran. Its behavior was too unusual. Jiang Zhaoshu spotted right away that it had been possessed by the mutant. "It's running," Jiang Zhaoshu shouted, pointing it out to Qi Xing. "It won't get far," Qi Xing said calmly. In a flash, his vine lashed out toward the zombie Jiang Zhaoshu had pointed to, slicing through its skull with deadly precision. "Another one," Jiang Zhaoshu urgently pointed again, like she was lighting up stars in the sky. "Over there." "Got it," Qi Xing replied. His vines, as hard as iron, pierced through the skulls of one zombie after another, as easily as slicing watermelons. They were basically playing Fruit Ninja with zombies. Freed from the mutant's control, Bai Shaoqing collapsed to the ground, clutching Bai Xiaoling, who was coughing up blood. Bai Xiaoling had several holes torn through her body by the vines. Blood gushed from the wounds in thick streams, soaking her coat until it turned completely red. That white coat, Bai Shaoqing had bought it for her. It had been expensive, and Bai Xiaoling didn't want to spend her own money. She'd pestered him into paying for it, even calling him brother for once. Bai Shaoqing could still remember the smile she gave him when he handed over his card, how pure and lively she looked in that white coat, like a little dove. But now, that little dove was cradled in his hands, and he was the one killing her with his own hands. Even though he was already a mutant, Bai Shaoqing still felt the cold. It was like he had plunged into a frozen lake. His entire body shivered uncontrollably, his arms so weak he could barely hold onto Bai Xiaoling. Bro, Bai Xiaoling mumbled, blood leaking from the corners of her mouth. She forced a familiar, teasing tone, just like in the old days. I waited for you for so long, you never came to find me, so I came to find you instead. Bai Xiaoling, why would you? Bai Xiaoqing choked out, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't even finish the sentence. He wanted to scold this foolish little sister. Why didn't she just stay hidden in the apartment? He had arranged everything perfectly for her. He was a government worker who had awakened superpowers. When the world collapsed, he had a duty to stand up, to fight for the survivors of the base. But Bai Xiaoling, she was still young. She didn't understand anything. She was his only selfish concern. Before the apocalypse, he had locked her in that apartment against her will. There were enough supplies in there to last her 2 years on her own. By then, survivor bases would definitely have been established. She only needed to stay inside quietly and she could have avoided all this suffering. So why did she leave? Why couldn't she ever listen to him? Did she ever really think of him as her brother? Feeling the life draining from Bai Xiaoling, Bai Xiaoqing panicked, trying desperately to cover her wounds with his hands, but it was useless. Watching the blood pour out of her, feeling her heart stop, his chest felt like it was being torn apart. Suddenly, a desperate idea flashed through his mind. Xiaoling, hold on, wait for me, he pleaded. His cat-like eyes gleamed strangely. He lifted his own wrist and viciously bit down. The zombie fangs were as sharp as blades. He nearly bit his own wrist clean off, leaving only a sliver of bone and flesh hanging together. Blood gushed out in torrents. Bai Xiaoqing shoved his ruined wrist to Bai Xiaoling's lips. Xiaoling, drink it. Hurry and drink. When an ordinary person got infected by the zombie virus, there was a chance they could mutate instead of dying. Bai Xiaoqing himself had been bitten during Hurricane Base's fall and had mutated. Later, he'd been parasitized by the psychic mutant. If he could change, then Bai Xiaoling could too. Forcing her mouth open, he pushed his blood inside, trembling as he said, please, Xiaoling. Drink it and everything will be fine. I'll never leave you again. I'll stay with you forever. Bai Xiaoqing had always been strict, someone who never made promises he couldn't keep. This was the first time he'd ever made such an absolute vow. But it was no use. Bai Xiaoling kept coughing up blood. Whatever he fed her, she just spit it out again. No, I don't want to live in this kind of world. Her voice was almost too faint to hear. She smiled weakly, her amber cat eyes barely open. Her words came out broken and slow. Bai Xiaoqing, you're such an idiot. In the next life, don't be my brother again. Of everyone in our family, I hate you the most. She had no will to survive. Even if she drank his blood, she didn't mutate. Her body grew colder and stiffer by the second. When Bai Xiaoling finally opened her eyes again, the lively spark was gone. Her amber pupils were now filled with endless chaos and confusion. She let out a guttural, zombie-like roar and staggered to her feet, sniffing the air. Without hesitation, she lunged straight for the only living human left, Qi Xing. Facing the zombified Bai Xiaoling, Qi Xing didn't hesitate either. He swung a vine at her without mercy. Just before the vine could pierce Bai Xiaoling's skull, Bai Xiaoqing rushed forward and shielded her with his body. He hugged her tightly, pressed his forehead against hers, cupped her face, and whispered softly, "If you don't want to live, then your brother will die with you." Swish! The bright green vine pierced both of them clean through. Blood exploded into the air like a crimson firework. Qi Xing froze for a second at the scene, but quickly pulled himself together and jumped back into the fight. By now, almost all the zombies around them had been taken care of. The ground was littered with corpses, each skull pierced through, the air thick with the reek of blood and rotting flesh. Jiang Zhaoshu had estimated right. The psychic mutant was clearly weakened. Although transferring consciousness was a handy trick, it drained its mental power heavily. It didn't take long before Qi Xing's vines cornered it. The mutant had barely escaped from Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan earlier, finally caught its breath, and now there was no way it would willingly die here. Currently, it was possessing the mutilated corpse of a woman, its blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Zhaoshu, who was still being carried by Qi Xing. Its injured throat rasped out, "Zhaoshu, after everything you've been through, all that pain. Can't you even imagine what happiness feels like? Don't you hate this world? The world ruled by humans is chaotic, disgusting, come join me." Its voice grew soft and hypnotic, full of seductive allure. "Let's build a world of our own, a world just for zombies." Chapter 57. Anyone who prevents her from eating her fill shall die. Amid the highly infectious voice of the mutant, thick black shadows silently crept toward them. Jiang Zhaoshu's gaze turned dazed once again. Yes, she was a zombie now. She was no longer the same species as humans. Humans were just her food now, just like chickens, ducks, and cows were food for humans. What's so great about being human anyway? On the surface, they acted refined and presentable, all shiny and proper. But inside, their desires were endless, overflowing with malice. For money, power, and lust. Even without the apocalypse, humans would have started wars on their own and slaughtered each other. Zombies, who only knew how to hunt, were simpler in comparison. She could create a nation made entirely of zombies. That sounded like she'd have nothing human left to eat. *T. Wouldn't that mean she'd go back to the old days, eating one meal every 3 days, starving until her stomach growled and her chest stuck to her back? No way. Jiang Zhaoshu had finally managed to live a few days without being hungry all the time. There was no way she was letting that happen again. Her eyes snapped back into focus. She pointed straight at the mutant and angrily tattled to Qi Xing. "It tried to brainwash me again. Beat it up." Anyone or anything that stopped her from eating her fill deserved to die. What? Qi Xing, being human, couldn't hear the sweet talking of the mutant. All he noticed was that Jiang Zhaoshu in his arms had blanked out for a few seconds. So it was that mutant playing tricks again, looking for death. Without mercy, Qi Xing controlled his vines to lash out at the mutant. Only zombies under an illusion could be invaded by a mutant like that. And right now, aside from Jiang Zhaoshu, all the other zombies had already been wiped out by him. The mutant had no more bodies to jump into. Its combat strength wasn't high to begin with, so it had no choice but to flee in a panic, dodging the relentless vines. More and more vines sprouted from the ground, weaving into a tight, inescapable cage that trapped the mutant inside. The space kept shrinking. Thick vines wrapped tightly around the mutant's limbs, biting into its flesh and crushing its bones, twisting its body into a horrifying, grotesque ball. Even without pain receptors, the mutant still felt fear. Its eyes bulged in terror, and from its throat came a shrill, childlike wail. Tears streamed down as it cried out in agony, "Please, don't kill me. I'm just a kid. I just wanted someone to notice me." But it had begged the wrong person. Bratty kids are the worst. Cold-hearted as ever, Qi Xing frowned with disgust at the plea. Without hesitation, he directed a vine to stab up through the mutant's jaw and violently pierce through its skull, gouging out the crystal core in its brain. With its core removed, the mutant instantly lost all life, its body crushed into a red and white mess of bone sludge and minced meat by the vines. Its crystal core was about the size of a thumbnail and had a warm amber glow. The moment Jiang Zhaoshu saw it, her eyes lit up. She shouted excitedly, "I want it! I want it!" Qi Xing used a vine to place the core into her outstretched palm. With this crystal core, as long as there were zombies around, she didn't have to worry about getting her head stomped flat. She held the core like a treasure, practically ready to swallow it whole right then and there. Watching her face light up like a blooming flower, Qi Xing couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Sensing her intense desire to eat the core, he lowered her from his arms and led her to stand in front of Bai Shaoqing. "Wanna eat?" Bai Shaoqing had detonated his own core, and the explosion had taken down Bai Xiaoling, who had been clinging to him. The two died at the same moment, no breath left in either of them. Jiang Zhaoshu looked at their intertwined, flesh-melded corpses, then at Qi Xing's perfectly expressionless, handsome face. She hesitated for a few seconds. Sometimes, she really thought Qi Xing was a bit too detached. She used to think he had a thing for Bai Xiaoling. "Ah," Jiang Zhaoshu said, Yeah, I'll eat. Just like Qi Xing had said before, let this pair of devoted siblings reunite forever inside her stomach and become her strength. Come to think of it, her stomach had already taken in quite a few people. Worried she might not have enough, Qi Xing even brought over some meat from the bandits in the car, along with a bit of food for himself and a picnic mat. After swallowing the crystal core and gritting through the searing pain of digesting it, Jiang Zhaoshu sat cross-legged on the picnic mat with Qi Xing, one person, one zombie, starting to enjoy their dinner. Maybe it was the mat, brightly colored and covered in flowers, or maybe it was Qi Xing's calm expression, but Jiang Zhaoshu almost felt like they were really on a picnic. In reality, corpses with shattered skulls and mangled bodies surrounded them. As night slowly fell, the whole scene turned eerie and unsettling. Qi Xing remained completely unfazed by the grim surroundings. He casually chewed on a homemade sandwich while reading a document under the car's headlights. It was a list of survivors from Hurricane Base that he had retrieved from the archive room. Sensing her gaze on him, Qi Xing looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated, then asked, "Are you sad?" She'd seen it earlier, the brief daze in his eyes right after he had stabbed Bai Xiaoling and Bai Shaoqing. Normally, when it was just the two of them, Qi Xing was always chatty, but just now, he'd barely spoken. Huh? Qi Xing looked surprised. Nope. Really? Jiang Zhaoshu tilted her head, clearly skeptical. She'd only eaten the bandit's meat just now. If Qi Xing was feeling down, she could skip Bai Xiaoling and Bai Shaoqing. Really? Are you worried I'd get emotionally affected seeing them kill themselves? Qi Xing chuckled. Some people just aren't cut out for this world. That's just how it is. If they didn't want to live anymore, then the resources they left behind can be used by those of us who do. Resources in the apocalypse were already scarce. If something could be used, of course it should be. Qi Xing had survived this long for a reason. This wasn't the first time he'd seen someone take their own life. He was already numb to it. He wasn't upset over Bai Xiaoling and Bai Shaoqing's deaths. What had him in a mood was the document in his hands. Qi Xing lowered his head again, his narrow, fox-like eyes fixed on a name on the list. His grip tightened unconsciously, crumpling the paper's edge. Qi Tong, a rank physical enhancer. Was it just someone with the same name? Or was that his sister? Chapter 58 Bathroom Incident. Except for a few who escaped by sheer luck, almost everyone at Hurricane Base was dead. The entire base was filled with empty houses. Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu decided to spend the night here. Qi Xing picked a house that looked decent from the outside and went in together with Jiang Zhaoshu. This house must have been used by someone higher up before it was well furnished, and even the bathroom had both a shower and a bathtub. When he turned on the faucet, to his surprise, water actually came out. Qi Xing was pleasantly surprised. "Fugui, looks like we can take a bath today." Due to the scarcity of water, bathing had become a luxury for them. Most of the time, Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu would just do a quick wash to avoid looking like filthy, blood-covered savages. Luckily, the weather was cold now, so neither of them really smelled. The last time Jiang Zhaoshu had taken a bath was in a stream over a week ago. She lit up with excitement when she saw the bathtub. Not just because she could finally take a bath, but because she had never actually soaked in a bathtub before. Her only experience with soaking was when she was little, bathing in a wash basin at the orphanage. Back then, she loved covering herself in soap bubbles, curling up with her knees hugged to her chest, pretending she was the lead in some TV drama. And now, she actually had a chance to soak in a fancy private bathtub like this. Bathtub, soak. Jiang Zhaoshu stood next to Qi Xing, eyes sparkling with desire as she exclaimed. Qi Xing chuckled at her and started filling the tub. The water flowed out fast at first, but slowed down as the tub filled. Just as it reached the top, the water stopped altogether. It seemed the water tank in the house only held that much. Staring at the full tub, the two of them went quiet. There was a problem now. Only one tub of water. Who gets to bathe first? No matter who went first, it felt awkward. Qi Xing thought for a few seconds, then suddenly looked down at Jiang Zhaoshu, who barely reached his shoulder, and spoke in a heavy tone, "Fugui, I need to tell you something I've been hiding for a long time." Jiang Zhaoshu. Her mind was still on the bathtub. Her round, black eyes kept darting over in that direction. Then she heard Qi Xing say, "Actually, I used to be a sweet girl, 165 centimeters tall. But after the apocalypse, due to post-mutational side effects, I turned into a 187 centimeters man." Qi Xing's beautiful, narrow fox-like eyes stared deeply at her. He asked sincerely, "Fugui, would you mind bathing with me?" Since becoming a zombie, Jiang Zhaoshu's voice had never been so loud, clear, and powerful. "Get lost." Shoving Qi Xing out and locking the door behind him, Jiang Zhaoshu successfully claimed the whole bathroom for herself. She took off her clothes but couldn't bring herself to jump in right away. She used a bit of water to wash herself first, then carefully stepped into the tub like it was a sacred ritual. The water wasn't hot, but for Jiang Zhaoshu, whose body was always cold, the temperature was tolerable. Soaking in the tub, she marveled at the experience, scooping up water with her hands and playing around. She stayed in for so long that her hands and feet started turning pale and wrinkled. Just as she finally had enough and was about to get out, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly felt dizzy. Startled, she quickly grabbed the edge of the tub for support. She'd heard soaking too long could cause poor blood circulation and dizziness. But she was a zombie now. Could zombies get dizzy from soaking too long too? Before she could figure it out, a sharp pain pierced through her chest. As a zombie, Jiang Zhaoshu rarely felt pain only when digesting crystal cores. But this pain was sharp and real, like someone had driven a knife into her heart and was carving out her flesh. Her face twisted in agony. She clutched her chest, mouth open in silent pain. And that was just the beginning. Soon, the searing pain spread all over her body. It felt like countless needles were stabbing into her skin, blood vessels, and flesh. Her face, throat, chest, limbs, every inch of her body hurt. The intense pain made her already pale face turn ghostly white. It felt like her bones were being smashed with a sledgehammer. The unbearable pain sank deep into her marrow, as if trying to tear her into pieces. Jiang Zhaoshu had no idea what was happening. But if this continued, she might actually die from the pain. Desperate to survive, she mustered all her strength to crawl out of the tub, dragged herself to the door, and weakly lifted a hand to knock. Qi Xing, Qi Xing, she could smell Qi Xing's scent. He was right outside. Though she knew his name, she'd never actually called him like this before. She didn't have the strength to shout. After several weak calls, Qi Xing finally heard her. "Fugui, is that you?" At first, Qi Xing thought he was hearing things, a hallucination from being in the apocalypse too long. It wasn't until he heard the banging on the door that he realized it was real. "Help me, help," the little zombie's weak voice came through the bathroom door. Confirming it was Jiang Zhaoshu, Qi Xing didn't hesitate. He broke the lock and yanked the door open. Seeing Jiang Zhaoshu lying naked on the floor, his usually calm, dark eyes filled with shock. There was only a half-length mirror in the bathroom, so Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't see herself, only her hands. But even from there, she could tell something was wrong. Her skin wasn't its usual cold, pale shade. Her arms were red like boiled shrimp, and her bluish-purple veins bulged under her thin skin, forming eerie blood-colored patterns. What Qi Xing saw was far worse. All over Jiang Zhaoshu's body, horrifying, swollen pustules had formed. They wreathed as if alive, pushing up under her flesh like they were trying to burst out. "Help me, help!" Jiang Zhaoshu reached out and grabbed Qi Xing's ankle. Her pale lips trembled as she begged for help. Qi Xing was stunned. Just moments ago, she was full of life. How did she end up like this? He quickly bent down and picked up the nearly unconscious Jiang Zhaoshu, but the moment his hands touched her burning skin, he flinched in shock. This temperature was definitely not normal for a zombie. Trying to bring her temperature down, he gently placed her back into the tub and splashed cold water over her, brain working at full speed. Think, as he watched the cold water turning into steam from her scorching body, something clicked. He dashed out of the bathroom. When he returned, Qi Xing was holding his usual dagger. "Fugui, hang in there," he said softly to comfort her, then raised the blade and plunged it hard into her body. Chapter 59. Am I dying soon? Compared to the searing, bone-deep pain Jiang Zhaoshu was enduring now, the feeling of Qi Xing cutting open her boils with a dagger was like a feather brushing across her spine. In reality, the moment Qi Xing plunged the dagger deep into her skin, a spray of filthy blood splattered all over his face. Thankfully, he'd put on goggles and a mask in advance. He was fully protected. None of her blood got into his eyes. The dagger in his hand had become a surgical scalpel. Qi Xing, like a skilled surgeon, moved swiftly and cleanly as he cut away the festering boils on Jiang Zhaoshu's body one by one. Soon, there wasn't a single patch of intact skin left on her. Blood gushed freely. The bathtub water had turned a dark, bloody red, gruesome to look at. But strangely, under such brutal flaying, Jiang Zhaoshu's pain actually started to ease. Qi Xing kept slicing open her festering skin. The wounds were so deep they exposed bone, but they healed at a shocking speed only for him to cut them open again, over and over. He was soaked in her blood. His clothes were drenched with a mix of blood and bathwater, dripping continuously. No one knew how long this went on, but finally, the burning heat radiating from Jiang Zhaoshu's body began to subside. Qi Xing once again used his dagger to break open a scab of coagulated blood, squeezing out the infected pus beneath. This time, when her skin healed, there were no more horrifying, grotesque boils. The pain that had shaken her to her bones finally vanished. Her body temperature returned to normal, and her ragged, pained breathing began to calm. Jiang Zhaoshu was pale as a sheet, completely drained. The unexplained agony had left her totally limp. If Qi Xing hadn't been holding her up with one arm the whole time, she would have drowned in the bloody water. "All done?" Qi Xing asked. Jiang Zhaoshu gave a weak nod. He tossed the dagger aside, pulled her out of the bloodied water, and wrapped her in his jacket. What the hell just happened to me? She couldn't make sense of it. Qi Xing was silent for a moment before saying, "You probably overdosed on crystal cores." Back when he tricked Jiang Zhaoshu into eating that mutant infant's crystal core, he hadn't told her that consuming overly powerful cores could overwhelm the body and cause it to explode. Since she had eaten several cores afterward without any issues, he'd completely forgotten about it. When they were at the 5-star hotel, Jiang Zhaoshu had gobbled down both the black bear and Duan Yuanyuan's crystal cores, thanks to having enough human meat to fuel her. Her body hadn't fully adapted yet, and today she went ahead and swallowed another crystal core from that psychic-type mutant. Her zombie core couldn't handle that, much like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Her frail little body just couldn't withstand the overwhelming energy from the core conversion, which triggered the crisis earlier. If they hadn't released the excess energy in time, Jiang Zhaoshu probably would have blown up into a giant meatball. Qi Xing explained all this to her. Her eyes widened, pupils trembling in disbelief. She was horrified. WTF? Why didn't you tell me something that important sooner? Qi Xing, you didn't feel any pain when eating crystal cores. That pain is your body telling you something. Qi Xing really couldn't figure out how Jiang Zhaoshu could devour cores like she was drinking water. He'd eaten other people's crystal cores too. How else did he gain both offensive and healing wood-type abilities? But the scorching agony that came with it, he still remembered it vividly. That's why, even when he found good cores now, he rarely consumed them himself. Except for the first time, Jiang Zhaoshu had always eaten him like popcorn crunch without blinking. He just assumed that maybe zombies and humans felt pain differently, and that Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't affected by it. "I thought that kind of pain was normal," she said confidently. "Isn't more pain a sign I'm getting stronger? What's a little pain if it makes you stronger?" Qi Xing was honestly impressed. He bent down and laid the skinny Jiang Zhaoshu on the living room couch, then gave her a big thumbs up. "Fugui, turns out you're the real savage zombie." "Savage, my asterisk. I'm about to fall apart." Jiang Zhaoshu glared at him furiously. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, still wrapped in Qi Xing's soaked jacket, biting her knuckles and jittering her leg in lingering fear. Qi Xing stood in front of her, observing her for a bit before speaking again. Fugui, your speech is way more fluent now. Huh? Jiang Zhaoshu blinked. That's when she realized she'd just had a full conversation with Qi Xing without stammering once. She used to speak so slowly, each word pronounced with effort like a heavy syllable just to sound clear. That's why she usually only said keywords. But now, she could talk like a regular person. Jiang Zhaoshu pulled her thumb from her mouth and muttered, she sells seashells by the seashore. It's real. She could say tongue twisters now. Not only was her speech smooth, but her brain felt clearer, too much sharper than before. She recalled talking to that psychic mutant. Her mind had been unusually alert, unlike most mutants who were physically strong but mentally foggy. So even though she'd practically bled out, she had still managed to inherit some of the psychic-type mutant's powers. This is awesome. Jiang Zhaoshu's face lit up with joy. Qi Xing looked just as pleased, beaming at her. Now I don't have to worry that I'll become a stammering mess after only talking to you, my little stammerer. I'm not a stammerer. She only used to speak slowly. That doesn't mean she stuttered. Now that her language system was fully functioning again, the first thing Jiang Zhaoshu said to Qi Xing was, my name's not Fugui. I have a name, it's Jiang Zhaoshu. Qi Xing kept calling her Fugui so much she'd gotten used to it. If that mutant hadn't called her by her real name, she might have forgotten it herself. Li Ronghua, Li Fugui. Ugh, so lame. Just hearing it sounded like a cannon fodder name. She wasn't going to be anyone's cannon fodder. Jiang Zhaoshu? Qi Xing asked. How do you write that? Jiang, like ginger, and Zhaoshu, like revival of all living things. Whoa, Qi Xing said in surprise. Didn't expect Fugi's real name to be so cultured. You never used to write. I thought you were illiterate. Ah, he called her Fugui again. Qi Xing was definitely doing it on purpose. Even though she really wanted to give him a piece of her mind now that she could finally speak properly, her body had only just healed. She was still so weak that even talking felt exhausting. Forget it. After all this time, what's a couple more times? Jiang Zhaoshu shot him a dirty look, then huddled tighter in the wet jacket, curled up into a ball, and said weakly, what do I do, Li Ronghua? I feel so cold. Am I gonna die? Chapter 60. I watch you wash. You're probably anemic from all the blood loss. Jiang Zhaoshu had just lost nearly half the amount of blood in a full-grown adult. If she were human, she'd be dead by now. Qi Xing took off the mask and glasses from his face, bent down, and squatted in front of her. He reached out and touched her icy cheek. Your body's not hot anymore. No big deal. Zombies don't freeze to death. I'll be fine once the sun's up and I can find someone to eat. Cold-blooded man. He'd sliced chunks off her body without hesitation earlier, and now, watching her shiver from the cold, he still didn't bat an eye. Jiang Zhaoshu really did feel colder and colder, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. After burning through her energy, her limbs had started to stiffen. If this kept up, would she turn into a plant zombie or something? She had an idea but didn't quite dare say it out loud. Instead, she stared hard at Qi Xing with her dark, shadowy eyes, trying to send him a desperate telepathic message. Qi Xing's cold, pitch-black fox-like eyes were also staring right at her. The two locked eyes in silence for a while. Then Qi Xing's face lit up like he'd just figured out a riddle. Oh, Fugui wants to drink my blood, huh? You said it, Jiang Zhaoshu blurted out, then immediately looked up at him with pleading eyes. Coughing weakly, she said pitifully, cough, I really can't take it anymore. I feel awful. If I don't eat soon, I'm gonna die. It wasn't that bad, to be honest. If she were actually starving, her eyes would have turned blood red by now, and her sharp fangs would have come out, her hunger uncontrollable. But her big round eyes were still pitch black, and aside from looking a bit paler than usual, she didn't show any obvious zombie traits. Qi Xing could tell she was exaggerating, but the little zombie was soaked from head to toe, her head drooping, looking miserable with those wet, shiny eyes staring at him. Qi Xing thought for a moment, then replied, all right. He stood up and patted her on the head. Just this once, don't get greedy next time. He actually said yes. Jiang Zhaosu's eyes instantly lit up, nodding rapidly like a chick pecking rice. I swear, I won't. Qi Xing went to the bathroom floor to retrieve his dagger. He washed the meat scraps off in the bloody bathwater, disinfected the blade with alcohol from the car, and found a cup. During all this, Jiang Zhaoshu trailed behind him like a little chick following its mama, sticking to him without a single step's distance. Qi Xing handed her the cup. She took it in both hands, holding it up reverently toward Qi Xing, eyes sparkling, filled with hunger. Seeing how happy she looked just being given food, Qi Xing curved his lips slightly and decisively cut his palm with the dagger. He squeezed his hand into a fist, letting the blood drip into the cup. The cup was a clear glass one they'd grabbed from Bai Xiaoling's house. As the blood level slowly rose, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't stop herself from gulping. No doubt about it, ability user's blood smelled amazing. Especially Qi Xing's. Maybe it was because of how strong his powers were, but he always smelled especially delicious to her. His blood had an even sweeter, richer aroma. Qi Xing filled the glass more than halfway. Then, with a soft green glow pulsing from between his fingers, he opened his hand again. The wound was already healed. But there were still bloodstains left on his fingers and palm. Too precious to waste. Jiang Zhaoshu held the glass in one hand and, without hesitation, grabbed Qi Xing's hand with the other. She leaned in close. Zombies had fangs, so to avoid accidentally cutting him, she gently pressed her lips to his skin and carefully licked the blood from his hand with the tip of her tongue. After licking his hand clean, she let go, then held the glass in both hands and happily sipped on her evening snack. Qi Xing was left standing there, a bit stunned in the breeze. He looked down at his freshly licked hand, then at Jiang Zhaoshu, who was casually standing there with nothing on her legs except the coat he'd given her, and let out a helpless laugh. This little zombie, she used to act like she'd rather die than change clothes in front of him, and now, she didn't even bother hiding anything. Actually, it was worse than that. Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't just unbothered anymore, she was getting bolder. After spending so much time with Qi Xing, even the once honest and straightforward little zombie had started learning to scheme. Even though Qi Xing had only barged into the bathroom to save her, as a pure and innocent young zombie, Jiang Zhaoshu still felt a bit salty about him seeing her naked. But Qi Xing's blood was like a shot of adrenaline. The moment she drank it, she felt warmth rushing back into her body. As her strength returned, her brain started working again too. She drank while letting her jet black eyes drift up and down Qi Xing's body. He'd given her his coat, so he was only wearing a shirt on top now. Soaked in blood and water, the shirt clung to his chest, outlining the lean, toned muscles usually hidden beneath his clothes. Qi Xing had gone all out earlier to carve her up. His face was slightly damp with sweat, lips a bit moist, and his smooth black hair had been drenched in the bathtub. Bloody water dripped from his hair. The blood-stained drops looked like red wine as they slid over his pale, delicate skin and down his sharp collarbones, disappearing into the depths of his dark shirt. It was ridiculously sexy, nice to look at, for sure. But Jiang Zhaoshu had seen it all already back when he bathed in the stream. Her eyes slid lower. She couldn't help but remember the blush that had colored Qi Xing's pale face when Bai Xiaoling had teased him yesterday in the car. That perv actually blushed. She was honestly kind of surprised. And Qi Xing blushing was weirdly cute. She kind of wanted to see it again. While Jiang Zhaoshu was secretly checking him out and plotting, Qi Xing was scanning the buildings nearby. If this one had water, the others probably did too. He quickly picked another target and said, "Come on. Let's check the other houses for water." He and Jiang Zhaoshu were both covered in blood. They had to take a proper bath today. Jiang Zhaoshu was still in the middle of scheming when Qi Xing's sudden voice startled her. She threw her head back, chugged down the remaining blood, and hurried to follow him. They entered the bathroom of another house. Jiang Zhaoshu had lost interest in bathing by now, but she still eagerly turned on the tap. Qi Xing looked down at her filthy little feet, which had been walking barefoot on the floor this whole time, and said, "You wash here. I'll go find another room." No, no, no. Jiang Zhaoshu quickly jumped down from the tub and made an inviting gesture. You first. You take the bath. Qi Xing. His narrow fox eyes narrowed even more, a teasing look flashing through them. What's got Fugui suddenly acting so well behaved, him? Facing the deep, penetrating gaze, Jiang Zhaoshu instantly felt guilty. She quietly backed up all the way to the bathroom door before mumbling, I'll watch you bathe. Chapter 61. Fugui is now old enough to be a governor. Faced with Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly blurting out something outrageous, Qi Xing's first reaction was that he must have misheard. Just 2 hours ago, he'd joked about bathing together and got kicked out of the bathroom by an embarrassed and furious Jiang Zhaoshu. Now she was saying yes. Of course, Qi Xing had only been teasing her back then. He had no actual intention of bathing with a zombie. Seeing that Qi Xing wasn't angry, in fact, he looked more confused, like he hadn't heard her properly. Jiang Zhaoshu leaned against the door, swallowed dryly, and mustered the courage to repeat, I'll watch you bathe. This time Qi Xing was sure. It wasn't his ears she really said that. Jiang Zhaoshu had always struggled to speak. She rarely said much. And now that her speech system was finally restored, her first words were a total bombshell. Qi Xing didn't even know what kind of face he was supposed to make. He rubbed his forehead, feeling like the whole scene was turning surreal. Fugui, Qi Xing said, confirming he didn't have a fever himself, I was just joking earlier. If you want to bathe, you go ahead. I'll find somewhere else. He had no kink for exposing himself in front of little girls. But Jiang Zhaoshu was stubborn. No, why not? Qi Xing didn't get what she was thinking. Why do you want to watch me bathe? Jiang Zhaoshu replied, you already saw me naked. I should get to see you too. That's fair. Qi Xing, so that's what this was about. You're just a kid. No boobs, no butt. What's there to see? Qi Xing thought back to Jiang Zhaoshu's naked body earlier. Well, what stuck in his memory were all those grotesque, squirming boils. And she was skinny. Way too skinny. Her arms and legs looked like matchsticks, clearly malnourished. Who knew where all the meat she'd eaten these past few days had gone? Jiang Zhaoshu had wanted to make Qi Xing feel embarrassed, but now she felt like she was the one being humiliated. Fine, she admitted she didn't have the most seductive figure, but still she was a zombie girl in her prime, wasn't she? Qi Xing talked about her like she was a totally undeveloped brat. I don't care. Jiang Zhaoshu plopped down on the floor, throwing a tantrum. I wanna see. I'm gonna watch you too. She was only wearing Qi Xing's jacket, and her too thin, pale legs flailed around on the ground. Qi Xing pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, walked over, grabbed her by the collar, and hauled her up. Bare butt sitting on the floor, don't you think that's dirty? Jiang Zhaoshu thought to herself, I've eaten rotten flesh and zombie meat. You think I'm scared of this? Fine, you wanna watch? Knock yourself out. Qi Xing was honestly speechless at this point. If Jiang Zhaoshu herself didn't care, then why should he? He took off his shirt first, then started unbuckling his belt. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes went wide and round, not blinking once as she stared at his taut waist and abs, moving subtly with each breath. Qi Xing. *T. Maybe he wasn't that indifferent after all. Why were kids these days so hard to handle? One more rebellious than the next. Acting like a little thug. Of all the things to ask for, why this? She definitely got corrupted by Bai Xiaoling. Qi Xing already had the face of a fox spirit, charming and sly. The way he slowly undressed, unbuttoning his shirt one by one, looked practically seductive. His skin was cold and pale, shoulders broad, waist narrow, abs sharply defined. Jiang Zhaoshu, a country girl, had never seen anything like this in her life. If she weren't a zombie, her face would have turned bright red, and her breathing would be all over the place. But just when it got to the most exciting part, Qi Xing stopped. His sly, narrow fox-like eyes locked onto her, as if trying to read her expression. Then he suddenly spoke in a soft, ghostly tone, Fugui, now that you've seen my body, you have to take responsibility. Jiang Zhaoshu, what the HLL? She never asked him to take responsibility, and now he was throwing it at her. Jiang Zhaoshu pretended not to understand. What do you mean? Qi Xing said with a completely straight face. It's our family rule, the first time has to be with someone you'll be with for life. She just wanted to watch a strip show. Who said anything about a lifetime? Jiang Zhaoshu kept playing dumb. What are you talking about? I don't get it. First time what? Qi Xing stayed in character. First time being honest and open with someone. Now that you've seen me, I'm not clean anymore. What woman would want me after this? No, you have to take responsibility. Jiang Zhaoshu. She hadn't expected Qi Xing to be such an old-fashioned guy. Then I won't look. Jiang Zhaoshu decisively turned around to leave. Qi Xing could kill without blinking, but when it came to stripping, he acted like a drama queen. She had a gut feeling he was definitely up to something. She was no match for him in games like this, so she'd just leave. She spun around to slip away, but it was too late. Qi Xing had already glided over like a ghost, stretched out his hand, and pinned her against the door. Fugui, you're not that young anymore. There are some things between men and women you should start understanding. Qi Xing leaned down, and as he spoke, droplets of water fell from his hair onto the back of Jiang Zhaoshu's neck. The splash of cold water made her entire body jolt. Her mind screamed, don't tell me he's seriously about to do something. Is he really that depraved? Even a zombie isn't safe. I'm naked now. She heard the crisp sound of a belt hitting the floor behind her. Qi Xing spoke again, voice low and eerie. Weren't you dying to see? Then turn around. Just moments ago, Jiang Zhaoshu had been so excited, couldn't wait to watch Qi Xing strip. Now, her scalp tingled. Her body froze. She stood there stiff as a board, like she was in timeout. When she didn't move, Qi Xing took her hand and guided it backward, placing it on something just below his abs. Holy sh**t. Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't expected Qi Xing to actually go through with it. She immediately clamped her eyes shut, nervous as hell. Maybe she was just too used to Qi Xing. Even though he was doing something so bold, she didn't feel disgusted, just nervous, and a little curious. Her fingers touched something round at the top, thick in shape, with a slippery texture and a slightly grainy surface. So this is what it feels like. But, why did it feel so familiar? And why was it so long? Was that even human? Could superpowered people mutate in that area too? Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't take it anymore. Still touching, she sneaked open one eye and peeked behind her. Just then, Qi Xing's amused voice came from overhead. So Fugui really likes my vine that much, huh? Can't let go of it. Jiang Zhaoshu stared at the slick green vine in her hand, face instantly dark with rage. F***K. She got played. Again, Chapter 62, Ability Upgrade. You really dared to cop a feel. Even as a zombie, you're still such a perv. With that, Qi Xing lashed out at her, wrapping a vine around her waist and tossing her right out of the bathroom. Bang! The door slammed shut behind her. Jiang Zhaoshu nearly face-planted and scrambled up from the floor, fuming. Fine, if he didn't want her looking, then so be it. But did he really have to use his ability to throw her out? She'd already let him look. Qi Xing was a grown man. What was there on his body that a zombie hadn't seen? Was it true that guys just stopped functioning after 25? She kicked the door a few times in frustration before stomping off to another room to find water and take a quick shower. Only after Jiang Zhaoshu's footsteps faded did Qi Xing take off what was left of his clothes, rinsed off the blood, and climbed into the bathtub. Soaking in the water, he used a vine to fish a crystal core emerald green in color out of his pants. It was the one he'd taken from Ma Fei, back when he first met Jiang Zhaoshu. At the start of the apocalypse, Qi Xing didn't even have an ability. Back then, he was in worse shape than Jiang Zhaoshu. In just a few days, the world had flipped on its head. Physically strong people and newly awakened ability users quickly formed their own squads and seized nearby resources. Ordinary people, desperate for shelter and protection, had to do whatever it took to please them. Qi Xing had been one of those people. Later, though, he realized killing low-level zombies wasn't all that hard, so he started going solo. Not just zombies, killing people wasn't difficult either. To kill a zombie, you had to blow its head off. But to kill a person, there were many ways. Poison, fire, or like old Ma, just stab him in the chest and give it a good twist. That did the trick. And that was how Qi Xing gained his dual-purpose wood-type ability, both offensive and healing. But he didn't have Jiang Zhaosu's insane absorption capacity. He'd devoured all kinds of messy crystal cores in the past, yet only awakened the wood-type ability. His A-rank wood ability was enough to keep him alive in this world, so Qi Xing had slowed down on consuming cores. Partly because the burning pain from evolution kept getting worse, and partly out of fear of ending up like Jiang Zhaoshu had the day before. But recently, he was encountering more and more powerful ability users and mutants. Even Jiang Zhaoshu was rapidly evolving. If he stayed the same, it wouldn't be long before he ended up as zombie chow or someone else's fuel. Sigh. He really didn't want to eat it. Didn't want to feel like he was burning alive again. Qi Xing let out a long breath, rinsed the crystal core clean with water, and, with a grimace, swallowed it down. Jiang Zhaoshu, still paranoid about another incident, took a lightning-fast shower after finding another house. By the time she came back, Qi Xing had just stepped out of the bathroom. Thanks to her earlier chaos, he'd forgotten to bring clean clothes into the bathroom and came out wrapped in nothing but a fresh towel around his waist. Humans weren't as cold-resistant as zombies. Even though Qi Xing's mutated body had a much stronger resistance to the cold, his pale skin still had a faint pink flush. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Jiang Zhaoshu swore Qi Xing smelled even better after his bath. "I'm going to rest," he said quietly, his eyes downcast, looking utterly drained. "This time I might sleep a little longer. Fugui, keep an eye on our stuff. Don't let any thieves steal our supplies." "How long is a little longer?" she asked quickly, worried. Hopefully not like last time, sleeping an entire day. She was counting on Qi Xing to drive her out for food tomorrow. Qi Xing didn't seem to hear her. In a daze, he walked straight into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, but not before pulling a blanket over himself. Jiang Zhaoshu followed and saw him lying stiffly on the bed like a corpse, brows furrowed and cheeks flushed red. He looked totally wasted. She reached out to touch his face. It was burning. Qi Xing's body temperature was usually high, but today it was even hotter than usual. What the heck had he done in the bathroom? Took a cold shower and caught a fever. Jiang Zhaoshu was actually considering whether she should take the dagger to him and do a couple of cuts to release some blood. Then suddenly, she heard Qi Xing, already deep in sleep, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, he's dead." He's dead? Who? Qi Xing had once told her that his sister called him a murderer. So, he'd already killed someone even before the apocalypse. But who? Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help getting curious. She leaned in closer, her body edging toward Qi Xing, and whispered into his ear, "Who died?" "The one who deserved it," Qi Xing mumbled. What kind of useless answer was that? Because of the crystal core's side effects, his whole body was burning hot. Sensing Jiang Zhaosu's naturally cool body, Qi Xing instinctively turned over and yanked her into bed, hugging her like a cool pillow to ease the heat. Jiang Zhaoshu. She was totally caught off guard. At first, she thought Qi Xing was faking sleep and pulling a prank, so she curled up like a startled little hedgehog. Her thin back was pressed against his chest. She stayed frozen for a while, but the steady breathing near her ear didn't change. He really seemed to be asleep. Qi Xing had gone to bed shirtless, and with that one sudden move, the towel around his waist had been knocked loose. Under the blanket was a completely naked, burning hot man. Thinking about how he'd just refused to let her peek in the bathroom and even had the nerve to mess with her using his vines, Jiang Zhaosu's thoughts turned a little wicked. "Well, you're the one who snuggled up first." Facing the unconscious man, Jiang Zhaoshu gulped, and slowly stretched out her guilty little hand toward his back. When Qi Xing woke up again, it felt like every bone in his body had been hammered to pieces. He was sore all over. But mentally, he felt fantastic. He could feel a new surge of power pulsing inside him. He sat straight up in bed, lifted his hand, and a faint green glow bloomed in his palm. Without any plants or soil nearby, a thin vine sprouted out of the green light, like a slender green snake. It twined nimbly around his bony wrist, slithered across his pale palm, and coiled around his long index finger. His wood-type ability had leveled up. Ability users could absorb crystal cores of their own type far more efficiently than others. Qi Xing's ability had already been at the upper end of A rank. Now that he had absorbed Ma Fei's wood-type core, he had broken past the A rank threshold and ascended to S rank. Previously, he had always needed soil or materials to channel his vines. Now, he could summon them from nothing. This alone would give him a huge edge in many battle scenarios, especially in restrictive environments. There were other upgrades too, but he'd need time to explore them properly. Right now, there was a more pressing issue. Where was Jiang Zhaoshu? The bedroom and living room were both dead quiet. No signs of the noisy little zombie anywhere. Maybe she'd gone outside to mess around. Qi Xing got up, grabbed a change of clothes from the wardrobe, got dressed, and stepped out. He finally spotted Jiang Zhaoshu crouching next to their car and felt relieved. "Fugui, what are you doing over there?" he called. Jiang Zhaoshu turned her head slowly at the sound of his voice, then whined in a bitter tone. "Li Ronghua, you're finally awake. You've been sleeping for a whole year. I'm about to starve to death." Qi Xing's vision went dark the moment he saw her face. How the HLL did one nap turn Jiang Zhaoshu's face back into that rotten, half-decayed mess like when they first met. Chapter 63 Chocolate for you. After doing something naughty, Jiang Zhaoshu slipped out of Qi Xing's arms. The moment Qi Xing fell asleep, Jiang Zhaoshu got bored and decided to wander around Hurricane Base. She went from house to house, rummaging around to see if there was anything good. Turned out, some of those houses were actually stashed with gold and jewels, which Jiang Zhaoshu quickly stuffed into her pockets. Even with both pockets bulging, she still felt it wasn't enough. Annoyed by how small her pockets were, she figured she needed to find an outfit with bigger, more pockets, so she started raiding other people's wardrobes. But she was short and skinny, which made finding something that fit properly a real challenge. Eventually, she came across a coat that met her standards. When she tried it on, it looked like a giant sack on her completely swallowed her whole. After flipping through several houses, Jiang Zhaoshu finally found clothes she liked. Just as she was about to take the gold and jewels out of her pockets to put into the new coat, she reached in and realized she'd dropped all the jewelry back in the first house while trying on clothes and wandering around. She spent the whole night running back and forth. By the time the sky was starting to brighten, Qi Xing was still asleep. Jiang Zhaoshu tossed all the stuff into the car, then went out again to see if she could get lucky and maybe find someone to snack on. But Hurricane Base felt like a ghost town. She roamed for half the day and didn't find a single person, just ran into a few lopsided zombies missing limbs. Those zombies probably survived because of their disabilities. They hadn't been summoned by the mutant the day before and managed to escape. Staring at him, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly wanted to test out her new psychic type ability to see if she could, like that mutant, transfer her consciousness into another zombie. After all, that was the main reason she wanted the psychic type mutant crystal core. She herded those zombies into a group, then shut her eyes and tried to activate the energy in her body. The energy surged through her meridians. Jiang Zhaoshu concentrated and pulled it all together with her will. In her mind, a cluster of little gray dots appeared, their number matching the zombies standing in front of her. She focused her energy on one of those gray dots, and her consciousness swirled into it like a whirlwind. The moment she entered the dot, fragmented memories flashed through her mind. Rain fell from the sky, soaking the muddy ground. The man looked ahead, casually turning his head to sneak a glance at the woman next to him sharing the umbrella, then quickly looked away, heart pounding. In a dim movie theater, he reached for the popcorn on the armrest and brushed against a warm, soft hand. He turned, meeting the woman's smiling gaze. The wedding march played. He stared at the woman in a white gown standing at the end of the aisle, straightened his suit one last time, and strode forward with determination. Then, that same woman, face covered in blood and eyes lifeless, opened her gaping bloody mouth and lunged at him with a monstrous growl. Jiang Zhaosu's eyes snapped open just in time to see her own body collapse stiffly to the ground a short distance away. She quickly stepped forward, trying to catch herself, only to realize she now had just one arm. WF. With only one arm, she couldn't catch herself at all. The borrowed body lost balance and slammed face first into the ground. Jiang Zhaoshu flailed the only arm she had, dumbfounded as she looked at her 5 rotting fingers, clearly a man's hand, thick-jointed and decaying. She stared for a few seconds before finally yelling out loud. She did it. She actually managed to transfer her consciousness. Jiang Zhaoshu lay on the ground, giddy with excitement for a while. When she finally tried to get up, she realized it was impossible with only one arm and could only crawl around like a worm. Jiang Zhaoshu. What the hell was she doing in this wreck of a body? Switch again. This ability was way too fun. Like a kid with a new toy, Jiang Zhaoshu gleefully hopped between the zombies, switching bodies back and forth. But playtime went a little too far. By the time she got tired and returned to her own body, she discovered it had started to rot. And it was happening fast. In just a few hours, her body decayed back to its original zombie state, her cheek flesh peeled off at a touch, deep red corpse spots bloomed across her skin, and she couldn't use any abilities at all. She hurried back to the car and grabbed some meat, hoping it would help. It didn't do much. In this condition, there was no way she could hunt on her own. Just as Jiang Zhaoshu stared at her rapidly stiffening, rotting body in despair, Qi Xing finally woke up after sleeping for a whole day and night. Of course, Qi Xing didn't buy her crap about sleeping for a whole year. He asked straight up, what happened? Before he went to sleep, Jiang Zhaoshu still had a clean little face. Her skinny arms and legs didn't have much meat, but at least she looked healthy and had some strength. Now, she looked like a crumbling mess. Too embarrassed to admit she'd burned through all her energy playing with abilities, Jiang Zhaoshu muttered, "You just wouldn't wake up. I didn't dare go far looking for food, so I got hungry." Qi Xing. Looking at Jiang Zhaosu's droopy-eyed, pitiful expression, Qi Xing decided to pretend he hadn't said anything yesterday. He went to the car, pulled out a glass, cut his palm, and squeezed out half a cup of blood for her. "Drink it. Get in the car." Jiang Zhaoshu took the glass, climbed into the passenger seat, and watched as Qi Xing went back into one of the houses. A moment later, he came out in a clean outfit that fit properly, got into the driver's seat, and started the car. As they drove out of Hurricane Base, he told her, "Let me know if you smell anyone. My night vision sucks, I might not see them." "Okay." Jiang Zhaoshu nodded. Qi Xing's actually kind of nice. He'd just woken up from a day and night nap, hadn't eaten a thing, and the first thing he did was go find food for her. Jiang Zhaoshu was a little touched. She thought for a moment, then pulled out the chocolate Bai Xiaoling had given her, unwrapped one, and leaned toward Qi Xing, who was driving. "Open up." "What?" Qi Xing glanced down at her scrawny little chicken claw of a hand and frowned, but still opened his mouth. Jiang Zhaoshu squeezed the chocolate from the wrapper into his mouth and emphasized, "This stuff's expensive." "It's for you." Chapter 64. I am an adult. Late at night. A van had broken down on the road. The scent of human on the young man attracted a large number of zombies. He was just an ordinary person, no superpowers. After a brutal struggle, the young man was eventually bitten by the never-ending swarm of zombies. Just when he thought he was going to be torn apart and eaten, a white military SUV appeared in front of him. The SUV's headlights lit up the dim road, the bright beams casting a faint glimmer of hope. The young man was overjoyed and immediately ran toward the SUV without hesitation, shouting loudly, "Help! Please help me!" Inside the vehicle, Jiang Zhaoshu was equally thrilled, her eyes lighting up. A person. A person. But when she saw the bite on the young man's shoulder, her excitement faded. He's been bitten. He's about to turn into a zombie. She didn't want to eat low-level zombies. Low-level zombies tasted awful, like chewing plastic, and gave barely any energy, so they usually didn't even bother attacking each other. Go finish him off quickly. It was Qi Xing who reacted fast. If his head's gone, the rest of his body won't zombify. The young man hadn't had much hope in the people inside the SUV, but to his surprise, The white SUV actually stopped when it heard his cries for help. There were still good people like this in the world. He tried desperately to shake off the zombies clinging to him and ran full speed toward the SUV, completely unaware that the zombies who had been chasing him moments ago had suddenly backed off, as if afraid of something. The car door opened, and a handsome, striking man stepped out, giving him a small smile. "Hey there. Need some help?" The young man was stunned for a moment by how delicate and pretty the man looked, but quickly shouted in panic, "The zombies are coming. Let's get in the car." He ran to the passenger side, yanked the door open, and was just about to climb in, when a decayed little face stared right at him. It was a fully zombified face. The flesh on the cheek was rotting, the lips were pale and ulcerated, sharp fangs exposed. Only a pair of black and white eyes still looked lively, staring straight at him. "Hey there." Jiang Zhaoshu greeted the young man in a friendly tone. He was so terrified he fell to the ground. Qi Xing walked over from the other side of the car. Green light glowed in his palm. His stunning and graceful face still wore a gentle smile, but to the young man, it now looked terrifying. Qi Xing spoke in a tone used to soothe children, soft and calm. It's okay. Just a few seconds. It won't hurt." Before he even finished, the young man's head rolled to the ground. The now headless body collapsed shortly after. It was still fresh and warm, hadn't turned into a zombie yet. Jiang Zhaoshu happily jumped down from the car and crouched to quickly strip off the man's clothes. The thin vine that had effortlessly twisted off the man's neck slithered back to Qi Xing's hand like a lively green snake. It wrapped once around his fair, elegant wrist, then faded into green light and disappeared into his palm. After advancing to S rank, the flexibility and sharpness of Qi Xing's summoned vines had increased, and his control over them had become even more precise and fluid. Watching Jiang Zhaoshu crouched on the ground, happily devouring her meal, Qi Xing suddenly realized he was hungry too, so he went to the back of the SUV to grab some food. From the looks of how far Jiang Zhaoshu's decay had progressed, she must have been starving to the point of desperation. But after eating that mutant's crystal core, she seemed to have more control over her hunger. She no longer went into a frenzy every time she got hungry, eyes blood red and mindless for meat. As she tore open the man's pants, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly thought of something and glanced over at Qi Xing, who was leaning against the car and eating as well. Qi Xing was munching on some bread while watching her. When Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly tilted her small face up, Qi Xing raised an eyebrow, about to ask what she wanted. Jiang Zhaoshu raised both hands and gestured a length with her fingers. "Qi Xing, he's not as big as you," Jiang Zhaoshu blurted out. Qi Xing, in the middle of swallowing a bite of bread, nearly choked. His face turned red from coughing. Cough, cough, cough. It took him a while to finally swallow the bread, and Qi Xing couldn't believe what he had just heard. "You said what?" Jiang Zhaoshu didn't answer. Her eyes flicked toward Qi Xing's slim waistline and then below. She had checked the other zombies' sizes while changing bodies when Qi Xing was asleep. After a quick comparison, Qi Xing looked the best. Fair-skinned people had everything pink. Qi Xing. He really wanted to curse, but the words got stuck in his throat. One hand on his waist and the other on his forehead, he paced in frustration. He couldn't believe he had just been flirted with by a little zombie. Qi Xing always thought Jiang Zhaoshu was just a 14-year-old kid. F*K. 14, and already interested in this kind of stuff. What was he doing at 14? Qi Xing thought back. Oh, right. Killing and arson. What about his sister, Qi Tong? Skipping school, getting into fights, dyeing her hair, getting tattoos, piercing her face. Not exactly a role model either. Only Jiang Zhaoshu had seemed obedient, so how did she end up with such a dirty little mind? After thinking it through, Qi Xing decided it was time for a proper talk. "Fugui, you're a girl. You can't just say stuff like that to men, got it?" Qi Xing hadn't even talked to his own sister this way. His voice was awkward and stiff. Jiang Zhaoshu blinked her big black eyes. Why not? Now that she had replenished some energy, her skin finally looked normal again, and her face regained its human appearance. She was crouching on the ground, small and skinny, looking so young that even Qi Xing, who had killed without blinking, felt a little guilty saying these things. "Because you're still young," Qi Xing said. "You shouldn't know about things like this yet." Jiang Zhaoshu thought he was going to say something serious and let out a tch. "I'm an adult. Qi Xing, you're an adult." He gave her a once-over, clearly skeptical. "With that height? No way." Qi Tong had been nearly 1.7 meters tall at 14. He thought Jiang Zhaoshu was younger than Qi Tong. Jiang Zhaoshu could read the disbelief in his eyes. Seriously, he'd already seen her body and still couldn't tell she was an adult. Jiang Zhaoshu felt deeply insulted. "I'm 18, she repeated with emphasis. "I'm an adult." Qi Xing, who had always treated her like a kid, was still processing this when he suddenly sensed something. He turned to look around. A few drops of rain fell, hitting the ground with a barely audible sizzle, releasing thin wisps of white smoke. The moment Qi Xing saw it, he turned and opened the car door. "Get in. It's acid rain again. Help me, I can't get up there." Jiang Zhaoshu was dragging the body toward the car. But the SUV was too tall, and with such a large corpse in her arms, her little legs struggled to get inside. Qi Xing scooped her up and tossed the mangled body in two. He then walked around to the other side and climbed in. The white SUV roared to life once more and sped off into the night, searching for a building that could shelter them. Chapter 65. Encountering the monitoring eye again. The acid rain kept pouring harder, with hail mixed in, clattering loudly against the car body and windows. After finally making it into the city, Qi Xing spotted a building they could take shelter in and immediately drove inside. Boom! The sturdy front of the vehicle smashed through the glass doors and barreled straight into the shop, stopping in the middle. Jiang Zhaoshu, who was still munching on meat, jolted at the sudden noise. Luckily, she had her seatbelt on this time and didn't slam into the windshield like before, ending up with her head full of holes. "Can you not drive like a maniac?" Jiang Zhaoshu complained. "Last time I crashed into the glass like that, split my head open." "This time it wasn't on purpose," Qi Xing replied, sounding a bit innocent. "I think one of our tires blew. The car lost balance." "Huh?" Jiang Zhaoshu was stunned. "Isn't this a military vehicle? That fragile?" And to think they had stolen it from Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan. How was it worse than a regular car? "Let's get out and check." Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu got out of the car. Jiang Zhaoshu dragged out the corpse that had been gnawed beyond recognition and looked around. It was a clothing store. She grabbed a few pieces of clothing and dressed the headless corpse, placing it beside a headless mannequin, her way of saying thanks for the hospitality, a little compensation in the form of a burial outfit and a friend. Qi Xing inspected the tire and said, "The rear tire's been punctured by a nail and is leaking air. If it was that easy to blow, someone's probably trying to screw us over." Jiang Zhaoshu immediately grew alert and scanned the surroundings. "No idea," Qi Xing replied. "Could be that the acid rain corroded the tire on the road, and it just happened to hit a nail." He frowned slightly, clearly frustrated. "We don't have a tire repair kit or a spare tire in the car. We'll need to switch vehicles." "What?" Jiang Zhaoshu was quite fond of this car, and her face fell hearing the news. Ugh, of all things, they had to run over a nail. The two of them spent the night in the clothing store. The next morning, once the rain had stopped, Qi Xing took Jiang Zhaoshu out to look for another suitable vehicle. "What about all our stuff in the car?" Jiang Zhaoshu was reluctant to leave behind the cool white off-road vehicle and the supplies. "Let's leave it here for now. We'll come back for it once we find another car." Qi Xing, who had spent more time in the post-apocalyptic world than Jiang Zhaoshu, valued their supplies but also knew sometimes you had to make hard choices. Jiang Zhaoshu, she frowned deeply, struggling internally for a moment. "How about I stay here and watch our stuff while you go find a car?" She was afraid that if both of them left, someone might pass by and steal all the supplies they'd worked so hard to gather. Qi Xing had been thinking the same thing. This wasn't a deserted hurricane base. If other survivors found the car, they'd definitely rummage through it. But leaving Jiang Zhaoshu here alone didn't sit well with him either. This is exactly why not having a spatial ability is such a hassle. Qi Xing thought again about the woman in the village with a space ability. She could pull out a heavy-duty military vehicle like it was nothing. If only he'd killed that couple back then and taken that space ability for himself. Qi Xing hesitated, then said, "What if an ability user shows up? Can you handle that?" "Forget it, let's just go find a car together and come back quick." But Jiang Zhaoshu insisted, "It's fine. I'm strong now. I can handle ordinary ability users. Just hurry and go find a car, then come back for me." She wasn't wrong. By Qi Xing's estimation, Jiang Zhaoshu's power was now upper B rank, enough to defeat most ability users. As long as she didn't run into anyone A rank or above, she should be okay. If they kept delaying, they'd never find a vehicle. Qi Xing stopped wasting time and said, "All right. Wait here. If you run into danger, don't fight, just hide. I'll be back soon." Jiang Zhaoshu obediently nodded her little head. That much reassured Qi Xing she treasured her life more than anyone. After Qi Xing left the clothing store, Jiang Zhaoshu wandered around inside, bored, flipping through magazines at the counter. But it wasn't long before someone really did come near. She smelled the scent of living people in the air and immediately ducked under the counter, pulling a magazine over her head, leaving only her dark, gleaming eyes peeking out to watch. And it wasn't just one person approaching. Just our luck, why the HLL did the tire blow out like that? Probably corroded by the acid rain yesterday. Hit a nail and popped, makes sense. Two male voices drifted in from outside the shop. Jiang Zhaoshu perked up her little ears, eavesdropping intently. Looks like she and Qi Xing weren't the only ones who had tire trouble yesterday. These two were probably also looking for a ride. Soon, one of the men noticed their vehicle and shouted to the other, "Song Yao, come look. There's a military vehicle here. Whoa, and it's white. I've never seen a military car in this color. Was it customized?" The guy called Song Yao sounded more composed and replied, "Maybe someone from a base is here. Come on, let's check it out. We might be able to hitch a ride back." As they spoke, the two men stepped into the store and walked up to the car. "No one's here," the more casual guy said. Song Yao seemed to inspect the vehicle. "The tire's blown too. There are supplies in the car, so the owner probably went out to look for another vehicle. Let's wait here." There were two of them. Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't sure if she could take them both, so she stayed hidden under the counter, waiting for Qi Xing to come back before making a move. She was hiding perfectly until a big black crow flew right over and landed squarely on the counter above her, its blood-red eyes staring straight down at her. "Jiang Zhaoshu," she frantically waved her hands, trying to shoo the crow away. But the cursed bird didn't budge. Instead, it flapped its wings and let out two loud caws, like it was sounding an alarm. What's wrong with the monitor eye? The two men had heard the noise and were walking toward her. *T. Monitor eye. That meant these two were definitely ability users from a base. Hearing their approaching footsteps, Jiang Zhaoshu felt her scalp go numb. Chapter 66 Real Deterrence. Seeing the two men approaching fast, Jiang Zhaoshu quickly wiped her cheek with her sleeve again, making sure there were no traces of blood or meat at the corners of her mouth. Then she let out a sharp scream from behind the counter, pretending to be frightened. She slowly crawled out from behind the counter, knelt on the ground, raised both hands in a surrender pose, and cried with a trembling voice, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm human!" Her sudden outburst startled the two men instead. Jiang Zhaoshu noticed that one of the men had a burst of golden light rapidly condense in his palm. She didn't have time to see what it was before it disappeared, but it was definitely some kind of superpower. The younger-looking man had also raised his hand the moment she emerged, the muzzle of a black gun aimed straight at her head. But after getting a good look at her, he seemed to ease up slightly. "It's just a young girl," he said. "Wait." The older man Song Yao reached out to stop the younger one from stepping forward. Still standing where he was, he asked Jiang Zhaoshu, "Are you the only one here?" Jiang Zhaoshu pretended to be terrified, her eyes brimming with tears, stammering, "My brother's here too. He went out to find a car." A military vehicle? The younger man asked. Is your brother from a survivor base? Which one? Jiang Zhaoshu knew Qi Xing was from Moonchaser base, but that guy was still being hunted down by them for brutally killing his teammates. If these two were from that same base, saying it out loud might get her killed on the spot. Ah, she played dumb, putting on a blank, frightened look. I don't know, I really don't know. Woo, brother, Jiang Zhaoshu squeezed out tears and opened her mouth to wail, please come back, I'm scared. The young man, Song Yao, she was tiny and skinny, kneeling on the ground, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, her whole body trembling, those thin shoulders shaking. She looked absolutely pitiful. All right, stop crying, the younger man said first, clearly unable to stand it anymore. He lowered his gun and told her, we're from the Sunlight base. We're not bad guys. You'll know when your brother gets back. Woo, Jiang Zhaoshu covered her face with her hands, fake crying quietly while sneaking peeks at the two of them through her fingers. Both wore matching deep green uniforms. The younger man looked just over 20, tall and well-built, tanned skin, a buzz cut, with honest features though he radiated a kind of clueless, puppy-like energy. Song Yao looked to be in his 30s, a bit shorter, with a steady and resolute gaze and a calm demeanor. They really didn't seem like bad people. If they were just common thugs, they'd have smashed the car windows and looted already, not stood here talking. But even if they weren't bad guys, she and Qi Xing definitely weren't the good kind. Even if they weren't from the same base, there was no guarantee they hadn't received Qi Xing's wanted notice. Judging from their initial reaction when she climbed out from behind the counter, the one with the gun probably wasn't an ability user, not much to be afraid of. But Song Yao, she had no clue what kind of power he had. Could she take him? Forget it. No need to risk it. Better to wait for Qi Xing to come back. Just as she made that decision, she heard a car outside. Qi Xing came back already. At the same time, that annoying big crow flapped its wings and flew out from behind the counter. Caw. Someone's coming. The younger man and Song Yao heard it too. The younger one even glanced back at her and said, looks like your brother's back. But as the two turned to check outside, Jiang Zhaoshu tilted her little face and wrinkled her nose. She could smell it. The scent in the air wasn't Qi Xing's. And it wasn't just one person. A minivan rolled up. When the people inside spotted the young man and Song Yao at the storefront, the vehicle visibly slowed and screeched to a stop on the roadside. Hello, the younger man, clearly too trusting, already assumed it was Jiang Zhaoshu's brother. He even waved at the van. Then the van door slid open and more than a dozen people jumped out in one go. Each one held a weapon. In an instant, they surrounded the young man and Song Yao. Watching from inside the shop, Jiang Zhaoshu, this guy's a total idiot. Hands up, heads down, hand over all your supplies. The man leading them was a tall, muscular brute. He barked the order at the two men. If it had been her and Qi Xing, they'd have started killing already. Good guys really were different. Song Yao stepped forward, voice steady and composed. We're staff from Sunlight Base, here searching for survivors. I know this is a difficult time for humanity. Supplies are scarce, but turning on each other is not the answer. If you're lacking food, you can come back with us to the survivor base. You'll be able to trade labor for supplies there. Hearing that familiar spiel, Jiang Zhaoshu boredly picked her ear. To folks like them at the bottom, that kind of talk was meaningless. Everyone knew supplies were scarce. Superpowered people could take missions at the base to get food. But what about normal people? They couldn't beat zombies. They'd slave away all day and still not earn 2 buns. In the end, they'd still have to rob someone weaker just to survive. Survivor bases were just getting started, and most didn't have solid systems in place. Even if you got inside, living in the commoner zone didn't guarantee you'd be safe from your own kind. Of course, the elite didn't have to worry. Their neighborhoods had electric fences and guards with superpowers, sealed off from the rest. They lived however they wanted. Just like the Villa district at Hurricane Base, didn't they even have high-end electric massage tubs in the bathrooms? To Jiang Zhaoshu, this guy's words were just like drawing pretty pictures in the sand. Even someone like her, once a so-called model citizen, couldn't buy into it, let alone this bunch of desperados. Cut the CRP already. The brute finally lost his patience, spat on the ground, waved his hand, and shouted, "Brothers, go. Chop 'em up. If we get the supplies, we eat tonight." "Back off." The younger man pulled out his gun and aimed it at the brute, but still didn't pull the trigger, just tried to warn them. "Stand still, nobody move. A clueless kid like you, who do you think you're scaring?" The brute raised his machete and swung first. Cheng Yang. Song Yao yanked Cheng Yang behind him, raising his arm to block the strike. In that instant, his arm lit up with golden light. The blade slammed into his arm like it had hit solid metal, snapping apart with a crack. Inside the shop, Jiang Zhaosu's eyes widened. So his power was metal. She'd never seen that before. The broken machete blade twisted in the air, curled like a leaf, spun a few times like a boomerang, then struck the brute dead center in the chest from behind, pierced straight through, and landed neatly back in Song Yao's hand like a toy. The brute, who'd been so full of bravado, now had a gaping, bloody hole in his chest. His eyes bulged in shock. He didn't even get another word out before blood gushed from his mouth and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Now that was real intimidation. Instantly, the rest of the gang, who'd been raring to go, froze in fear, staring at Song Yao standing calmly in their midst. He spoke again, voice still composed and firm. "I still hope you'll reconsider my words. Make a living the right way. Stop doing things that hurt others and hurt yourselves too." Chapter 67. Manager Chi, is it really you? Think it over. Who wouldn't think it over? This situation was no different from putting a gun to someone's head and asking, "Wanna be a good guy?" Anyone who stubbornly answered nope would be executed on the spot the next second. After seeing that Song Yao was an ability user, the remaining people exchanged glances, then silently lowered their weapons. A man in his 40s with a gaunt, weary face and an exhausted look was the first to drop his wooden stick. He stepped forward and said, "I'm willing to go back with you." "Good," Song Yao responded loudly, looking at him with a pleased expression. Yang Yao Base welcomes every comrade who finds their way back. Chen Jinpeng, you forgot. A man behind him suddenly got emotional and tried to say something. Song Yao shot him a sharp glance. The man immediately shut up and lowered his head, afraid to speak further. Uncle Chen Jinpeng seemed to recall something terrifying from that statement. He trembled all over and gritted his teeth before saying, "But I can't leave just like that. Can you help me with something?" In the post-apocalyptic world, people were indifferent. Most barely had time for their own survival, let alone anyone else's business. But Song Yao replied gently, "Go ahead. My daughter is being held captive in a nearby building." Chen Jinpeng hunched his back and glanced timidly at a muscular, vicious-looking man in the crowd. His voice trembled. "I want to save my daughter first and take her with me." The man he looked at hadn't put down his weapon. The moment Chen Jinpeng called him out, he glared murderously, raised his blade, and charged forward with a furious roar. "Chen Jinpeng, how dare you betray us? The boss will never let you go." Swish! Song Yao's boomerang spun through the air again, slicing open the man's throat in one clean strike. Blood splattered everywhere. The man dropped to the ground with a thud. The blade spun back into Song Yao's hand like a fingertip gyroscope, whirling smoothly in his palm. "I got it. I'll help you rescue your daughter." Song Yao nodded to Chen Jinpeng, then turned to the rest of the group. Anyone else in the same situation? This time, even the man who had just tried to stop Chen Jinpeng stepped forward, shaking and crying, "Me too, my wife." Clearly, this was not a united group. Jiang Zhaoshu watched as Song Yao swiftly identified and eliminated the small-time thugs hiding in the team, then whispered a few words with Cheng Yang, who stood next to him. Cheng Yang turned to look at her and beckoned. "Hey, little sister, come here." Jiang Zhaoshu, who had been watching from inside the store, finally stepped out from behind the SUV, pretending to be scared and timid. "We're taking this group somewhere." Cheng Yang crouched down, resting both hands gently on her thin shoulders. "It's too dangerous for a little girl like you to be alone here. Come with us." Jiang Zhaoshu quickly shook her head, eyes brimming with tears, voice choked as she said, "No, I'm waiting for my brother. If he comes back and can't find me, he'll be worried. We can leave him a note. That way, when he comes back, he'll know where to find you." Chi Xing, that directionally challenged idiot, couldn't tell north from south. If he still hadn't returned by now, he was probably lost. Leave a note for him. What a joke. All Jiang Zhaoshu could think was, hurry up and leave already, so I can eat those two corpses on the ground. They were both muscular men, definitely packed with nutrients. I don't want to. Jiang Zhaoshu continued sobbing and shook her head. She pushed Cheng Yang's hands away. You guys go, I'll just stay here and wait for my brother. No can do. Cheng Yang was starting to get frustrated. Why are you being so stubborn, kid? Jiang Zhaoshu was getting anxious too. Just leave already. I'm starving. While the standoff continued, a rumbling sound came from down the street. Jiang Zhaoshu immediately turned to look. A big blue truck was rumbling toward them. No wonder Chi Xing had been gone so long. He actually went and found a truck. She was speechless. The wind had dried up the tears in her eyes, and she couldn't squeeze out another drop. Chi Xing had clearly noticed the crowd. He pulled over, jumped out, and scanned the scene, first eyeing the base uniforms Song Yao and Cheng Yang. His expression turned blank, and like Jiang Zhaoshu, he started playing dumb. What's going on here? What happened? Chi Xing even scratched his head and tried to widen his narrow fox-like eyes into round almond eyes like Jiang Zhaoshu's, looking dumber than dumb. Jiang Zhaoshu almost burst out laughing at the sight. You're this girl's brother? Cheng Yang placed a hand on Jiang Zhaoshu's shoulder and gave Chi Xing a stern look. How could you leave a little girl alone in such a dangerous place? No matter how hard Chi Xing tried to widen his eyes, his fox-like gaze still met Jiang Zhaoshu's teary, shiny black eyes. The corners of his eyes curved slightly. Chi Xing sighed, still trying to come up with an excuse, when a timid voice suddenly spoke up nearby. Manager Chi. The hunched, worn-out Uncle Chen Jinpeng stepped out from behind Song Yao, staring at Chi Xing in disbelief. Is that really you? Huh? Chi Xing turned at the voice, and this time, genuine surprise showed on his face. President Chen. What are you doing here? Those familiar titles instantly pulled the two of them back into their pre-apocalypse lives. Chapter 68. Joining the team. When Chi Crossing was still a project manager, he had worked with this Mr. Chen before. Back then, Chi Tong had just gone missing. After hearing about it, Mr. Chen had even asked someone to help search for Chi Tong in his own city. Even though nothing useful came of it, Chi Xing still remembered Mr. Chen as a genuinely kind person. At that time, Chen Jinpeng was full of energy, slightly chubby, your typical successful businessman look. He never would have thought that just 3 years later, the man would become so thin and haggard that Chi Xing didn't even recognize him at first glance. Chen Jinpeng, on the other hand, remembered Chi Xing solely because of his strikingly handsome appearance. The first time he saw Chi Xing in a meeting room, he actually thought the company had brought in a brand ambassador. When he learned that this good-looking young man had become a project manager at just 23, Chen Jinpeng genuinely thought he was incredibly accomplished for his age. He also heard some gossip from his subordinates. Chi Xing's mom had run off when he was in elementary school, and his dad had died in an accident during middle school. He only had a younger sister, nearly 10 years his junior, to rely on. No parents, raising a young sister on his own, and still managing to climb the corporate ladder to that level. Chen Jinpeng grew more and more impressed with him. He happened to have a daughter, 2 years younger than Chi Xing. The age gap was perfect. Chen Jinpeng had even seriously considered asking Chi Xing to be his live-in son-in-law. But Chi Xing was in a terrible state at the time because his sister had just gone missing. Aside from forcing himself to stay focused during work, he looked distracted and sickly most of the time. Then, Chen Jinpeng heard something else. Someone that good, yet he'd never been seen getting close to anyone. No flings, no ambiguous relationships. Every confession, whether from a man or a woman, was shut down without hesitation. The guy was a total workaholic. All he did was work overtime alone late into the night. Clearly not someone with a social life. One time, A famously sexy and bold employee made a bet and tried to invite Chi Xing to a bar after work. She even came all the way to his department to do it. Chi Xing didn't even look up from his screen and said flatly that he didn't drink, and he had to go over a proposal that night no time. Is this guy even a man? Rumors started spreading around the company that Chi Xing didn't avoid relationships out of choice. He probably had a condition that he couldn't do it. When Chen Jinpeng heard those rumors, he quietly let go of his plan. Better not. After all, for a young couple, that stuff does matter. Plus, a man with issues like that could easily become twisted and repressed over time. And honestly, Chi Xing really did look like he had the potential to spiral in that direction. But now, seeing him again, Xing actually looked healthier than he had back then. While Chen Jinpeng had been wrecked by the apocalypse, no trace of his former self remained. When he heard that familiar Mr. Chen Jinpeng gave a bitter smile and said, "No more, Mr. Now. We're all just trying to survive." Chi Xing patted his shoulder sympathetically. They hadn't even had time to catch up properly when Song Yao cut in. "Comrade, I saw you're driving a military vehicle. Mind telling us which base you're from and your name?" In the post-apocalyptic world, communication wasn't what it used to be. Bases didn't really stay in close contact. Unless it was a major incident like the fall of Hurricane Base, each base pretty much minded its own business. Chi Xing could tell Song Yao and Cheng Yang weren't from Moonchaser Base. As he got out of the car, the vine circling his wrist silently slipped back into his sleeve and vanished. After all, in this messed up world, surviving was hard enough. If he didn't have to kill someone, Chi Xing preferred not to. Of course, what counted as have to was flexible. Really just depended on his mood. "I'm Chi Ronghua. I used to be part of Hurricane Base." Chi Xing didn't even blink as he said, "The night Hurricane Base fell, I escaped with my sister in the car. We've been wandering ever since." Chen Jinpeng froze when he heard the name, instinctively blurting, "You." Chi Xing was still resting a hand on his shoulder. He gave it a light squeeze, casting a deep, shadowy glance his way. Chen Jinpeng, being a businessman and no fool, instantly caught on and changed his words. "You found your missing sister?" "No," Chi Xing replied with a bitter smile of his own. "This little girl was someone I took in at Hurricane Base. She's not my real sister." He waved at Jiang Zhaoshu, who was still standing next to Cheng Yang. "Fugui, come here to your big brother. This is Uncle Chen, an old friend of mine." Jiang Zhaoshu had been waiting to hear Cheng Yang curse Chi Xing out, but she didn't expect someone from Chi Xing's past to suddenly show up in the crowd. More curious about the newcomer, she dashed over without hesitation. "Hey!" Cheng Yang's hand had been resting on Jiang Zhaoshu's shoulder. When it suddenly came up empty, he couldn't help shouting after her. Jiang Zhaoshu slipped behind Chi Xing with practiced ease, putting on a timid face as she greeted, "Hello, Uncle Chen." Chen Jinpeng forced a bittersweet smile and looked over at Chi Xing, murmuring, "This is good too. The little girl looks quite a bit like you." Both Bai Xiaoling and this older man said she looked like Chi Xing, but Jiang Zhaoshu just didn't see it. Where did they even resemble each other? If anything, maybe it was because they both looked kind of ghostly. One's a zombie, the other's a killer. They both give off serious creepy vibes. The fall of Hurricane Base was a major disaster known to all surviving bases. Hearing that Chi Xing had escaped from there, Song Yao and Cheng Yang both looked visibly affected. Song Yao offered a few simple words of comfort. "It's okay. The past is the past. As long as we learn from it and work together to rebuild, humanity still has hope." "Yeah." Chi Xing nodded at him. Song Yao asked, "What type of ability user are you? You could consider joining our Sunflare base." He didn't ask if Chi Xing had powers. It was obvious. In this world, people like Chi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu, clean clothes, military-grade vehicles, plenty of supplies. There was no way they were just ordinary survivors. Chi Xing knew he couldn't hide it either. He raised his hand, a soft green glow blooming in his palm. "I'm a healing-type wood ability user." Song Yao's eyes lit up at that. Others around them also looked on with envy at the life-giving green light in his hand. What rank? Song Yao asked. B rank. Not bad at all, Song Yao praised. Your ability's incredibly useful, great for teamwork. If you join our base, there'll be more room for advancement, and you can really put it to use. Qi Xing smiled politely on the outside. Inside though, he was thinking, what a f***ing joke. That base is just another capitalist hellhole. Sucking people dry like a sleazy company. If someone wants to slave away for them, be my guest. I'm done selling my life to anyone. Still, hearing they were from Sunflare Base, Qi Xing's eyes grew a bit more curious. That was actually the base he and Jiang Zhaoshu had been aiming to reach. Too bad they hadn't made it yet. Wanna come with us? Song Yao offered. Qi Xing looked down at Jiang Zhaoshu. She was still staring longingly at the two corpses on the ground. The blood was almost all drained out, and she hadn't even had a sip. Waste. Such a waste. Fugui. Qi Xing poked her cold, soft cheek. Want to go? She finally came back to herself and looked up into Qi Xing's fox-like eyes. Both their eyes were pitch black, with an eerie, bottomless chill if you looked too closely. Jiang Zhaoshu licked her lips and said, sure. With Qi Xing around, safety wasn't a concern. And fighting? That was his job, not hers. All she had to worry about was food. Chapter 69. We Are Together. Song Yao gave Qi Xing a quick rundown of the situation, saying they needed to rescue the families of the people here first before heading back to the base together. Qi Xing had worked at Moonchaser Base before, so he knew how the place operated. People first. No life left behind. Of course, that was the slogan. Whether those out on missions actually stuck to that principle, that was another story. People like Song Yao, who still followed the rules to the letter, were already rare. But not extinct. The higher-ups were full of leeches, but there were still a few who quietly got the job done, holding on to the hope that society might one day return to normal. Qi Xing wasn't one of those self-sacrificing saints. He just wanted to stay alive and ideally find Qi Tong, then beat the HLL out of her with a vine whip. Oh, and now he had a new goal, staying alive with this little zombie girl by his side. As long as Song Yao and Cheng Yang didn't get in his way, Qi Xing had no intention of doing anything to them. Our car's out too. Tire blue, Cheng Yang said, eyeing the big blue truck Qi Xing drove in. With a cheerful grin, he added, good thing the one you brought is roomy. Let's all ride together. Qi Xing. He brought that truck specifically to carry supplies from the military vehicle. A regular van wouldn't have been able to hold all of it. If everyone piled into it, Qi Xing's gaze swept over the group of skinny, pale-faced men with green glints in their hungry eyes. Would anything in his truck even survive? After a few seconds of silence, Qi Xing said, how about you guys go first? My sister and I need to pack up a few things. We'll catch up later. From inside his arms, Jiang Zhaoshu nodded vigorously. Once these people were gone, she could finally eat in peace. Unfortunately, once they'd agreed to join the team, it wasn't as easy to act freely like before. It's best we stick together, Song Yao said, noticing Qi Xing's hesitation. I get it, food is scarce, and it must have been hard for you two to gather all that. I promise, no one here will try to take what's yours. As he spoke, the spinning blade in his palm whirled into motion again, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd as he added in a firm tone, we're all in this together. Helping each other is the only way we make it through. Turning on one another, you'll end up like them. His eyes landed on the two cold, stiff corpses lying on the ground. The crowd instantly dropped their heads, not even daring to breathe loudly. Only Jiang Zhaoshu kept staring blankly at the corpse of the burly man, unable to resist swallowing hard with a loud gulp. The stench of blood from the bodies could attract zombies. To save time, Song Yao ordered the group to help Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu load their supplies onto the truck. Afterward, the two of them climbed into the back of the truck to guard their stuff. Qi Xing lifted Jiang Zhaoshu up. She gripped the edge of the truck bed, still reluctantly eyeing the two corpses on the ground. Of course, Qi Xing knew exactly what she was thinking. He climbed up behind her and hauled her into the truck, whispering in her ear, give it a sec. I'll find you something fresher to eat. Jiang Zhaoshu finally looked away, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to him. Qi Xing gave her a little smile. They took a corner of the truck and started whispering to each other. Not long after, Cheng Yang climbed in as well. Song Yao was driving, and Chen Jinpeng was giving directions. With the front seat taken, Cheng Yang had no choice but to join them in the back. The rest of the people in the truck were just ordinary survivors. After witnessing Song Yao's clean and ruthless kill, plus his fierce warning, they were now equal parts respectful and terrified. None of them dared to come near. Cheng Yang hopped into the back, glanced around, then ended up shuffling over to Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu. You couldn't really blame the others for being envious. Cheng Yang himself was shocked by the amount of supplies Qi Xing had managed to stash in the truck. Curious, he asked, "Dude, where'd you find all this stuff?" Qi Xing sat on the edge of the truck bed and let Jiang Zhaoshu sit on his lap. Half truth, half lie, he replied, "Went house to house searching. Took a lot of effort to build up." Jiang Zhaoshu nodded along. At the start, they really had gone house to house. Then they jumped off a cliff and lost everything. So after that, their gathering method turned into half looting, half snatching. "Aren't you a healing type ability user? I heard those powers aren't great for combat. Weren't you afraid of running into zombies while out with your sister?" This was Cheng Yang's first mission with Song Yao. His expression screamed innocent and clueless. Qi Xing looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly lowered his voice and said, "That's because I know a secret to avoid getting attacked by zombies." "Wanna know what it is?" Cheng Yang. Qi Xing beckoned him closer. Driven by curiosity, Cheng Yang leaned in, half skeptical. Jiang Zhaoshu, still sitting in Qi Xing's lap, could tell he was up to no good again. She leaned her little head in too. The two of them and one zombie crowded together. Qi Xing whispered with an utterly serious tone and a cool, calm voice, "Zombies don't eat virgins." Cheng Yang suddenly shot up from the truck bed, his tanned face and neck turning visibly red like he'd been smeared with something filthy. He started furiously swiping at the ear he'd leaned in with. Jiang Zhaoshu also covered her ears and shrieked. Not from the content, just second-hand embarrassment from Qi Xing's awful joke. Qi Xing's comedic timing was leagues worse than Bai Xiaoling's. "Cheng Yang, what the hell are you doing? Stop yelling like a banshee, you'll attract zombies." Song Yao's furious voice came from the front seat. Cheng Yang immediately went quiet, glaring at Qi Xing like he'd seen a ghost and scrambling to the farthest corner of the truck. Seeing his prank succeed, Qi Xing chuckled, holding Jiang Zhaoshu close and whispering, "See that? That's what a classic virgin looks like." Jiang Zhaoshu was speechless. She seriously suspected Qi Xing pulled that stunt just to get back at her for what she said yesterday. "So are you a virgin too?" Jiang Zhaoshu looked up at Qi Xing with her big black eyes and twisted the knife a little deeper. "I mean, you're not even that young anymore." The moment she said it, Qi Xing's smile froze. "Ah." His gaze wandered for a while, and then he finally furrowed his brow. His handsome, pale face flushed slightly, and he snapped in embarrassment, "We're on the same team, why are you siding with him?" Chapter 70. Hurry, Fugui calls me brother. According to this group, their current base was inside a hotel. The zombies inside had already been cleared out. It was their boss who had led them in the purge. That boss was named Lu Hongwei, a superpowered ability user with a heavily muscular build and overwhelming strength. He could lift over 100 kilos of supplies with ease and smash a zombie's head with a single punch. But right after they successfully took over the hotel, Lu Hongwei had his underlings turn on everyone and take control. Anyone attractive was locked up in rooms to be used for his and his lackeys' amusement. The rest were treated like laborers, sent out daily to scavenge for supplies. Because Lu Hongwei was just that strong, none of the regular people could fight him. Those who resisted were killed. The rest had no choice but to follow his orders if they wanted to survive. The guy had turned himself into a warlord emperor in the post-apocalyptic hotel. There was no need to save scum like him. Those who took advantage of chaos to bully and abuse others deserved no mercy. Physically enhanced type, said Song Yao after hearing the description. Shouldn't be hard to deal with. The truck pulled up to the front of the hotel. The men jumped off the truck one after another. Jiang Zhaoshu grabbed the edge rail with both hands and looked at Qi Xing. Normally, Qi Xing would jump down first and hold out his arms to catch her. But today, he seemed pissed off by what she'd said earlier. He jumped down on his own and just stood there, arms crossed, showing no intention of catching her. Jiang Zhaoshu found him unreasonable. She hadn't even spoken up for Cheng Yang. She was just curious if Qi Xing had ever dated someone before. Even though Qi Xing wasn't young anymore, he looked like such a perv that she doubted he was even into women. TCH. Petty, narrow-minded jerk. Fine, don't catch her then. It's not like she was afraid to jump by herself. Just as Jiang Zhaoshu was about to leap down, Cheng Yang couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Qi Xing. Why aren't you helping your little sister down? She's so short, what if she gets hurt from the fall? Exactly. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Kind-hearted Cheng Yang held out his hands. Fugui, don't worry. Come on, I'll catch you. Jiang Zhaoshu. Seriously, why did everyone call her Fugui so smoothly? When she actually turned slightly toward Cheng Yang, Qi Xing's face darkened. Is she your sister or something? Why would you catch her? Fugui, come here. Qi Xing finally opened his arms to her. What a nutcase. First he wouldn't catch her, now he would. Jiang Zhaoshu knew how petty Qi Xing could be, so she didn't argue. She jumped down into his arms anyway. Qi Xing caught her steadily, his expression easing slightly. He even shot Cheng Yang a smug look and said to Jiang Zhaoshu. Fugui, let me tell you a truth. Men are all bad news. The only man you can ever trust in your life is your big brother. Got it? Cheng Yang, who heard every word from the side. What the HLL is wrong with this guy? Now he was sure Qi Xing was not a good person. He left his own sister in danger, was careless and sleazy when talking, and now had the nerve to spout crap like that with a straight face. Cheng Yang gave him a look of disgust and walked away to find Song Yao. As soon as Cheng Yang left, Jiang Zhaoshu, who had been holding it in, whispered to Qi Xing. What the hell was that? Wasn't he supposed to be playing the good guy? If not, she'd just go back and snack on those two corpses from the clothing store. Can't stand him, Qi Xing said. How he and Jiang Zhaoshu got along was none of that kid's business. Don't say stuff like that again. It's super cringe and greasy. Jiang Zhaoshu nearly got goosebumps from his earlier speech. I'll say it if I want. Qi Xing was naturally rebellious and annoying. He even leaned closer to her ear on purpose and whispered. Come on, Fugui, call me big brother, like hell I will. Jiang Zhaoshu shoved his face away with all her strength. After that little scuffle, Qi Xing's bad mood was gone. Before heading into the hotel with Song Yao, he held Jiang Zhaoshu in his arms the whole way. When we get insty, stay right behind me. Once I'm in a room on the same floor, I'll send someone into you, Qi Xing told her. You eat quietly, don't let them see. Then he added after a pause. Even if they do, we'll just eat together. Okay. Thinking about the upcoming feast, Jiang Zhaoshu's black eyes sparkled with excitement. The hotel had 7 floors, and Lu Hongwei lived on the 7th. Song Yao didn't just charge in like a one-man army despite his powers. I'll take care of Lu Hongwei. As for your families, you'll have to save them yourselves. In the apocalypse, normal people had to develop a certain level of self-reliance to survive. Otherwise, even if they made it to a survivor base, their chances of making it weren't high. Still, his words were a huge morale boost. Most of the people here feared Lu Hongwei. His lackeys might be strong and well built, but they wouldn't stand a chance if several people attacked at once. Jiang Zhaoshu closely followed behind Qi Xing. When they reached the 7th floor, Qi Xing looked around, opened the door to one of the guest rooms, and shoved her inside. Stay here. Lock the door. Don't come out. Jiang Zhaoshu was about to ask how he'd send someone to her if she locked the door, but before she could, Qi Xing slammed it shut with a bang. Jiang Zhaoshu. Whatever. Qi Xing wasn't an idiot. He'd figure something out. Everyone else had gone off to save people or kill, leaving her the lone little zombie with nothing to do. Jiang Zhaoshu started wandering the guest room. This hotel wasn't as fancy as the 5-star one she'd stayed in with Qi Xing before, but it was still pretty decent. In the nightstand drawer, there was a box. With nothing better to do, Jiang Zhaoshu walked over, pulled the box out, and began poking through its contents. Inside were common hotel items: hair ties, toiletries, disposable razors, and so on. After rummaging for a bit, Jiang Zhaoshu finally pulled out 2 small square plastic packets. She'd never used these before and was super curious. She was about to tear one open to study it when she suddenly heard a weird rustling sound from the floor. At the same time, a human scent was approaching her room. What the heck? Jiang Zhaoshu looked toward the noise and instinctively stuffed the 2 little packets into her pocket. The flat tiled floor suddenly bulged upward. That familiar bump wiggled quickly toward her, then burst through the ground. A vibrant green vine shot out from the cracked tiles. But unlike before, this one had a massive, human-shaped flower bud in the middle. The bud was a blood-red bloom of eerie beauty. It opened suddenly like a pea shooter, and from within, a terrified-looking man was launched out, landing on the ground with a thud. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes lit up. A person. Her favorite muscular man meet. Chapter 71. Takeaway delivery. Usually, those pathetic pushovers who let themselves get bossed around without a peep suddenly snapped for some reason. Armed with weapons, they stormed into the hotel, yelling that Lu Hongwei should return their family members. As Lu Hongwei's right-hand man, Qiao Wu had been resting in a room on the same floor. The moment he heard the commotion outside, he didn't even bother to put on clothes. He grabbed the watermelon knife from his bedside table and jumped off the bed. Before he could even make it out of the bedroom, he ran into a lone man standing at the door. And that man was stupidly good-looking. Qiao Wu was dazed for a moment, thinking he was one of those sissy cross-dressing playthings Lu Hongwei had kidnapped and brought back, and maybe he'd just walked into the wrong room. The man spotted him and gave him a once-over with those charming, seductive fox-like eyes. He even complimented him, "Nice body, pretty solid." Qiao Wu almost blushed under that undisguised, predatory stare. He was still wondering why this tall woman's voice was kinda deep when a massive shadow suddenly loomed over his head. Ah! He didn't even have time to cry out for help before a giant flower bud who knows where it came from swallowed him whole. The next time he saw light again, he was already in Jiang Zhaoshu's room. What the F*** was that thing just now? Qiao Wu's face twisted in horror. His heart was pounding in his chest, adrenaline still spiking. And before he could even process it all, a pale, frail little girl lunged at him. Muscle hunk. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes lit up the moment she saw the tall, burly Qiao Wu. She was thrilled. Qi Xing really knew her taste. He even undressed him in advance. Jiang Zhaoshu crouched beside him, grinning brightly as she greeted, "Hi there. What the actual HLL is going on? Was this a nightmare?" Qiao Wu broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, the watermelon knife had been transported with him in that bizarre flower bud package deal. Without a second thought, Qiao Wu raised the knife and swung it straight at Jiang Zhaoshu. Her slender hand easily caught his thick, muscled arm mid-swing. Mimicking Qi Xing's usual tone, she gave the terrified man a sweet smile. "This'll just take a few seconds. It won't hurt much." A pale, icy hand crackled with electric sparks. Qiao Wu didn't even get a scream out before his eyes bulged and foam gushed from his mouth. He collapsed right there. His heart, which had been racing moments ago, was stopped in an instant by the high-voltage current from her lightning power. He came at her with a knife when she greeted him so cheerfully. So that made him a bad guy, too. With that reasoning to justify the kill, Jiang Zhaoshu happily began digging into her feast. Meanwhile, after quietly delivering Jiang Zhaoshu's takeout with his vines, Qi Xing caught up with Song Yao and the others. Most people had gone off to rescue their loved ones or settle old scores. Only a few had come up to this floor. Song Yao and a guide walked at the front, Cheng Yang guarded the middle with a gun, and Qi Xing brought up the rear, silently observing the group. Something felt off. Cheng Yang, still green and inexperienced, clung to Song Yao like a baby chick sticking to its mother. He kept counting heads and, upon noticing Qi Xing lagging behind, called out in concern, "Hey, stay close. It's dangerous to fall behind." Qi Xing. This guy was totally a single-celled organism. Qi Xing quickened his pace, pretending to be curious as he asked Cheng Yang, "Is that gun issued by the Yangyao base? It looks a bit different from the ones at Hurricane Base." "Huh?" Cheng Yang looked a bit nervous. "It does." Qi Xing pulled out a gun he had looted from the bandits earlier and showed it to Cheng Yang. "This is the model we were issued." "Maybe the models just vary from base to base." Cheng Yang's gaze darted away, and he answered a little too quickly. Qi Xing eyed the unusual shape of Cheng Yang's gun with interest. "Can I take a closer?" Before he could finish, Song Yao suddenly shouted from the front, "Everyone, back up." Qi Xing and Cheng Yang immediately looked ahead. "DMN it. What the hell are you yelling about this early in the morning?" A burly man stepped out of one of the rooms. Kiao Wu had already been pretty built, but compared to this guy, he looked downright skinny. This Hulk was nearly 2 meters tall and solid like a wall. Despite the cold weather, he was wearing nothing but a pair of big shorts. His exaggeratedly bulky muscles were fully exposed, his back broad like a tiger and waist thick like a bear. He was so jacked that Qi Xing couldn't help but think of the time Jiang Zhaoshu tore into that mutated black bear in the forest. Back then, the little zombie was happily munching away, her face flushed, mouth dripping with blood, her eyes practically glowing with joy. If she saw this guy now, she'd definitely be drooling all over the place, chanting, "I want it. Let me eat." Thinking of that little face lighting up at the sight of big juicy muscles, Qi Xing couldn't help the slight smirk that tugged at his lips, though he quickly suppressed it. Sigh, he was kinda regretting agreeing to Jin Song Yao's group now. Otherwise, he could have taken this guy down himself and let Jiang Zhaoshu feast to her heart's content. And with his physical enhancement ability, she'd get a great nutritional boost out of him. "That's him. That's Lu Hongwei," the man with Song Yao cried out, voice shaking. Just seeing Lu Hongwei made his legs go weak with fear, and he stumbled behind Cheng Yang. Qi Xing was still thinking about how to sneak some meat for Jiang Zhaoshu when Song Yao had already engaged Lu Hongwei in combat. Physical enhancement did exactly what it said, enhancing all aspects of the user's body to superhuman levels after mutation. It looked amazing when facing ordinary people, but among ability users with more specialized powers, it wasn't actually that impressive. Unless the user's level was very high. Qi Xing's old teammate, Shen Qiang, had a physical enhancement ability too, and Qi Xing could snap his bones barehanded. Shen Qiang was a C rank. Lu Hongwei here was definitely stronger than him. Song Yao sent a flying metal blade toward him, but it couldn't even pierce the guy's chest. Seeing that ranged attacks weren't working and wanting to prevent Lu Hongwei from harming civilians, Song Yao immediately changed tactics and rushed in for close combat. His metal ability allowed him to harden parts of his body to metal-level toughness somewhat similar to physical enhancement and suited for close-range fighting. Golden light gathered around his right arm, and Song Yao threw a heavy punch at Lu Hongwei. F*K. What kind of stinky rat did you bring back? Lu Hongwei glanced at the trembling man hiding behind Cheng Yang. He moved like lightning, snatching Song Yao's arm, then reached out with his other hand, aiming to grab his opposite shoulder and tear him apart. But Song Yao was clearly experienced. Agile and battle-hardened, he reacted instantly, twisting his waist and flipping like a fish, locking his legs around Lu Hongwei's neck. His legs hardened into metal in a flash, clamping down like a steel trap, and Lu Hongwei's face instantly turned red. There was no doubt Song Yao was at least a rank. Qi Xing quickly assessed the situation. That little zombie of his really was clever, didn't just go around attacking people recklessly, knew how to play weak and stay hidden. While Song Yao and Lu Hongwei were tangled up, the man hiding behind Cheng Yang noticed that despite having a gun in hand, Cheng Yang was nervously watching the fight and not paying him any attention. A flash of malice flickered in the eyes of the man who'd been trembling just moments ago. He pulled a knife from his pocket and stabbed it straight at Cheng Yang's chest. Chapter 72. A kiss. They probably figured Qi Xing was a healing type ability user with low combat power, so when the man made his move, he didn't pay much attention to Qi Xing, who was standing nearby. Qi Xing noticed what he was doing but didn't stop him right away. He just watched as the man thrust a knife toward Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang was a terrible liar. From the way he reacted earlier, Qi Xing already suspected something was off about Cheng Yang's gun. Was he an ability user too? Qi Xing was curious to see if Cheng Yang would actually fire in a crisis like this. Turns out the guy really was a fool. The knife was almost at his back, and Cheng Yang still looked completely unaware of the danger, all worried and focused on Song Yao fighting up front. Qi Xing was speechless. Now that everyone knew he was a healing type, if Cheng Yang got hurt, it'd be on him to waste his stamina patching him up. What a pain. Qi Xing swiftly raised his leg and kicked the man 3 meters away. Then he quickly pulled out his gun and fired 2 shots bang, bang right into the man's knife-wielding hand. Ah-h-h-h-h-h. The man's hand was blown into a bloody mess, and he let out a pig-like scream of agony. Still zoned out and watching the fight ahead, Cheng Yang flinched at the sound. Finally snapping out of it, he quickly raised his own gun. Seeing the man writhing on the ground in pain and the fallen dagger beside him, Cheng Yang cried out, "What happened?" "Traitor. Tried to stab you just now," Qi Xing said calmly, gun in hand. "Wah?" Cheng Yang's face was a picture of pure confusion. He looked way more convincing than Qi Xing ever did when faking it. "I killed him." The man's screams were unbearably loud. Qi Xing found it annoying, so he casually fired one more shot. The wailing stopped immediately. Over on the other side, Song Yao had nearly strangled Lu Hongwei unconscious when his legs suddenly transformed, erupting with several metallic spikes. The golden spikes gleamed brightly, sharper than any blade. They pierced deep into Lu Hongwei's neck, then retracted swiftly, only to stab in again with even more force. Dozens of bloody holes appeared across Lu Hongwei's flushed face and thick neck in an instant. Gushing streams of blood sprayed out of every hole like a fountain. No matter how strong his body was, he couldn't hold out anymore. He collapsed like a sack of meat. Just before he hit the ground, Song Yao leapt nimbly away and returned to his normal human form. Like Qi Xing, Song Yao believed in finishing the job. He turned back, picked up a dagger, and stabbed Lu Hongwei a few more times in the chest. Then he dug out the crystal core inside to confirm the man was truly dead before walking over to their side. "Cheng Yang," Song Yao barked sternly. "How many times have I told you need to stay alert when we're out in the field? If Comrade Qi Ronghua hadn't stepped in just now, you'd be dead." Cheng Yang knew he was in the wrong. He drooped his head and mumbled, "I'm sorry, teacher. Our class team has been disbanded. Don't call me that anymore." After scolding Cheng Yang, Song Yao turned to Qi Xing with a formal nod. "Thank you, Comrade Qi Ronghua." Qi Xing, not used to being addressed that way, "You're welcome." The rest of the group had gone pale watching what happened. They whispered among themselves, full of disbelief. Xiao Zhu always seemed like such a quiet kid. He was a traitor. No wonder Lu Hongwei always knew what we were up to. So disgusting. Remember when Guo Zun tried to rebel and got killed that same night? Must have been him that ratted him out. Serves him right. Good riddance. Enough, Song Yao said to the group. Lu Hongwei is dead. If you have family, go get them. If not, start gathering supplies. Once everything's ready, we move out. Got it. Thank you. You guys are lifesavers. The group scattered to handle their tasks after thanking them. We're running low on food too. Gotta scavenge, Song Yao said to Cheng Yang. Let's split up quicker that way. You better stay sharp this time, Song Yao added, shaking his head in exasperation. Yeah, I got it. Cheng Yang nodded frantically. After Song Yao left, Cheng Yang turned to Qi Xing, still lingering nearby. Where's your little sister? It's too dangerous here. I told her to hide in one of the rooms. Cheng Yang looked shocked. She must be terrified. And you're still standing here. Shouldn't you go check on her? Ah, Qi Xing's eyes kept drifting toward Lu Hongwei's corpse. He muttered, "She said earlier she had to take a dump. Probably still not done yet. Not a great time, I'll wait a bit." Cheng Yang. It's been forever. Is she constipated or what? Cheng Yang eventually wandered off to search for supplies. Once the coast was clear, Qi Xing scanned the area. No one was paying attention. He quickly approached Lu Hongwei's body, dug out the spot where the crystal core had been, then picked out a few spots that looked especially tender and chewy. He stuffed them into a bag he pulled from his pocket. Then, clutching the bag, he quietly crept to the room where Jiang Zhaoshu was hiding. "Fugui, I'm back. Open up," Qi Xing said, knocking on the door. In less than a minute, Jiang Zhaoshu came running over and opened the door. Her pale, skinny little face was smudged with blood, and her dark eyes sparkled. She looked very satisfied with the takeout, clearly had a good meal. Qi Xing slipped inside and handed her the bag. "Look what I brought you." As soon as he got close, Jiang Zhaoshu caught the bloody scent on him. Ability users had slightly different body compositions from normal humans. While not as potent as consuming a crystal core, their flesh still contained some energy very beneficial to zombies. "Wow! An ability user." Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes lit up as she caught the scent. Qi Xing was incredible. She'd been weak for days due to blood loss, and her body hadn't recovered. Qi Xing had actually brought her such high-quality meat she was so thrilled she bounced in place twice before leaping up to hug him and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Qi Xing, you're even more like a mom to me than my real mom." The little zombie's cool, soft lips touched his cheek, making Qi Xing's pupils shrink. He froze for a second. But then Jiang Zhaoshu hopped off and scampered off to eat. Qi Xing reached up and touched his face. He could still feel a bit of drying blood. Unbelievable. Watching her happily dig in, he couldn't help the small smile tugging at his lips. Then he went to drag the mangled corpse into the bathroom to deal with it. Later, when they regrouped downstairs, Jiang Zhaoshu clung happily to his arm the entire time. The survivors' families from the hotel had been rescued, but every one of them looked emaciated and drained. Chen Jinpeng also emerged, supporting his daughter as they came down from the hotel. It was freezing outside. He only wore a thin long-sleeve shirt, and his daughter was dressed even more poorly, barely anything under his coat, which she was now wearing, still shivering hard. But being alive, being rescued, that was enough. Chen Jinpeng had spent the whole time looking for Chen Yuju, so he hadn't gathered any supplies. He couldn't bear seeing his daughter shiver like that. Looking around, he eventually turned to Qi Xing. Supporting the still crying Chen Yuju, he approached Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu carefully and asked, "Manager Qi, I didn't have time to collect supplies. It's freezing out, and Yuju's a girl. She's been frail since she was little. She can't take this cold. Could you spare us a coat?" Chapter 73, Qi Xing's Explosion of the Father's Heart. Back then, Chen Jinpeng had gone out of his way to help him look for his sister. Qi Xing never forgot that favor. So he said, "Of course." The request wasn't unreasonable. In the apocalypse, food and weapons were the scarcest resources. Clothes? Basically free, worthless, really. Thinking about how Chen Yuju was a girl, Qi Xing replied, then glanced at Jiang Zhaoshu. She was hiding behind him, her big round black eyes watching Chen Yuju. Chen Yuju was about the same age as Duan Yuanyuan, tall and slender, and just as pretty. But where Duan Yuanyuan leaned more sultry and seductive, Chen Yuju's features were delicate and elegant, giving off a gentle, refined air. Noticing Qi Xing's gaze, Jiang Zhaoshu looked up and caught on. "She probably can't wear my clothes." No helping it, she was too short and almost always wore kids' clothes. Qi Xing looked at Jiang Zhaoshu's small, frail frame, then at the tall Chen Yuju. "Yeah, doesn't look like it." Sigh. "When will our little Fugui finally grow taller?" Qi Xing rummaged through the supply crate and pulled out 2 thick, warm men's jackets. After thinking for a moment, he wrapped up 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water as well. He handed the supplies to Chen Jinpeng. Feeling the weight in his hands, Chen Jinpeng froze for a moment. Then his eyes welled up with tears. At his age, his voice still choked up. Manager Chi. It's tough for all of us, Chi Xing said. Just do your best to keep going. Chen Jinpeng's nose tingled. He shut his eyes and gave a heavy nod. Seeing that Chen Jinpeng had successfully asked Chi Xing for clothes, the others in the crowd started to stir. After all, Chi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu looked gentle and easygoing, not like Song Yao, who was all cold authority and no nonsense. Just then, Song Yao and Cheng Yang came out of the hotel building. Song Yao clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, get in the truck. It'll take us 2 days to reach Yangyao base. If you don't have supplies, don't worry, we'll stop at any supermarkets we pass along the way so you can stock up. At least for these 2 days, you won't starve." The crowd finally settled down after hearing that. Because the team had grown, the truck bed was suddenly packed and chaotic. Song Yao glanced around, randomly picked a big guy for the front passenger seat, and sent Cheng Yang to the back to maintain order. Once things were in place, Cheng Yang, now with nothing to do, came over to where Jiang Zhaoshu and Chi Xing were sitting. After all, they were the only 2 people in the truck who were still clean, no weird smells. "Hey man, thanks just now," Cheng Yang said to Chi Xing. After the incident on the 7th floor, he saw Chi Xing a bit differently. Chi Xing was holding Jiang Zhaoshu tightly. He hadn't planned to respond, but then his narrow fox-like eyes caught sight of the gun holstered at Cheng Yang's waist. "Your gun?" Chi Xing was just about to dig for more info, but before he could finish, the girl in his arms Jiang Zhaoshu spoke up in her clear voice. "Thanks for what? What happened just now?" She had been in the room the whole time and had no idea what went down outside. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Cheng Yang said thanks. Did Chi Xing actually do something good? Cheng Yang didn't hide it. "Someone tried to ambush me. Your brother saved my life." Jiang Zhaoshu. "Wow." Chi Xing saved Cheng Yang, fed her, and just gave food and clothes to that father-daughter pair. Was this even the real Chi Xing? Did a saint take over his body? "Tell me everything." Jiang Zhaoshu was seriously intrigued by this strange new Chi Xing and eagerly pressed Cheng Yang. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Cheng Yang was bored anyway, so he dove right into the story. "So, Song Yao went to fight Lu Hongwei just now." Chi Xing, halfway through a sentence he never finished. "Forget it. Doesn't seem like we'll clash with Cheng Yang's group anytime soon. I can dig into it later." Having a driver was a blessing, no more worrying about directions or road conditions. The truck rocked and rumbled, like a giant cradle, quickly lulling the tired passengers to sleep. Cheng Yang was soon out cold, slumped every which way. Chi Xing had barely slept the night before. Between finding food for Jiang Zhaoshu and hiding from acid rain, he was exhausted. Now, he rested his cheek against her thin little shoulder, arms wrapped around her as he closed his eyes. Jiang Zhaoshu, being a zombie, didn't need sleep. Her bright black eyes darted around the truck, keeping watch over their supplies. She noticed that Chen Yuju was still awake. Wrapped in Chi Xing's coat, Chen Yuju was huddled next to Chen Jinpeng in a corner, face buried in her knees, shoulders trembling as she sobbed quietly. Night was falling. Soon it would be zombie active hours, not safe for travel. Song Yao pulled the truck over in front of a warehouse, ordered everyone inside, locked the doors, and arranged a rotating night watch. With such a big group, the scent of human flesh spread fast, and sure enough, it drew a crowd of zombies. They clawed at the doors, their sharp fingernails screeching against the metal, making that unbearable nails on chalkboard sound. Their throats let out monstrous growls that made people inside cry in terror. Chen Yuju was crying too. Held tightly in her father's arms, Jiang Zhaoshu overheard her sobbing, "What's the point of living like this? Might as well feed myself to the zombies, Daddy. I really don't want to live anymore. You don't know what they did to me." Chen Jinpeng was crying too. His tears streamed down as he wiped her face. "Nanan, just hold on a little longer, okay? The people who hurt you are dead now. We're almost at the safe zone. No one will hurt you there. Your mom's gone, and if you die too, how am I supposed to go on?" Jiang Zhaoshu turned to look at Chi Xing. He was also watching Chen Jinpeng and Chen Yuju, his dark eyes shadowed and unreadable, who knew what he was thinking. They still have someone to rely on. The heavy atmosphere weighed on her too. Jiang Zhaoshu lowered her head, a little glum. Qi Xing noticed her mood and pulled her into his arms. Fugi's not happy? He asked gently. Her cheek pressed against his chest. A little, I guess. Qi Xing wrapped his long arms around her tighter, turning away from the crowd. They were so close it formed a tiny private space. Jiang Zhaoshu saw a faint green light glowing in Qi Xing's pale palm. From that light, a slender green vine slithered out like a snake, its head twirling with its tail until it turned into a bright green bracelet. Qi Xing slipped it onto her delicate wrist and said, "Here, for you, Fugui. Don't be sad." Chapter 74, Space Power. Jiang Zhaoshu looked down at the vibrant green vine bracelet on her wrist. Qi Xing must have infused it with his ability. Light shimmered inside the vine, crystal clear and even more translucent than jade. She used to think jewelry was just for show, useless except for being sold for cash, and a burden to wear. But sometimes, she had to admit, pretty things did lift your mood. Like the crystal butterfly hair clip Duan Yuanyuan once gave her. And now, the green bracelet Qi Xing had put on her wrist. She also thought of the strange, vivid paintings that Bai Xiaoling had hung on the living room wall and set on the easels. Spending over 100 days alone in that apartment, completely cut off from the outside world. Someone like Bai Xiaoling, so talkative she could chat with both zombies and killers, had probably relied on those paintings to get through the days drowned in fear and loneliness. Even though Jiang Zhaoshu never had a family, at least she'd been adopted by an orphanage. She didn't freeze to death on the street. The orphanage fed her, sent her to school. She might have been weak, but at least she wasn't missing limbs. Her mind was sharp. Her grades were excellent. She even got into a top university. Even when that SCMBAG man tried to beat her to death, she didn't die. She ended up in this world instead, got a second shot at life. She met Qi Xing, grew stronger, and got to eat meat every day. If that bastard ever dared raise a fist at her again, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. She'd electrocute him, tear him to shreds with her teeth. Thinking about it that way, she'd actually been pretty lucky all along. What was there to be sad about? She looked at the bracelet on her wrist and quickly brightened again. She lifted her head and smiled at Qi Xing. It's pretty. Qi Xing smiled back, hugged her tight in both arms, and lowered his handsome face to press his warm cheek against her cool little face. Song Yao had driven during the day, and Cheng Yang was on night watch. The warehouse doors were pretty sturdy. Even though quite a few zombies had gathered outside, they hadn't managed to break in overnight. As dawn approached and the sky began to lighten, the zombies' roars quieted a bit, and their movements slowed. The scratching at the doors became less intense. Jiang Zhaoshu, unable to sleep and bored out of her mind, saw Cheng Yang walking to the corner to wake up Song Yao. The two of them whispered a few words, then headed toward the door. Were they about to go kill zombies? Afraid something might happen, Jiang Zhaoshu quickly nudged the still sleeping Qi Xing beside her. Qi Xing blinked awake groggily and looked at her, still dazed. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't speak, just pointed toward the two men heading for the warehouse door. Now fully alert, Qi Xing got up silently and followed them. Jiang Zhaoshu trailed after him, curious. Both of them walked nearly soundlessly. Cheng Yang looked nervous, gripping his uniquely shaped gun tightly. He still called Song Yao by his old title out of habit. "Sir, can I really do this? I've never fired this gun before." Song Yao scolded him. "If you want to go on missions, you can't keep acting like this." Seeing how jittery he was, Song Yao sighed. "Maybe you should just stay in the logistics department back at base. It's safer and more peaceful, might suit you better." No way," Cheng Yang quickly said. "I can do this." He took a deep breath, forcing his trembling hands to steady. He repeated to himself like a mantra, "I worked so hard to get my dad to approve the transfer. I can do it. I can do it." Song Yao gave him a resigned look, then turned and pushed the heavy iron door open just a crack. His arms had already turned metallic again. He took out a few of the zombies trying to squeeze through, then released the surveillance eye from his shoulder. A black crow flapped into the air with a loud cawing sound, drawing the attention of the zombies outside and luring them into a cluster. Seeing the opportunity, Song Yao said, "Now, go." Cheng Yang was still trembling but followed orders, slipping to the door crack and raising his gun at the clustered zombies outside. Bang! The gun he'd always carried but never used finally fired. What shot out wasn't a bullet but a beam of white light. The light struck the group of zombies. In an instant, it was like an invisible giant hand gripped them. Dozens of zombies froze in place, then their bodies began to twist and distort grotesquely. Ghkkk, crack their throats let out horrific growls as bones shattered, blood and flesh splattering. Their humanoid forms were compressed into perfect little cubes. Watching the horrific scene, Cheng Yang's face turned ghostly pale. He suddenly bent over and vomited. Yue, everything he'd eaten yesterday came right back up. Song Yao, looking at the grotesque aftermath outside, actually broke into a rare smile on his usually stern face. "You did it, Cheng Yang. You're able to control that gun now." Spatial distortion. Hiding behind a shipping container, Qi Xing held Jiang Zhaoshu and spoke. From their angle, they could see part of the scene beyond Cheng Yang. "That gun of his must be modified. It's powered by a spatial-type crystal core. Judging by its range, that core is at least A rank." "Can we take it?" Jiang Zhaoshu asked, eyeing the gun with interest. "It looks awesome." Besides, hadn't Qi Xing always wanted a spatial-type ability? "Better not," Qi Xing patiently explained. "Weapons like that are usually linked to the user's ID. Ordinary people can't even get near them. If we took it..." He suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "We'd probably have every base in the country after us living on the run for real." His fox-like eyes curved with amusement. "Actually, kinda exciting." Ugh, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly remembered how they'd once jumped off a cliff together, being chased by those sisters surnamed Xiao. She quickly shook her head. Never mind. Cheng Yang's one shot had taken out about 80% of the zombies outside the door. The rest were quickly dispatched by Song Yao. After that, they woke the others and got back on the road. By evening, they finally arrived at Sunflare Base. But Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing immediately ran into a serious problem. Ever since the Hurricane Base disaster, all bases had tightened entry security to prevent infected or mutants from sneaking in. Everyone had to undergo a health check to enter. But Jiang Zhaoshu's heart hadn't beaten for a long time. How the hell was she supposed to pass that? Chapter 75. Being tricked one by one, the people in the truck jumped down and lined up for medical checks. Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu were still standing there, hesitating. "Why aren't you two lining up?" Cheng Yang came over to ask. "Don't worry about your supplies once the check is done. We'll have someone deliver them to your place at the survivor base." Ever since using that gun earlier in the morning, Cheng Yang had looked off color. He'd been half asleep in the truck the whole time, not nearly as chatty as yesterday. It seemed that this kind of ability weapon was bound to its user and using it drained their mental strength. Qi Xing noticed Cheng Yang seemed to have taken a liking to Jiang Zhaoshu. An idea popped into his head. He said to him, "Actually, my sister, her health's a bit." Cheng Yang must have come from a well-off background if he had access to a crystal core weapon. Qi Xing had just started saying she had some kind of health condition and was about to ask if Cheng Yang could sneak her a pass when Jiang Zhaoshu grabbed his hand and pinched his palm hard. "Bro, cough cough cough." "Qi Xing, what's wrong with your sister?" Cheng Yang looked at her in confusion. "Got a cold? I've got cold meds." Qi Xing gripped Jiang Zhaoshu's hand tighter. "She's still got diarrhea. I'll take her to the bathroom first." "She had it yesterday too." Cheng Yang gave Jiang Zhaoshu a sympathetic look. "How long has this been going on? She might be dehydrated by now. Want me to get her some anti-diarrhea meds?" "Jiang Zhaoshu, what the hell? Who's got diarrhea?" "We'll be right back." Qi Xing scooped Jiang Zhaoshu up and jumped off the truck. He walked quickly to a quiet corner away from the others, then looked down at their clasped hands. He pressed his finger to a faint bluish vein on Jiang Zhaoshu's wrist and asked, "What's going on?" He had just felt a pulse. This, Jiang Zhaoshu replied casually. Qi Xing's fingers felt it again. His narrow fox-like eyes widened a little in surprise. Seeing that even Qi Xing could be caught off guard, Jiang Zhaoshu beamed with pride. I zapped myself, she announced. She'd just discovered that if she used her lightning-type power on herself, she could simulate a heartbeat. Zombies didn't feel pain anyway, so she could fry herself a little and be totally fine. Fugui, you're amazing. Qi Xing was genuinely impressed. He felt like Jiang Zhaoshu was getting more and more clever lately. Maybe eating those crystal cores really did improve more than just powers, it made her brain sharper too. Back when Qi Xing joined Moonchaser Base, the medical check wasn't too strict. They'd just do a quick injury scan and collect basic personal info. He had no idea how much that process had changed. Because the medical check required stripping down, men and women queued separately. Just before they split up, Qi Xing leaned in and quietly reminded her, if you can bluff your way through, do it. If they notice anything weird, run straight to me. Don't try to fight. Run fast, I'll be right here. Got it. Got it. Got it. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded. Qi Xing gave her a pat on the head and told her to follow Chen Yuju, who was waiting nearby. Go in with her, so you've got company. Even though he knew Jiang Zhaoshu was technically an adult, Qi Xing still felt like she was just a kid. He didn't want her going in alone, she needed someone older to watch over her. See you soon. Jiang Zhaoshu waved like a kid with an overprotective mom, then jogged over to Chen Yuju. Chen Yuju was even taller than Duan Yuanyuan. Jiang Zhaoshu figured she had to be around 1.7 meters tall. Jiang had to crane her neck to look up at her. Chen Yuju looked down at her too. Her face was pale and haggard, her eyes swollen like two little peaches, and every so often she gave a quiet sniffle. It was clear she still hadn't recovered from the hotel incident. Jiang Zhaoshu thought of what she'd cried about the night before. Bai Xiaoling had said similar things before. There's no point in living like this. Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated, then fished a piece of chocolate from her pocket and pressed it into Chen Yuju's hand. Here. Chen Yuju froze for a second, feeling the candy in her palm. Then her lips pressed tight as fresh tears streamed silently down her face like a broken faucet. Jiang Zhaoshu followed her into the medical room. First step, fill out a personal info form. After she submitted it, the doctor gave it a glance, then immediately looked up at her with a strange expression. You're Qi Fugui. Ah, Jiang Zhaoshu opened her mouth dumbly, afraid she'd already been found out before the check even started. She glanced at the door, considering whether to bolt. But then the doctor adjusted his glasses and said, Captain Song left specific instructions. You're the younger sister of a soon-to-join ability user. He said you're a bit shy and timid, so we'll have you do your exam in private. Jiang Zhaoshu, didn't Qi Xing say the ability user squads were full of crazy people and he'd never work for them again? Why was he joining now? Totally confused, Jiang Zhaoshu followed the doctor into a side room. She still had to strip down for a basic exam. Luckily, after gnawing on that muscle guy yesterday and eating some heart meat from a strength enhancer, her skin looked perfectly fine, just a little pale. She passed easily. What worried her was that the doctor drew a vial of her blood at the end. Her own blood had already long since coagulated. The blood they pulled looked normal, but that was from the muscle guy yesterday. She wasn't sure if they'd notice anything weird. When she left the exam room and saw Qi Xing coming out of the men's area, she rushed to tell him. They took my blood. Qi Xing frowned. Because of the large number of survivors, most bases didn't have enough test kits. Only ability users were required to give blood. Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't supposed to go through that. Something was off. Sure enough, before they even got a chance to collect their keys for the safe zone housing, Song Yao popped up from who knows where and said, You two don't need to go to the general area. I've already arranged housing for you in the ability user zone. Captain Song, there must be some mistake. Qi Xing put on a fake smile as he picked up Jiang Zhaoshu. I just want to stay with my sister. I never said I'd join your ability squad. Song Yao's sharp eyes locked onto him. He didn't reply, just pulled a vial of blood from his pocket and waved it in front of Qi Xing. Qi Xing's narrow fox eyes narrowed further. A dangerous gleam flashed in his pitch-black pupils. What's that supposed to mean, Captain Song? Based on his estimation, Song Yao was likely an A-rank ability user. If he really wanted to, killing Song Yao would just take some effort. But Song Yao, a seasoned combat ability user, clearly sensed what he was thinking. He said coolly, "This is Yang Yao base. You think if you kill me, you'll be able to walk out of here safely with your sister?" Qi Xing, a rank wood-type ability user from Moonchaser base. Multiple violations of base regulations. Extremely dangerous. Wanted at A level by Moonchaser base. If captured with hostility, kill on sight. Song Yao said flatly, "Comrade Qi Xing, your wood-type ability is both offensive and healing, a rare combination. I don't intend to turn you in. I want to work with you." See? All those ability user squads were full of lunatics, no exceptions. Qi Xing stared at Song Yao's cold, serious face and couldn't help grinding his teeth. Just yesterday, this guy was still pretending, calling him Comrade Qi Ronghua like it was some formal meeting. Dude was a better actor than he was. His grandpa's watermelon. Always scheming, this time he finally got schemed. Chapter 76. I don't want to go to work. Back at the hotel, Qi Xing had been unable to resist Lu Hongwei's meat, which was what tipped Song Yao off. He'd passed by later while scavenging and saw the body had been tampered with. Normally, people would just take the crystal core from a superpowered person. Who the hell would randomly start carving off someone's meat? From that point on, Song Yao had been quietly observing Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu. This pair of siblings had been suspicious from the very start. Even though they looked gentle and soft-spoken on the surface, with their light tones and easygoing smiles, Qi Xing was brutally decisive when he killed faster and cleaner than Cheng Yang, who'd had formal training. To him, a living person was just a chunk of prepped meat. And that little girl who followed him everywhere was the same. For 2 days straight, Song Yao hadn't seen Jiang Zhaoshu eat or even drink water, and yet she always looked energetic and bright-eyed. Now, even as he said what he did, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't look very afraid. She simply clutched Qi Xing's neck tighter, her big round dark eyes spinning around to glance at the blood vial in Song Yao's hand. "Don't get any ideas," Song Yao said to her. "This blood sample, I've already had the lab store a copy. If I die, the report will go straight to the higher-ups. What do you think will happen to you then?" So Ing long winded. Qi Xing finally gave up pretending. His whole face radiated impatience. "Just say what you want already. Join our ability user squad." Song Yao got straight to the point. "You're strong. Back at Moonchaser base, you already showed impressive results. I can assign you directly as vice captain." Qi Xing. So in the end, they just wanted him to go back to work. Work before the apocalypse. Work after the apocalypse. Was he born to be a slave? Even Jiang Zhaoshu had thought Song Yao was going to say something awful like, "Hand her over, we're sending her to the lab for dissection." If that had happened, even if Qi Xing didn't react, she'd have gone wild herself. But instead, this was it. Oh, it had nothing to do with her. They just wanted Qi Xing to go clock in. Lol. Okay, it wasn't very moral of her, but Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help feeling a bit gleeful. Qi Xing frowned. "You schemed against us. Why should we trust you? What if we follow you to the ability user district and you have us arrested?" "I get that it's hard to trust me." Song Yao's expression remained calm. "But I can swear on my life and reputation I won't do that." His eyes shifted to Jiang Zhaoshu, and his voice softened. "My lover was once like her. A sentient mutant." Both Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu widened their eyes. "Your lover used to be a mutant?" Qi Xing asked. "What about now?" "She's dead. She wasn't as stable as your sister. Sometimes she'd lose control and attack people. One day, when she regained her senses, she begged me." Song Yao blinked slowly. His voice went rough. "To kill her." Looking at the hard, cold resolve in Song Yao's face, both Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu fell silent. "I won't go through that a second time." His Adam's apple moved as he continued. "You can choose to trust me or kill me now. After thinking it through, Qi Xing chose to tentatively trust Song Yao. Not because of some moving love story, though. It was because Song Yao promised that if Qi Xing performed well in the future, he'd give him his space ring. No wonder Song Yao and Cheng Yang always traveled so light. They both had space items. A space ring. Qi Xing had worked himself to death at Moonchaser Base for 3 months and still couldn't get approved for one before he escaped. Song Yao outranked his old position, so of course he had one of his own. For a space ring, Qi Xing swallowed his frustration. Plus, Song Yao also promised to help him find Qi Tong. If Song Yao was serious, having him cover for them would make it way easier for Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu to move freely at Yangyao Base. But if Song Yao dared to lie to him again, Qi Xing swore he'd peel his flesh off piece by piece and make Jiang Zhaoshu a meat pie out of it. The ability user district and the regular people's zone were separate. After parting ways with the Chen family, Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu followed Song Yao into the ability user zone. The regular zone was packed with people of all kinds. Most barely had enough to eat or wear, complaints filled the air, and fights broke out constantly. It was a total mess, loud, chaotic, and dirty. In contrast, the ability user zone had far more strict and well-ordered management. It was quiet and civilized. The difference was like a slum versus a rich neighborhood. Of course, the wealthiest place was the area where the base's higher-ups lived. That zone had electric fences, elite ability users as guards, and every household was a standalone villa, a whole other level of treatment. Song Yao arranged a 1-bedroom apartment for Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu, complete with a separate kitchen and bathroom. Not bad conditions at all. After handing over the key, Song Yao told Qi Xing that someone would come get him at 7 a.m. tomorrow to report for duty, then left. As soon as he was gone, Qi Xing collapsed on the bed, buried his face in the pillow, and groaned in despair. I don't wanna work. I don't wanna work. He just barely escaped from Moonchaser Base. Why was he working again already? DMN survivor bases, no insurance, no benefits, not even weekends off. Jiang Zhaoshu sat beside him and patted his back in sympathy. Thank God she didn't expose her powers. She didn't have to work. He. After wallowing for a bit, Qi Xing suddenly pulled her over, hands gripping her shoulders, eyes brimming with tears. Fugui, your big bro's gotta work again. It's dangerous here in the apartment. What if someone sneaks in to dissect you? Why don't you come to work with me? These days, Jiang Zhaoshu had been glued to him. They were practically conjoined twins. But she knew she couldn't rely on him forever. She had to face the world on her own sometime. So she flatly refused. Nope. I wanna play by myself. Qi Xing had only been testing the idea anyway. Missions were dangerous for ability users, and there was always a risk that someone would discover Jiang Zhaoshu's zombie identity. Most ability users hated zombies with a passion and would do anything to wipe them out. So keeping her with him wouldn't necessarily be safer. Alright, just don't stay in the apartment all day. Once I leave, go to the regular people's zone. There's a crowd, so even if someone targets you, they won't dare act too obviously. At this point, Qi Xing no longer worried about Jiang Zhaoshu getting bullied by regular people. Got it. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Qi Xing was dragged out by the ability user team, face full of resentment. Moments after he left, Jiang Zhaoshu slipped out of the apartment, checked both directions, and darted off to the regular zone. From what Qi Xing had said, the regular zone was barely managed at all. People died there all the time, in that kind of environment. Maybe she'd find a few corpses to snack on. Chapter 77, looking for a job. There were even more people in the civilian zone than Jiang Zhaoshu had expected. Since entering the post-apocalyptic world, she hadn't seen this many people in one place, and she was full of curiosity. In the apocalypse, among ordinary people who hadn't awakened any powers, the ones who had the best chance of surviving were strong, able-bodied men. Naturally, most of the people walking down the streets in the civilian zone were exactly that. So many men. So many of her beloved muscle men. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked around. She pretended to wipe her face, sneakily slurping up a bit of drool. As a small, petite girl walking through the crowd, she drew quite a few stares. Some were confused, some concerned, others downright malicious. Even though she looked like an underage girl at first glance and was dressed conservatively from head to toe, there were still people who gave her the kind of filthy, lewd stares that ran over her from head to toe. But since she had come from the ability user zone, no one dared to act recklessly for now. After all, the gap between most ability users and ordinary people was like an unbridgeable chasm. Even if Jiang Zhaoshu looked like a frail little girl, if she had powers, she could easily kill any one of them in a heartbeat. She wandered the civilian district streets for nearly an hour, browsing some of the stores. Most stores here only accepted crystal cores or food as payment. Jiang Zhaoshu had some cores in her pocket, but nothing really caught her eye. She couldn't eat snacks, she and Qi Xing already had plenty of clothes, and worst case scenario, they could always go do some $0 shopping. Why waste crystal cores? She needed to save those to upgrade herself. Thinking about leveling up, Jiang Zhaoshu felt a wave of frustration. That time in the bathroom had really scarred her. She still didn't dare to eat any more crystal cores, afraid she might really swell into a giant meat lump and explode just like Qi Xing said. But if she didn't eat crystal cores, she couldn't grow stronger. And if she didn't get stronger, she might die at any time. When would her ability evolve to Qi Xing's level? She sighed internally. Since she couldn't eat crystal cores for now, she would just eat more people instead. That had to help her evolve somehow. Eyes darting around, Jiang Zhaoshu started veering toward more remote areas, hoping to get lucky and find a corpse or two. By now, more and more people were filling the streets, and someone finally couldn't resist approaching her. "Hey, little girl, why are you walking alone? No family? Wanna come to Big Bro's place? I've got porridge and sweets for you." A tall, burly man blocked her path. Jiang Zhaoshu was sizing up his well-toned muscles, licking her lips and seriously considering whether to say yes when a familiar male voice called out behind her. "Fugui." The voice sounded familiar. Jiang Zhaoshu turned and saw Qi Xing's acquaintances Chen Jinping and Chen Yuju. Chen Jinping recognized her immediately and rushed over, pulling her into his arms and saying to the big guy, "Sorry, she's my friend's little sister. Probably got lost. I'll take her back to him right now." Chen Jinping, though a bit thin, was still tall enough to be imposing. The man didn't get what he wanted. He gave a cold snort and turned away. Jiang Zhaoshu watched her snack walk off and instantly deflated. Whatever, eating live people in a safe zone was probably too risky anyway. I'll just wait for Qi Xing to bring me prey. Chen Jinping kept a wary eye on the guy, only releasing Jiang Zhaoshu once he was sure the man was gone. He bent down and asked, "Fugui, what are you doing here alone? Where's your brother?" Anyone that Qi Xing willingly shared food and clothes with had to be trustworthy. "My brother got called by Song Yao to help the ability user squad," Jiang Zhaoshu answered honestly. "I got bored staying in the apartment alone, so I came out to play." Chen Jinping looked worried. "It's dangerous for a little girl like you to wander around out here. I'll take you back to the ability user zone." Back to the ability user zone? That's what's dangerous. Chen Jinping seemed to be on good terms with Qi Xing. If she went with him and something happened, he'd definitely try to contact Qi Xing. Jiang Zhaoshu's brain spun into gear. She instantly put on a pitiful expression and said with a trembling voice, "No, uncle, I don't want to go back. I'm scared being there all alone." "Ah," Chen Jinping looked conflicted, then turned to glance at Chen Yuju. Jiang Zhaoshu looked at her too. Chen Yuju seemed a little better today, still pale and exhausted, but not on the verge of tears like before. She lowered her gaze and softly said, "Dad, maybe, let her come with me." Then she bent down slightly and said to Jiang Zhaoshu, "But I need to go job hunting today. We'll be walking around a lot, can you handle that?" Jiang Zhaoshu quickly nodded. "Okay." Chen Yuju reached out and gently ruffled her hair, giving her a warm smile. And just like that, Jiang Zhaoshu spent the whole day following Chen Jinping and Chen Yuju around the civilian district looking for work. Though almost 50, Chen Jinping was a tall, sturdy man, and was soon recruited into a civilian zombie clearing squad. These squads were made up of regular people and took on jobs from the top to eliminate low-level zombies. Even though low-level zombies usually didn't have crystal cores in their heads, the authorities gave out rewards based on the number of zombies they killed, so it was considered relatively stable work. Chen Yuju had a harder time. Like Bai Xiaoling, she had been an art student, but her major was music, and she was especially skilled at playing the piano. But now, in the post-apocalyptic world, most people in the civilian zone struggled just to eat who had the leisure to enjoy piano music. Once a pampered, well-bred rich girl, Chen Yuju finally found a job extracting crystal cores. Occasionally, low-level zombies would have tiny cores grain size, and you had to dig through the brains carefully to find them. Since it meant digging around in human heads, most people found it gross and were afraid of getting splashed with zombie blood and getting infected. The pay was also extremely low, so very few were willing to do it. But Chen Yuju couldn't find anything else and had no choice. Dirty, tiring, and poorly paid, but at least she'd be in the same squad as Chen Jinping, wouldn't have to go out, and it was safer. After landing the job, Chen Yuju's mood visibly improved. She didn't eat the chocolate Jiang Zhaoshu had given her the day before. Instead, she sold the expensive chocolate, traded it for a pair of thick rubber gloves and a loaf of bread. She kept the gloves for herself and handed the bread to Jiang Zhaoshu. Smiling, she said, "Once I get paid, I'll buy you a new chocolate bar." Chapter 78. You won't survive tomorrow, right? There was also a security fence between the normal zone and the ability user zone. Ordinary people without a pass weren't allowed into the ability user area. That evening, Chen Jinping and Chen Yuju walked Jiang Zhaoshu to the gate of the ability user zone. They waved goodbye and headed home. Jiang Zhaoshu returned to the apartment. Qi Xing wasn't back yet, and the place felt empty. Since the start of the apocalypse, this was the first time she'd been apart from Qi Xing while he was awake for so long. She had no idea what that bastard had been doing all day. The apartment had water and electricity, but everything was super expensive, paid in crystal cores. No worries. Qi Xing could handle that. Jiang Zhaoshu took a quick shower and lay on the bed. So boring. Why didn't zombies sleep? She wanted to sleep too. She was still wondering how to kill time that night when Qi Xing came back. Unlike when he'd left that morning, he was now wearing the same dark green uniform as Song Yao and Cheng Yang, with his black coat draped over his shoulders. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoshu was still safe inside the apartment, Qi Xing let out a breath of relief. The moment he walked in, he threw off his coat and flopped face first onto the sofa. "Fugui, Song Yao worked me to death." Qi Xing was already pale-skinned, but after work, he looked completely drained, like all the life had been sucked out of him. He sounded like a ghost as he groaned. "He actually made me train newbies. A bunch of dumbasses. Just looking at them pissed me off. I really wanted to kill them all." Jiang Zhaoshu looked at him sympathetically and said, "Then kill him and feed him to me." "I will kill him," Qi Xing said, lifting his hand to glance at the space ring on his long, slender finger. "Just not yet." Before he killed Song Yao, he needed him to hand over the ownership of that ring. As a sign of trust, Song Yao had given the ring to Qi Xing to use today. But for now, Qi Xing was just the holder, not the owner. "Fugui, come here." Still sprawled on the sofa, Qi Xing was too lazy to move and waved at Jiang Zhaoshu, who was on the bed. "Your big bro brought you something good." Eyes wide with curiosity, Jiang Zhaoshu hopped off the bed and walked over. Qi Xing sat up and held out his left hand, flipping it back and forth. "Look." Jiang Zhaoshu. "Look at what?" Palm lines. His admittedly very pretty hands. To be fair, Qi Xing really did have nice hands. His skin was pale and smooth, fingers clean and slender. The joints were defined but not too knobby, with faint blue veins visible under the skin. There was even a plain silver ring on his ring finger. What the hell? Did someone propose to him today? Jiang Zhaoshu asked. Did you get engaged to Song Yao? Qi Xin nearly choked on his own spit even though he hadn't eaten anything. What kind of nonsense is that? you little peanut brain. Then why are you wearing a ring on your ring finger? Jiang Zhaoshu pointed at it. Doesn't that mean you're engaged? HMPH. Qi Xing snorted proudly and said with smug vanity, obviously I'm just too popular. Gotta wear it on that finger to ward off admirers. Jiang Zhaoshu pulled a face. Ugh, that helpless cringe when someone you know is acting like a poser. Watch closely. Qi Xing flipped his ringed hand again. Jiang Zhaoshu glanced over lazily, then her eyes suddenly went wide. As Qi Xing turned his hand, a big chunk of meat appeared out of nowhere. And it had energy in it. Jiang Zhaoshu smelled it instantly. Her eyes lit up like lanterns. Qi Xing saw that greedy look on her face and chuckled, handing the meat over. Go ahead. She snatched it up in a flash and asked, you've got spatial storage now? Technically not mine yet. Qi Xing looked at the space ring on his finger like it was a priceless treasure. But it's amazing. Even if it only held 10 cubic meters, it could store a ton of stuff. Way better than I'm dragging that bulky van everywhere. Totally worth being a pack mule to get it. Qi Xing took out all the stored meat for her, then went to the bathroom to wash up, still unwilling to take off the ring. Jiang Zhaoshu figured that if Song Yao ever dared to go back on his word, Qi Xing wouldn't hesitate to rip off his fingernails and chop off his fingers one by one. Yeah, work really did seem exhausting. After washing up, Qi Xing ate a little, then asked about her day. When he heard she'd been with Chen Jinpeng and Chen Yuju, he said, they're good people. It's fine for you to spend time with them during the day. Then he brushed his teeth and went to bed, and Jiang Zhaoshu was back to being bored. She couldn't exactly go out for fun at night in this place. There was literally nothing to do. Bored out of her mind, Jiang Zhaoshu lay on the coffee table in the living room, twirling Qi Xing's dagger around. Stab, stab, stab. Poke, poke, poke. She was just practicing her stabbing skills when suddenly she heard a loud, high-pitched cry from the apartment next door. Jiang Zhaoshu looked up. That voice sounded kinda familiar. It reminded her of Qin Feng and Duan Yuanyuan that night. With nothing better to do, Jiang Zhaoshu silently pressed her ear to the wall. She wasn't sure if the building just had terrible soundproofing, or if the couple next door was just that loud. This time, she could even hear the man's low groans and a whole bunch of filthy lines in between. Her eyes widened in shock at the explicit vocabulary. Learning never stops. Learning never stops. She was just getting into it when Qi Xing suddenly shot up from the bed like a corpse resurrected and growled hoarsely, that damn couple next door, are they gonna let anyone sleep or what? His sudden outburst startled Jiang Zhaoshu. She thought he'd already fallen asleep. Qi Xing looked half awake, grabbed a hammer from who knows where, and banged on the wall with it, bang bang bang, until the other side finally quieted down. Then he lay back down. Jiang Zhaoshu. She had a feeling that ever since Qi Xing started working, his temper had gotten way worse. But not 5 minutes later, the noise next door started up again, even louder this time, like they were doing it on purpose. In the apocalypse, housing at survivor bases was already scarce. In fact, Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu weren't originally supposed to get this apartment at all. The only reason they scored a place this nice was because the couple next door was so noisy. The previous tenants had all moved out. This. Work was already annoying enough. This time, Qi Xing leapt out of bed, threw on his coat, green light flickering in his palm, and stormed out. Sleep was very important to Qi Xing. If he didn't sleep well, his usual deep, dark fox-like eyes would turn bloodshot, and his handsome face would radiate pure menace. Jiang Zhaoshu thought he was about to go on another killing spree and eagerly followed to watch the show. At the next door, Qi Xing raised his foot and kicked it open. Making noise like this in the middle of the night, don't you have any ing decency? Are you trying to die by morning? Chapter 79. Kind-hearted Qi Xing. This kind of apartment has the living room and bedroom connected, with no divider in between. Qi Xing kicked the door open, and Jiang Zhaoshu immediately caught sight of the fully naked man inside. Wow! Another muscle man, great body. Everyone living in this apartment building was an ability user. Constantly fighting zombies, they had seen their fair share of blood and gore, and their courage far exceeded that of ordinary people. Seeing Qi Xing's sharp eyes and murderous face, the disheveled man and woman inside didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, they turned their heads and looked him over from head to toe with flirtatious eyes. The woman lying on the bed even threw him a wink and purred, "Oh my, I heard yesterday during a mission that a handsome guy moved in next door. And you really are a sight for sore eyes." Handsome? Why the scary attitude? What, got a liver fire flare up from overhearing something? The man braced on the bed also gave a lewd chuckle, tone light and mocking, "Bro, if you want to join in, we wouldn't mind." Hearing that, Jiang Zhaoshu looked up at Qi Xing again. Qi Xing's face darkened, his handsome pale features gloomier than a soot-covered pot, and a smooth green glow shimmered between his fingers. The rules at the survivor base clearly stated that ability users were strictly forbidden from attacking or killing one another. Breaking this rule came with severe punishment. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't do something so stupid inside the base. So the couple on the bed wasn't afraid of Qi Xing at all. What they didn't know was that their new neighbor was a class A wanted criminal. Yapping non-stop, Qi Xing spoke again, his narrow fox-like eyes dangerously narrowing. His voice was ice-cold as he raised a hand and flung a streak of green light toward the couple on the bed. "Let me help you make some real noise." With a swoosh, the green light shot across the room, instantly transforming into thick, flexible vines that tightly bound the pair. The man who was just grinning moments ago now wore a fierce expression. "You dare use your ability on us?" The woman's face changed too, struggling against the vines. "Babe, I can't get free from this cursed rope." "Ah," she moved, and the man immediately cried out in pain, panic-stricken, "Babe, don't move." Qi Xing crooked his finger, and the vines wrapped around them tightened even more, like a snake strangling its prey. The pressure on their bones made them groan in agony. With both their abilities, they still couldn't break free from Qi Xing's vines. Realizing they'd messed with someone they couldn't afford to offend, the man quickly began to beg for mercy. "Bro, big bro. We were wrong. We won't make a peep anymore, promise to be quiet from now on. You go ahead and rest." "Weren't you really eager for me to join?" Qi Xing sneered, conjured another slender vine, and sent it slithering toward the two. "I'm just being kind and keeping you company, isn't that what you wanted?" "No, no need." Feeling the fine vine creep toward his head like a snake, eager to slip into his ear canal, the man broke out in cold sweat. "We're already done, really. You can ask my babe. Babe, isn't that right?" "You perv, that was way too fast." The woman shot him a glare. "Keep going then." Qi Xing wasn't about to let him off so easily. He conjured a thorny branch and handed it to the wide-eyed Jiang Zhaoshu beside him. "Fugui, keep watch here. If they act up, just whack them." With the two of them fully wrapped up in vines, there was no worry about corrupting the little zombie's eyes. Jiang Zhaoshu had just been bored for the night. Hearing Qi Xing give her a mission, she happily accepted the branch and cheerfully EPLIED, got it. Mission accepted. Before leaving, Qi Xing shot the miserable couple on the bed one last cold glance, sneered, then returned to his room to sleep. Once Qi Xing shut the door and left, the man immediately used a coaxing tone to speak to Jiang Zhaoshu. "Little sister, could you help untie these vines for us? Big bro and sis know we were wrong, we'll never do it again." Jiang Zhaoshu shook her head. "I can't undo them." "Was that your brother just now?" The woman, unable to get free, flopped back in resignation and said, "He's a total freak." "For real?" The man chimed in, "Babe, you're so sexy and irresistible," and he didn't even react. "Must be an Ed guy, huh?" "He's always been a freak," Jiang Zhaoshu answered truthfully. "Don't mess with him." Thinking it over, she looked at them curiously and asked, "What's Ed?" The next morning, just as Qi Xing finished washing up and was about to head out, he heard Jiang Zhaoshu ask him with the most innocent, wide-eyed look, "Are you an Ed guy?" He nearly grabbed a knife to go chop up that shameless couple next door. But since he was almost late for work, he let it go. After Qi Xing left, Jiang Zhaoshu slipped off to the ordinary zone to hang out with Chen Yuju again. But Chen Jinpeng and Chen Yuju both had to work now. Since the job involved contact with zombies, their worksite wasn't within the safety zone, and they had to get a physical check every day when they came back. Jiang Zhaoshu went to look for Chen Yuju a few times, but found it troublesome and eventually stopped going. Noticing how bored she'd been lately, one day Qi Xing came home and brought her an old school game console. It had a few simple single-player games on it, didn't use much power, and was perfect for passing the time. Jiang Zhaoshu had never played this kind of game console before. She was utterly fascinated with it, clinging to it like Qi Xing did with his space ring. Her dull life finally had something fun in it. Just like that, a peaceful month passed. One day, Qi Xing told her he had a mission and might have to leave the base for a few days. "Fugui, wanna come with me?" Qi Xing asked first, but immediately shook his head. "No, this mission's a bit dangerous. You better stay at the apartment." It had already been a month. If Song Yao had wanted to make a move on him, he would have done it by now. Plus, this mission team was all guys. It wouldn't be convenient for Jiang Zhaoshu to tag along. It was safer for her to stay at the apartment. Jiang Zhaoshu looked a bit worried after hearing that. "You can't not go." Qi Xing sighed helplessly. "I can't." Song Yao promised that if this mission succeeded, he'd hand over the space ring. "Stay alert while I'm gone," Qi Xing reminded her. He held her hand, lightly rubbing the green vine bracelet on her wrist with his fingertip. The vine bracelet glowed even more vibrantly under his touch. Qi Xing told her, "This bracelet contains my power. If you're ever in danger, it can turn into a vine and help you escape underground. If anything feels off, just run. Don't try to fight it. Better to live and fight another day." That was always the survival rule for cannon fodder like them. Jiang Zhaoshu obediently nodded. Got it, got it." Qi Xing smiled, pressed his cheek to hers, and said warmly, "Fugui is so cute. I'll bring you back something tasty." After packing up, Qi Xing left the survivor base with Song Yao, Cheng Yang, and the others. That night, someone knocked on Jiang Zhaoshu's apartment door. She carefully looked through the peephole first, and only opened the door when she saw it was the woman from the couple next door. "What's up?" She was already familiar with them by now and knew the woman's name was Yan Hong. Yan Hong looked like she'd just gotten back from outside, still wearing the dark green base uniform. She leaned against the doorframe and said, "Fugui, there's a woman at our district entrance asking for Qi Ronghua. Has your brother come back?" Chapter 80 Let me free at this hour. Who would be coming to see Qi Xing? They couldn't get into the ability user zone, so was it an ordinary person? "It's a pretty lady," Yan Hong said. Seeing Jiang Zhaoshu standing there all dazed, she winked and teased, "Fugui, are you about to get a sister-in-law?" Qi Xing came home from work every day looking like death warmed over, like he was barely holding on. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't believe for a second he had the energy to chase women. "Did she tell you her name?" Jiang Zhaoshu asked. "Her name?" Yan Hong scratched her head. "Nope, I forgot to ask." She gestured with her hands, long black straight hair, super fair skin, tall and skinny, really delicate and quiet, looking like one of those classy rich girls from a big family. Chen Yuju. The moment Jiang Zhaoshu heard that description, she relaxed. "I know who that is. I'll go check." She locked the door and ran down to the border between the ability user zone and the ordinary zone. From a distance, she saw Chen Yuju pacing anxiously at the gate, craning her neck to look inside. Chen Yuju immediately spotted her and called out, "Fugui." Jiang Zhaoshu ran over. "Yuju-ji, my neighbor said you were looking for my brother." "Yes, yes." Chen Yuju looked flustered and asked urgently, "Fugui, where is your brother?" "He's out on a mission." Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated, but decided she could trust Chen Yuju. "He won't be back for a few days. Is there something you needed him for?" "He's out." As soon as Jiang Zhaoshu said it, Chen Yuju's face went deathly pale. Her eyes turned red at the corners. She looked at Jiang Zhaoshu's innocent, sweet face, lips trembling. Then she bit down hard and forced the words out, voice hoarse, "Then, never mind." "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhaoshu looked at her and felt like she was about to cry. Last time she'd seen Chen Yuju, she'd looked fine, said she'd gotten lucky, found several crystal cores in a row, even got rewarded one by her team leader, and had shared a piece of milk chocolate with Jiang Zhaoshu. It's nothing. Since Jiang Zhaoshu had never revealed her identity or powers, Chen Yuju just saw her as a sheltered little girl under Qi Xing's protection. She instinctively felt that there were things someone this young shouldn't have to know. Fugui, I've got something to take care of. Learning that Qi Xing wouldn't be back for days, her voice started trembling. If your brother comes back early, could you please tell him to come find me and my dad in the ordinary zone? Since she didn't want to say more, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't pry. She just nodded, okay. Chen Yuju walked away like a ghost. Jiang Zhaoshu stared at her thin, tall silhouette, a strange tightness in her chest. They'd known each other for over a month now, and Chen Yuju was nothing like Duan Yuanyuan or Bai Xiaoling. She was more reserved and melancholic, didn't talk much, always kept things bottled up inside. Only when she really couldn't take it anymore did she finally break. Back at the apartment, Jiang Zhaoshu was still wondering if she shouldn't have let her leave like that. But Chen Yuju didn't seem like she wanted to talk to her. Would asking directly have been rude? Ugh, so annoying. Why did she only want to talk to Qi Xing and not her? Was she that untrustworthy? Jiang Zhaoshu wrestled with it the whole night so much that she didn't even feel like playing her game and finally decided she was going to ask Chen Yuju face to face. The next morning, Jiang Zhaoshu headed to the place where Chen Yuju and Chen Jinpeng lived in the ordinary zone. There were far more people in the ordinary zone than in the ability user zone. Their living conditions were also way more cramped and rough. Their home was about the same as the basement Jiang Zhaoshu had once rented for $300, maybe even worse. Her old basement at least had solid walls. Their place was a makeshift tin house, freezing like an icebox in this cold weather with no heating at all. There were so many people in the ordinary zone that Jiang Zhaoshu's zombie-sharp senses were dulled. She couldn't even tell if anyone was home. She knocked on the door for ages, but no one answered. Looked like they weren't home. She ran off to check the place where Chen Yuju worked. The people there said they hadn't seen her either. Not only was Chen Yuju gone, no one had seen Chen Jinpeng either. As Jiang Zhaoshu turned away from their place, she overheard a few men inside talking. That Chen guy, didn't he go find the boss last night? The boss didn't show up today either. Wouldn't surprise me. He's been into that girl for a while. But she's been playing hard to get, doing nasty, exhausting crystal core work just to avoid him. Our boss kept throwing himself at her like a simp and just kept getting cold-shouldered. PFFT. Hilarious. Word is she used to be some rich girl. Didn't you see those hands? White and delicate like she played piano or something. No way she'd be into guys like us, rough and dirty. Yeah, well, who cares what she used to be? This is the apocalypse. Her dad's practically dead. A girl can't survive on her own, so she went crawling to the boss after all. Boss must be lovin' it. I heard those icy-looking ladies. Real freaks in bed. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't listen any further. She spun around, walked back in, and grabbed the guy who said Chen Yuju was a freak. With a smile, she said, "Why do I get the feeling you're the freak?" The guy only had time to feel her hand on his wrist before an invisible wave of water suddenly choked off his mouth and nose. He couldn't see any water, but his brain screamed drowning. His body panicked, desperate for air. The moment he opened his mouth to scream, water surged down his throat. Gurgle, ughhh, he thrashed wildly, but couldn't shake free of Jiang Zhaoshu's grip. His face turned red, eyes rolled back, until he was on the verge of suffocating, and then she let him go. The big burly man collapsed, knees buckling, hands hitting the ground as he started vomiting uncontrollably. Yue, Jiang Zhaoshu grabbed him by the collar, voice cold. "Take me to your boss, or I'll beat you to death." She finally found Chen Yuju at the boss's place. His place was a bit better than the tin shack. Chen Yuju and Chen Jinpeng had an actual house, but the door still couldn't withstand Jiang Zhaoshu's kick. The boss wasn't there. Only Chen Yuju was inside, curled up in a corner with her knees to her chest, trembling all over. Beside her was a corpse. Chen Jinpeng's corpse. When she saw the man standing behind Jiang Zhaoshu, Chen Yuju screamed in pure terror, face bruised, wearing nothing but a thin inner shirt. "Ahhhhhh. Don't come near me. Get away. Get out." Jiang Zhaoshu immediately turned and kicked the man out, slamming the door behind her. "It's me, Fugui." She kept her voice as gentle as she could, stepping slowly toward the crying, broken Chen Yuju. "Fugui, Fugui." Chen Yuju stared in a daze for a few seconds, then suddenly crawled over and grabbed Jiang Zhaoshu's clothes, looking up with tears streaming down her face. "Fugui, did your brother come back? Your brother does healing, right? Please have him save my dad. I'm begging you, tell him to save my dad." Jiang Zhaoshu looked silently at the body on the floor behind her. Chen Jinpeng's face was ashen, no breath left in him. He looked even thinner than a month ago. One pant leg hung limp and empty. Beside his face was a bowl of cold rice porridge. Jiang Zhaoshu pressed her lips together. He's already dead. Even the best healing ability couldn't bring someone back from the dead. No. Chen Yuju shook her head wildly. "I gave him painkillers, he's just asleep." She crawled back to Chen Jinpeng, picked up the cold porridge, and scooped some toward his lips, sobbing hysterically. "Daddy, wake up. Fugui and her brother are here, they can fix your leg. Please wake up, have some food, Daddy." But no matter how she cried, Chen Jinpeng's eyes stayed shut. He didn't move. Eventually, Chen Yuju shattered. With a shriek, she threw the bowl aside, covered her face with trembling hands, and collapsed onto her father's body, sobbing uncontrollably. "Daddy, wake up. You said as long as we're alive there's hope. That we have to keep going. I can't do this anymore. This life is too much. You said your biggest wish was for me to live well, that I couldn't take my own life." Her breath caught between sobs, voice shaking. "But I really can't take it anymore. Someone please kill me, just kill me, let me be free." Chapter 81 Little Genius Wealth. Seeing the bruises on Chen Yuju's skin, it wasn't hard to guess what kind of humiliating torment she had suffered last night. What Chen Yuju said also made Jiang Zhaoshu think of Bai Xiaoling. Duan Yuanyuan, Bai Xiaoling. Jiang Zhaoshu had helped Duan Yuanyuan fulfill her final wish, turning her into a mutant. She had also helped Bai Xiaoling reunite with her brother. So now, naturally, she could follow through on Chen Yuju's request and help her find release. To Jiang Zhaoshu, this was just a small matter, hardly worth the effort. But did she really want to do it? Duan Yuanyuan and Bai Xiaoling had both fulfilled their wishes, and they had both died. So was she now going to just sit back and watch Chen Yuju die too? Was death truly a release for Chen Yuju? Jiang Zhaoshu was conflicted. She squatted down in front of Chen Yuju and said, "I can help you." Chen Yuju lifted her tear-streaked face from Chen Jinpeng, eyes brimming with sorrow. "Help me." "I can help you," Jiang Zhaoshu repeated, her dark eyes locking with Chen Yuju's tear-red ones. "Not to die. I can help you live." Why did they dare to humiliate Chen Yuju like that? Wasn't it because she was pretty and looked delicate? Qi Xing was also very pretty. He looked delicate too. But why didn't anyone dare bully Qi Xing? Because Qi Xing was strong. Stronger than anyone who tried to hurt him. Anyone who messed with Qi Xing ended up dead. Beauty, for people, could be an advantage. But at certain times, without the ability to protect oneself, it could turn into a danger. When Daddy went out to fight zombies, he accidentally fell and hurt his leg. They insisted he'd been bitten by a zombie, and to stop him from turning, they cut off one of his legs before bringing him back. Chen Yuju, shivering under Jiang Zhaoshu's coat, trembled as she told her what happened yesterday. Daddy's leg kept bleeding, and he was groaning in pain. "I couldn't take it anymore, so I went to find your brother, hoping he could treat Daddy. But you said your brother was out on a mission and not home. When I got back, Daddy's face was pale with pain, about to pass out. I was afraid he'd lose too much blood, so I wanted to sell the coat to buy some bandages and hemostatic meds. But right as I left the house, I ran into Daddy's team captain. He said he had some hemostatics and painkillers at home and would give them to us for free, so I brought Daddy to his place." Chen Jinpeng's captain was the one those men referred to as boss. But when we got here, he said I had to give him something in return before he'd give me the meds. Chen Yuju broke down in tears. I really had no other choice. I did everything he asked, but even after Daddy took the medicine, it didn't help. He kept bleeding, and it hurt so much. Daddy told me to leave, to save myself. But I couldn't, I just couldn't. What kind of medicine? Jiang Zhaoshu asked her. Do you still have any? Chen Yuju shook her head. I gave it all to Daddy. After thinking for a moment, she added, but I saw him take it from that drawer. Chen Yuju led Jiang Zhaoshu into the bedroom, pulled open the nightstand drawer, and took out a small box. Inside were white tablets. It was this kind. That's not painkillers, Jiang Zhaoshu said. He tricked you. The real stuff, painkillers and hemostatics, is super expensive. Even my brother hides the ones he gets issued. There's no way he'd just leave them in an unlocked drawer. Qi Xing was super meticulous when it came to his valuables. If he could, he'd slice open his skin and hide everything inside. Getting bitten or scratched by a zombie is irreversible. Once the zombie virus enters the bloodstream, it spreads fast. Amputation doesn't help. Jiang Zhaoshu said coldly, they did it on purpose. Chen Yuju's hands trembled again as she clutched the pills. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Kill them. Jiang Zhaoshu stared at her tear-reddened eyes. Kill them all. Take their crystal cores. Swallow one, and you might awaken superpowers. No one will ever dare hurt you again. Of course, there's a 50% chance you'll die. Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't forgotten that B-starred Qi Xing had only told her that crucial part after she nearly exploded into a tumor. If you die, at least you'll be reunited with your dad. That's not really suicide. Well, the idea struck Jiang Zhaoshu as pure genius. She felt like a freaking prodigy. She looked at Chen Yuju. You in? If not, I'll kill you now. But if you want to live the way I said, I'll help you. Chapter 82. You have to learn to get used to the pain. Kill someone? Chen Yuju's eyes widened in fear as she stared into Jiang Zhaoshu's pitch-black pupils. There wasn't the slightest trace of teasing on Jiang Zhaoshu's face. Her dark eyes looked back at her calmly and stated with certainty, kill. Chen Yuju shivered at Jiang Zhaoshu's cold and serious tone. For the first time, she began to doubt whether Jiang Zhaoshu was really as young and innocent as she had assumed. Even she and her dad, two fully grown adults, were struggling to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. How on earth had Qi Xing, a healing-type ability user, managed to survive while dragging along a sweet, naive little girl? I can't. Chen Yuju shrank back timidly. Just like Bai Xiaoling, she used to be a pampered young lady. She had never even killed a chicken before. Killing a person, it was too outrageous to even imagine. Why not? Jiang Zhaoshu looked down at her fair, slender hands. Aren't you pretty good at extracting crystal cores now? Killing people isn't that different from killing zombies. In fact, it's even easier. She continued in a slow, deliberate voice. Zombies only stop moving if you sever their necks. She mimed a cutting motion across her own neck, patiently instructing Chen Yuju step by step. To kill a person, you cut their neck, stab their chest, or hack their legs. As long as you go in hard and deep enough, they'll die from blood loss. Way easier than zombies. When Jiang Zhaoshu said hack their legs, the already pale Chen Yuju turned even whiter. Her eyes flickered with a glint of darkness and hatred. That was exactly how those people had killed her father. How could she not hate them? Of course she wanted revenge. Maybe Fugui was right. Even if she died, she had to take them down with her first. But I'm too weak. I can't beat them. Chen Yuju had tried to fight back before, but she was simply too feeble. One slap from them and her head would be spinning. She couldn't fight back at all. As her gaze gradually grew more resolute, shedding that former pitiful, helpless air, Jiang Zhaoshu's tightly knit brows finally relaxed. She reached out and took Chen Yuju's hand. I'll help you. When Jiang Zhaoshu's similarly cold and delicate fingers touched hers, a tingling electric sensation surged up Chen Yuju's fingertips. She looked at Jiang Zhaoshu in surprise. Jiang Zhaoshu told her, I can help you make him lose his mobility. but the killing blow has to come from you. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't do everything for Chen Yuju. She could help once, but not again and again. The rest of the road Chen Yuju had to walk on her own. That B********* D boss had tricked and humiliated Chen Yuju, and even had the audacity to claim afterward that he was in love with her. He told her that once she had him, she wouldn't need to work anymore and could stay safely at home, and used that as an excuse to snatch away her thick outerwear. Jiang Zhaoshu gave Chen Yuju her own jacket, sent Chen Jinpeng's corpse back to their place, then returned to the apartment and grabbed a set of Qi Xing's clothes for Chen Yuju. From Qi Xing's stash of collected junk, Jiang Zhaoshu also dug out Bai Xiaoling's small pink chainsaw. She tested it still worked. She wrapped the chainsaw in clothes and brought it over to Chen Yuju. Chen Yuju's fair, graceful hands now gripped the chainsaw. Veins bulged across the backs of her hands, giving her a newfound sense of strength. "We go back to that bastard's room and kill him first," Jiang Zhaoshu told her. Tears still clung to Chen Yuju's face, and her shoulders trembled, but she nodded firmly. Fan Gong had only left because he was annoyed by Chen Yuju's crying. Ever since he'd tricked her into coming to his place last night, she hadn't stopped crying from night till morning. He had no idea how someone could cry that much. At first, he thought it was kind of exciting. But the longer it went on, the more irritated he became. Eventually, he couldn't hold it in and slapped her twice. Chen Yuju cried even harder afterward. She crawled over to her father's lifeless body and continued sobbing like a madwoman, cramming pills into Chen Jinpeng's mouth while chanting, "Dad, wake up." The scene was creepy as hell. Fan Gong stopped paying attention to her and just went to bed. When he woke up the next morning and saw her still curled up crying with the corpse, he figured out of sight, out of mind, and put on some clothes and left. He wandered the streets for 2 hours before finally cooling off. After all, he had just gotten his hands on Chen Yuju. He still felt he had some tender feelings for her. Maybe he'd go home and coax her a bit. But when he got back, both Chen Yuju and Chen Jinpeng's bodies were gone. Still, Fan Gong wasn't worried. Chen Jinpeng was dead. Who else could Chen Yuju rely on? Without a man to protect her, what did she think would happen to a weak little thing like her in the ordinary zone? He was already her man. If someone was going to take advantage of her, might as well be him. As long as she had half a brain, she'd come crawling back sooner or later. Sure enough, before long, there was a knock at the door. Chen Yuju's soft, delicate voice floated in. "Brother Fan, are you home?" HMPH, at least she knows what's good for her. Feeling pleased with himself, Fan Gong had half a mind to let her wait outside a bit longer, but then remembered she had no coat. She was probably freezing. So, sighing like a caring husband, he went to open the door. "Man, I really am a good man who cares for his wife." But when he opened the door, he saw Chen Yuju hadn't come alone. Standing in front of her was a petite little girl. He recognized her. She had come around their workplace a few times to visit Chen Yuju. He'd heard this little girl's brother was a superpowered person. If Chen Yuju could build a good relationship with her and get a few crystal cores out of it, he'd hit the jackpot. Fan Gong looked down at Jiang Zhaoshu, who tilted her head up at him with a sweet smile, and his imagination began to run wild. Sure, Chen Yuju was beautiful, but she wasn't pure anymore. This little girl was so young, she had to still be untouched. If he could get her too, and have a superpowered brother-in-law. Jackpot. Fan Gong started to smile, ready to greet her, but before he could finish the word, a flash of white light exploded in front of him. A bolt of electricity shot through his body. In an instant, he was on the ground, limbs convulsing, foaming at the mouth, unable to even scream. Though paralyzed and twitching, Fan Gong's mind remained conscious. He heard Jiang Zhaoshu calmly say to Chen Yuju, "Go ahead." Chen Yuju leaned down to look at him, tears still sparkling in her eyes. She looked as delicate and pitiful as ever. But in her hands, she held a pink chainsaw, already humming with a terrifying buzz. The buzzing grew louder. The sharp T drew closer. Then he heard Jiang Zhaoshu's voice again. "Don't be afraid. We'll cut you up piece by piece. It'll take a long time, you should get used to the pain. Chapter 83. Come on. The buzzing chainsaw sent a tremor up Chen Yuju's wrist, making it go numb. The first time she used it, she was filled with fear and anxiety. When she saw Fang Hong's face, it reminded her of the terrifying events from last night. His image overlapped with those twisted, disgusting men in the hotel, and it made her whole body tremble. Their crude, filthy words, their thick arms, their towering frames, everything about them made her terrified. But when the chainsaw touched Fang Hong's body, and the man's eyes bulged with fear that mirrored her own, Chen Yuju felt like a heavy weight that had pressed on her chest for so long was suddenly lifted. So, just like Fugui had said, it really was simple. This wasn't all that different from the work she did when extracting crystal cores. To her, the once big, scary, unbeatable Fang Hong became completely docile after losing mobility, docile like she was last night and before, just letting others do whatever they wanted. Again and again, Chen Yuju grew more skilled with the chainsaw. She no longer looked at Fang Hong with fear. She even started using techniques to avoid the bones and cut him into smaller pieces. Jiang Zhaoshu crouched beside her. Even though Chen Yuju still looked like she was crying, her eyes had become determined and feverishly intense. Jiang Zhaoshu knew she'd now realized the power of having strength. Fang Hong could still feel pain. Every time Chen Yuju brought the chainsaw down, he felt the searing agony tear through his body. Cold sweat soaked his head. His eyes bulged with pain and rage. He wished more than anything to just die right there. But unfortunately for him, neither Jiang Zhaoshu nor Chen Yuju was going to let him have his way. Several times, he actually passed out from the pain, only to be jolted awake by Jiang Zhaoshu's electricity. Jiang Zhaoshu asked, "Where are the zombie crystal cores your team found?" Fang Hong's throat burned with the taste of blood. He opened his mouth, trying to beg for mercy, but all that came out were hoarse, broken ha-ha sounds. He couldn't speak. "Your throat got fried. Can't make a sound anymore." Jiang Zhaoshu looked at her hand, a bit dazed. Apparently, her control over her lightning ability still wasn't that refined. "I know where they are," Chen Yuju answered. "They're in the safe at our workplace." "Good. Then we'll grab those in a bit and deal with the others while we're at it." Jiang Zhaoshu turned, trying to look at Chen Yuju, but because of the height difference and the angle, all she saw was the bead of blood slowly sliding down from Chen Yuju's black tactical jacket. DMN Chi Xing had good taste in clothes. Even the ones he $0 shopped were high quality, waterproof, and windproof. Sigh, if only Chi Xing were here, they could have just stored Fang Hong in his spatial space. Jiang Zhaoshu sniffed the air, full of that sweet scent, and involuntarily swallowed. What a waste. Chen Yuju's workplace wasn't under the safe zone's jurisdiction, which made things a lot easier. She barely even needed Jiang Zhaoshu to lift a finger. Even if a monkey held a dagger, most people wouldn't dare approach, let alone a full-grown woman with a chainsaw. If Bai Xiaoling could swing a crowbar at zombies, then Chen Yuju wasn't nearly as fragile and helpless as she'd imagined. After a month of prying out crystal cores, Chen Yuju was already used to bloody scenes. And when it came to the people who killed her dad, she could bring down the blade with a blank face. Most decent people didn't survive the apocalypse because they couldn't cross their own psychological lines. In a world where resources were limited and the strong preyed on the weak, if you couldn't hurt others, you'd only end up hurting yourself. The studio filled with the sound of screams. Only after finishing off everyone who'd gone on the mission yesterday with Chen Jinpeng did Chen Yuju finally snap out of her overwhelming grief and rage. Tears streamed down her face. Sweat drenched her. Her long black hair stuck messily to her cheeks and neck. Her arms trembled non-stop, and then suddenly, like she had no strength left, she let go. The blood-soaked chainsaw clattered to the ground. Chen Yuju stared at the horrifying mess before her, her whole body shaking, her legs giving out as she collapsed to the floor. She had actually done it. They had hurt her father like that, then she would pay them back the same way, 10 times, 100 times over. She wasn't wrong. This was what they deserved. Yes, they deserved it. They ****ing deserved it. Chen Yuju gasped for air, staring at her hands, where the chainsaw handle had left deep red marks from how tightly she'd gripped it. Turns out she could do it too. Seeing her like this, Jiang Zhaoshu thought she was scared again. She crouched in front of her and tried to comfort her. Don't be afraid. They're all dead now. You killed them all, Jiang Zhaoshu told her. If you could kill them once, you can do it again. As long as you become strong enough, they'll never dare bully you again. Hearing that, Chen Yuju suddenly remembered that Chen Jinpeng had once told her something similar. Yeah, everyone who bullied her was dead now, but she still had nightmares every single night. In those dreams, the things she feared kept repeating like a looping horror show, an overwhelming shadow that devoured her, suffocating her, drowning her in pain. But starting today, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. So these people, they weren't as powerful or terrifying as she'd thought. They weren't invincible. Chen Yuju's face was deathly pale. Her teeth bit down on her bloodless lips. Then she nodded hard and leaned forward, hugging Jiang Zhaoshu tightly. Jiang Zhaoshu gently patted her trembling, frail back. The crystal cores. This time, without needing a reminder, Chen Yuju spoke up on her own. Let's go find the crystal cores. All right. Jiang Zhaoshu gave her a small smile. Their team had stored the zombie crystal cores in a safe inside Fangong's office. Jiang Zhaoshu tore it open with lightning, violently ripping it apart, and pulled out a small pouch of cores. These rice-sized crystal cores, about 6 or 7 of them, had already been cleaned and disinfected, glowing with a dull earthy hue. Jiang Zhaoshu warned her again, once you eat them, there's a 50-50 chance you might awaken an ability, or you might die. Think carefully. I've thought it through. I'm going to eat them. Chen Yuju's voice was soft, but steady. She looked down at the crystal cores in her palm, cores she'd pried out with her own hands. She had promised her dad she would keep living, but not like this, not a life full of humiliation. Either she became stronger, or she'd die and go be with her father. Either outcome was fine by her. Chen Yuju clenched her jaw, tilted her head back, and swallowed all the cores in one go. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't expect her to act so fast. She'd meant to tell her to eat them one at a time. It would reduce the risk of her body exploding. But these cores were smaller than the ones they dug out of mutated giant rats. There probably wasn't much energy inside them. If Chen Yuju couldn't even handle this level of energy, then she really wasn't cut out to awaken an ability. Jiang Zhaoshu jumped up and perched on the safe, watching as Chen Yuju's cheeks started to flush and sweat broke out on her forehead. Her expression twisted in agony, like she was being burned alive. Jiang Zhaoshu cheered her on. Come on. Hang in there. Chapter 84. Like a fake person. While Chen Yuju was gritting her teeth through the agony of pre-evolution, Jiang Zhaoshu was also enduring something. She was fighting her appetite. DMN. This room smelled way too good. Way too good. Jiang Zhaoshu stared at the scattered body parts all over the floor, every single one from a strong, muscular man, and practically drooled. Wait, no ***T. She actually was drooling. Realizing some saliva had slipped out of her open mouth and dripped onto her clothes, Jiang Zhaoshu glanced at Chen Yuju, who was leaning against the table, sweating bullets and still enduring pain. She quickly raised her hand to wipe the drool off her lips. Chen Yuju probably didn't see that, right? Even though Qi Xing had left her some food before heading out, with all this in front of her, not eating would be such a waste. Besides, it had been a month since Jiang Zhaoshu last ate a crystal core. It had been long enough that the energy in her body was probably all used up by now. Eyeing the feast of fresh ingredients laid out before her, Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes darted around. If Chen Yuju successfully evolved, maybe she could find a way to send her off for a bit, get a full meal in before heading back. Just as Jiang Zhaoshu was trying to come up with an excuse, the fire burning inside Chen Yuju's body finally began to subside. That blazing heat that had seemed to scorch her organs, bones, and limbs slowly turned into a warm, flowing energy as it washed through her again and again. Chen Yuju gripped the table and stood upright, attempting to control the new energy. As she did, Jiang Zhaoshu, who was sitting on top of the safe, suddenly jolted, her lower legs swinging. What the HLL? Why did it feel like she suddenly got taller? Just now she'd been eye level with Chen Yuju, and now she was a head taller. You did it. Jiang Zhaoshu jumped off the safe and looked down at its base. The floor, which had been flat just moments ago, now had a neat, rectangular section that had risen up completely different from Qi Xing's vines pushing through the ground. This was a solid, perfectly shaped block of earth that lifted the safe evenly. Earth-type ability? Jiang Zhaoshu asked Chen Yuju. Chen Yuju nodded, her voice still soft and weak from the process. Feels like it. She raised her palm, and a shield of hardened earth instantly formed in front of her. Curious, Jiang Zhaoshu reached out to touch it. Though it looked like dirt, it felt even harder than metal, solid and unyielding. Among mutants, the most common abilities were the classic 6: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and physical enhancement. Physical enhancement covered overall physical upgrades. Metal and fire were classified as offensive abilities, while water and wood leaned toward support. Wood especially was usually for healing. Earth, on the other hand, was a defensive ability, good for shielding against all kinds of attacks. As for Qi Xing, despite being a wood-type ability user, his offensive power was terrifying. Jiang Zhaoshu figured, that's probably because he was a total pervert. Not bad at all. Jiang Zhaoshu clapped enthusiastically and sincerely congratulated Chen Yuju. Now that you've got an Earth-type ability, you can protect yourself from now on. Looking at her beaming face, a rare smile finally broke through the usual gloom on Chen Yuju's pale face. Thank you, Fugui. After thanking her, she softly asked, Fugui, you're not human, right? Jiang Zhaoshu froze. Huh? Was Chen Yuju insulting her or? When you were staring at the ground, drooling, I saw your eyes turn red, Chen Yuju said calmly. Jiang Zhaoshu. This DMN zombie instinct. Even after swallowing that psychic-type mutant's crystal core, which should have helped her blend in better, the second she saw food she still couldn't control herself. Thankfully, Chen Yuju didn't show any fear or disgust, just genuine curiosity. Seeing Jiang Zhaoshu hesitate, the ever-considerate Chen Yuju quickly added, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Like HLL, she could just pretend. Who was she kidding? Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated a bit, then confessed, I'm a mutant. Mutant, so, a zombie with consciousness. Chen Yuju wasn't very familiar with the concept. Pretty much. Jiang Zhaoshu even pulled back her lips, showing her slightly shrunken fangs, now resembling small tiger teeth. One day I just woke up and bam, I was a zombie. You don't look like the other zombies out there at all. Chen Yuju glanced at her clear skin and hands. Your body hasn't decayed at all. There's energy in meat. As long as I eat meat, I won't rot. To be honest, back when Jiang Zhaoshu first started eating meat, there hadn't been much visible change. Things only really shifted after she ate that mutant baby's crystal core. Her ability to absorb energy from cores and meat skyrocketed, and her body and skin improved overnight. At the time, Qi Xing kept pestering her, asking why she hadn't awakened an ability after eating the core. It drove her nuts. Now that she thought about it, it must have been the mutant baby's core doing its thing. So, do you want to eat this meat? Chen Yuju looked around at the remains. Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated for just a second before answering decisively, yeah, I want to eat it. Leaving it would be such a waste. Watching Chen Yuju absorb a crystal core had made her crave one too. Go ahead, Chen Yuju said gently. I'll guard the door so no one finds out. She didn't even flinch at the idea of Jiang Zhaoshu eating flesh. That hit Jiang Zhaoshu right in the feels. You're not scared of me? Of course not. You saved my life, Fugui. I'm grateful, not afraid. Chen Yuju's long lashes fluttered as she softly added, besides, sometimes, people are scarier than zombies. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded in full agreement. Then she downed the leftover crystal core and began her meal. Once she was nearly done, Chen Yuju used her new ability to split the floor open and bury the remaining bones and corpses deep in the earth. Aside from a few bloodstains, the room was suddenly spotless. HLSHT, Jiang Zhaoshu was blown away by Chen Yuju's power. She hadn't known Earth-type abilities could be used like this so convenient. She definitely needed to track down an Earth-type core sometime soon. By the time they finished cleaning up, night had fallen. Chen Yuju said she wanted to find a place to bury Chen Jinpeng, and return to her tin shelter. Jiang Zhaoshu also went back to her apartment. Just as she opened the door, Yan Hong next door heard the noise and peeked her head out. "Fugui, where'd you run off to all day? I was knocking like crazy earlier and no one answered." "Ah," Jiang Zhaoshu replied obediently, "I went to the ordinary zone to find the sister from yesterday." "What's up, Sister Hong?" "I heard your brother went on a mission outside the base these past few days," Yan Hong asked. "Wanna come over for dinner?" At the mention of dinner, Jiang Zhaoshu, who'd just eaten her fill for the first time in days, couldn't help letting out a burp. "I already ate, thanks, Sister Hong." Noticing Yan Hong was still in her base uniform, Jiang Zhaoshu thought for a second and asked, "Sister Hong, is it true that as long as you've got an ability, you can join the ability user squad?" Meanwhile, as the sky grew darker, Song Yao, who was leading a squad of ability users, found a suitable place to make camp. He pulled the vehicle over and instructed everyone to get out and start setting up tents. They'd be spending the night here. Tents were shared 2 people per unit. Ever since joining the ability user team, Qi Xing had kept his face like a stone slab, cold and emotionless. He rarely spoke and only opened his mouth to bark orders during training, running his teammates into the ground. Because of that, no one dared to talk to him casually. They all thought he was way too aloof. Same went for Song Yao, so when it came time to assign tents, the 2 of them were quietly left out. Of course, Cheng Yang, who used to be Song Yao's apprentice, had no issue bunking with his former teacher. But Cheng Yang was too popular, everyone in the squad liked him. A bunch of people were fighting to share a tent with him, crowding around like he was some sort of celebrity. The poor guy couldn't even make it over to Song Yao or Qi Xing. Qi Ying didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to finish this mission and get Song Yao to hand over that spatial ring. But when he glanced over and saw Cheng Yang surrounded by a group of fresh-faced teens who had just turned 18, Qi Xing suddenly felt a weird burst of irritation. Why was this guy so popular with all the young punks? Even Jiang Zhaoshu, back in the car, had called him out when he joked about Cheng Yang. So annoying. Sitting beside the campfire, Qi Xing added some logs to the flames, then turned to Song Yao and said, "Don't you think Cheng Yang is kind of off?" "Huh." Surprised that Qi Xing was voluntarily striking up conversation, Song Yao lifted his eyelids and glanced toward Cheng Yang, who wasn't far away. "What's off about him?" Qi Xing gave Cheng Yang another once-over sunny smile, not a hint of shadow on his face, and muttered darkly, "He feels like a fake." Chapter 85. I want to be rich. Song Yao asked in confusion, "What do you mean by fake person?" In his 30s, Song Yao was a bit out of touch with the slang young people use these days. Qi Xing. Suddenly, he kind of understood how Bai Xiaoling had felt when she'd explained what Yabi meant to him and Jiang Zhaoshu. It means someone who's really fake doesn't feel like a real person. Qi Xing asked, "Are his parents still alive?" Song Yao. "What are you talking about?" Song Yao said, "Cheng Yang's father is Commander Cheng Fengyun of our base, and his mother is Professor Wei Ping. Of course they're still alive." "WTF?" Qi Xing exclaimed. "He comes from such a happy family. That's so suspicious. Makes him seem even more like a fake person." Song Yao, he was starting to think this guy had lost his mind from working too much. From the very beginning, Qi Xing had found Cheng Yang strange. This was the F*******ing apocalypse. Even someone like Song Yao, blindly loyal and righteous, had his own thoughts. Yet Cheng Yang was still so cheerful and sunny, like a big golden retriever who'd never suffered a day in his life, always radiating this incomprehensible warmth and kindness toward everyone. He even offered to pay out of pocket for Jiang Zhaosu's medicine when she said she had diarrhea. Did he even realize how scarce and expensive meds were these days? From that, Qi Xing concluded, Cheng Yang was either a fake person or just plain dumb. Whatever, not his problem. After a month at Yangyao base, Song Yao hadn't found any leads on Qi Tong's whereabouts, so odds were she wasn't here. Qi Xing decided that after completing this mission and getting his hands on the spatial ring, he'd take Jiang Zhaoshu and leave Yangyao base. As long as Cheng Yang stopped bothering Jiang Zhaoshu and him before then, he was good. Their current mission was to eliminate an A-rank mutant. There were 8 people in their squad. Besides Qi Xing, who had lied about his ability level, Song Yao was the highest-ranked ability user and A-rank upper-tier metal type. Next came Qi Xing. Based on the info Song Yao had, Qi Xing's wood-type ability was at least A-rank mid-tier. Then there was Cheng Yang, whose gun was equipped with an A-rank upper-tier spatial-type crystal core. But since Cheng Yang still couldn't handle the gun properly, his combat power was ranked below Qi Xing's for now. The rest were all rookies who had just joined the ability user team. Their powers hovered between B and C rank. They were mainly here to get field experience. As for the danger level of the mission, it wasn't that high. 3 A ranks were more than enough to take out a single A rank mutant. The only issue was that this mutant had recently disappeared into the nearby forest. The forest had tricky terrain and often housed other mutant animals. There was no guarantee that the mutant wouldn't evolve by devouring others, or that it wouldn't run into another mutant, which was why the base had sent such a big team. Qi Xing had wood-based powers, so the forest was his turf. That's why Song Yao insisted on bringing him along. The next day, the 8 of them arrived at the forest where the monitor eye had detected the mutant hiding. Since none of the rookies were strong enough to handle the mutant alone, Song Yao ordered them to stick together. Qi Xing hated group action the most. You couldn't share a brain with 7 other people, there'd always be disagreements, and a whole lot of annoying chatter. Once in the forest, Qi Xing found a tree with a thick trunk and deep roots. He placed his hand on it and closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. He'd used this trick before when he and Jiang Zhaoshu had wandered into the woods. It had been easy to find her. But now, even though his power had upgraded to S rank, he couldn't sense where the mutant was. Qi Xing opened his narrow, fox-like eyes and looked at Song Yao. Are you sure you didn't bring us to the wrong place? I'm not sensing any mutant in this forest. Was Song Yao directionally challenged too? Song Yao paused for a moment, then replied confidently, no way. The location came straight from the monitor. Qi Xing frowned. Something definitely felt off. It was a big forest even without the mutant. There should have been some other creatures around. But just now, he'd sensed absolutely nothing. Where had it gone wrong? He asked, did the monitor say what type of mutant it is? Mutants came in all kinds. Some were speed-based, others had psychic powers, and some could even merge with animals or plants and become hybrid monsters. It's a speed-type mutant. It's already developed intelligence and knows how to avoid being hunted. The last team failed to catch it and had other missions to handle, so they left the report to the monitor eye. Song Yao frowned. Didn't I already go over this during the meeting? Qi Xing had tuned out halfway through the meeting because he thought Song Yao talked too much. A speed type? How fast can it be? Qi Xing smoothly changed the subject. His narrow, pitch-black fox eyes scanned the surroundings as a green light flared from his hand, suddenly slicing toward the nearby trees. With his strike, a slender, mantis-like creature shot out from behind one of the trunks and lunged at the closest ability user. This mutant's body color matched the bark and ground exactly. If it hadn't moved, there was no way the human eye could have spotted it. Things were just never easy without Jiang Zhaoshu around. With a mutant like this that could hide its presence, he had to rely entirely on instinct and experience. As the 4 rookie ability users around him started screaming in panic one after another, Qi Xing let out a long, helpless sigh. Ugh! What a bunch of useless little deadweights. He missed Fugui. Chapter 86, Run! Run quickly! Except for Qi Xing and Song Yao, the rest of the team were barely adult rookies. Usually they only trained at the base or hunted low-level zombies, so when facing a high-level mutant, it was easy for them to panic and mess up. When that mutant zombie suddenly lunged at him, the water-type ability user didn't even react with his usual water shield. Instead, he let out a terrified scream and instinctively lashed out with a water blade. The water blade did hit the mutant, slashing open its belly with a wet rip. Greenish-blue intestines spilled out with a splat, mixed with mucus. But unless you hit the brain, this kind of mutant felt almost no pain. Its speed didn't slow down at all, it kept charging at the water-type user. Just as those sharp claws were about to reach him, the water-type user completely froze like a statue. Dodge! Song Yao darted over like lightning, shoving the stunned kid aside and letting half of his own body instantly shift into metal to block the mutant's strike. Shield up. Anyone who can shield, put it up now. While dealing with the mutant, Song Yao shouted at the flustered interns, priority is protecting yourselves. This agile mutant might be fast, but to Qi Xing, who had already reached S rank, it wasn't anything hard to handle. Song Yao could deal with it alone. Soqi Xing didn't step in. Instead, Qi Xing was still puzzled over why he hadn't sensed this mutant earlier in the forest. Unless there was another wood-type ability user or mutant messing with things in this forest. Qi Xing kept up a nonchalant facade as he scanned the area, but at the same time he activated his power. A thin, dark green vine coiled out from his palm, winding down his uniform and quietly burrowing into the ground beneath their feet. Once underground, the vine spread rapidly like a silent web, expanding in all directions and feeding back information about the forest. The vine created by his power provided far more detailed data than the natural roots of the trees, but it drained a massive amount of mental energy Qi Xing usually couldn't be bothered. But if there really was another wood-type user or mutant here, and he could kill them and take their crystal core, that would be a huge help in leveling up. Even though he was already an S-rank wood-type ability user, at best that meant he could take down Song Yao. But if he had to go up against that S-rank fire-type user from the village again, Qi Xing's odds didn't look good. F*K, he was seriously craving that woman's spatial ability. Only after using a spatial ability do you truly realize how amazing it is. Song Yao's ring only held 10 cubic meters of space, and even that was ridiculously convenient. That woman, though, she could casually pull a multi-ton military vehicle from her space. Qi Xing couldn't even imagine how huge her inventory was or how many goodies she had stashed away. And unlike the space tools owned by Song Yao and Cheng Yang, hers wasn't officially registered, it was private. If he could get his hands on that, why the HLL would he keep working? He could just run off with Jiang Zhaoshu to some zombie-free paradise and live the sweet life. Oh, but before that, he needed to stock up some extra food supplies for his little zombie. As Qi Xing cheerfully fantasized about his future with Jiang Zhaoshu and their perfect life with unlimited space storage, over on the battlefield, Song Yao was roaring at the rookies, veins bulging on his neck as he struggled to keep them coordinated. Fireball! Fireball! Don't mix fire and water powers. What is this? AF*********King Sauna. SHT. Who the HLL are you aiming at? Are your eyes in your nose? DMN idiot. Clearly, Song Yao didn't consider the mutant too dangerous. He pinned it down himself and let the newbies get some practice. Qi Xing's vine kept stretching through the soil. Suddenly, it hit something. Qi Xing's fox-like eyes narrowed as he processed the information returned through the vine. The moment he figured it out, he shouted to Song Yao, "Don't kill that mutant." But he was too late. The newly promoted B-rank fire-type user had been so embarrassed by Song Yao's yelling that he was red in the face and holding back tears. He finally managed to concentrate and form a massive fireball with all his power. Just as Qi Xing shouted, the guy hurled the fireball directly at the greenish mutant. Qi Xing had been so busy channeling his power and processing the flood of intel that his reaction was delayed. He didn't even get the vine out in time to stop it. F***K. This was why he hated fire types. Song Yao looked confused when he heard Qi Xing yell, "What's wrong?" "There's more than one mutant in this forest," Qi Xing barked. "Move." Get out of here now. As soon as he finished, Qi Xing took off running. Song Yao froze for half a second, then quickly ordered the rest of the team, move, go now. But we haven't taken the crystal core from that mutant yet, the fire-type user protested. He was still thinking about the core inside the mutant's skull he'd just killed. Forget it. Song Yao snapped. Just move. But the fire-type rookie was at that classic stubborn age, newly adult, freshly hot-headed, and having just been humiliated, he was hellbent on proving himself. He pulled out a pair of protective gloves from his pocket and ran toward the mutant corpse, ignoring the retreating team. I'll get the core and catch up right away, he shouted, slipping the gloves on as he sprinted. Song Yao's forehead throbbed with pulsing veins. Hey, Zhu Yi's, I order you. He didn't get to finish. In the distance, a hulking green mass barreled toward them. This monster was moving way faster than the agile mutant they had just killed. The difference in speed was like a professional sprinter versus a scrawny college kid forced to run 800 meters for a fitness test. This one was definitely above S rank. Now Song Yao understood why Qi Xing had bolted. Holy sh*T, who wouldn't run from that? As the mutant closed the distance at breakneck speed, Song Yao gritted his teeth and turned back. He lunged at the oblivious fire-type, grabbed him, and bolted. The fire-type still had the dagger he used to cut into the mutant, and when Song Yao suddenly yanked him away, the guy flailed instinctively in panic. Since Song Yao hadn't metal-shifted his body for easier movement, the guy's blade grazed him. Swish, a faint slicing sound. The dagger, still slick with mutant fluids, nicked Song Yao's dark green uniform. He paused mid-sprint, glancing down at his side. His uniform was torn. As a metal-type user, his body usually had innate defense. That's why he always wore the base-issued lightweight uniform, flexible, streamlined. But that flexibility came at the cost of zero protection. The mutants' footsteps behind them were getting louder and louder, closing in fast. Song Yao's face darkened as he saw tiny beads of blood seeping from his skin. His black eyes flashed with emotion, and his jaw clenched so tightly his cheeks bulged. Finally, he shoved the terrified ability user forward and yelled, "Run! Run faster!" Then he turned around and charged straight toward the incoming mutant. Chapter 87. Song Yao, you're going to die from taking the tonic. Song Yao didn't lack the will to live. But with the speed of that mutant, no matter how fast they ran, it would catch up to them within minutes. He gritted his teeth at the thought of the wound on his waist already tainted by the mutant's fluids. In the end, he turned around to face the hulking creature. He didn't know if he could beat it, but he had to try. If nothing else, he'd buy time for the kids still running ahead. Because the wound was small, the zombie virus hadn't spread rapidly through his bloodstream. For now, Song Yao didn't feel anything strange in his body. He could still use his metal ability. The mutant in front of him looked like a supersized version of the agile one from earlier. Huge, but still freakishly nimble. It had intelligence too. The moment it saw Song Yao stop, it halted as well, glaring at him with furious green eyes. "Give back my child!" The bluish-green mutant crouched low, baring its fangs, its voice rasping with rage as it let out a garbled roar. "Give me my child's life!" That little mutant earlier must have been its offspring. No wonder Qi Xing had tried to stop them from killing it. Too bad they were a step too late. Exhaling deeply, Song Yao raised his hands, taking a fighting stance. There was no second option now. FKME, who was the DN inspector that lied about the number and level of the mutants? He knew that croaking monitor iCrow was unreliable. When he got back, he'd off 'em all. Every last one. Boil up a nice pot of turtle crow soup for Fugui. Qi Xing cursed silently as he ran. With his high ability level and physical endurance, he'd been the first to bolt. He'd already left the other ability users far behind and quickly found himself running solo. But after a while, something felt off. These trees looked too familiar. Not just the trees. The mutant and the man up ahead looked familiar too. Qi Xing stared at the scene. Song Yao locked in combat with the mutant and went quiet. Wait. How the HLL did he run in a circle? Song Yao had his legs wrapped tight around the mutant's neck. His leg strength was formidable. This move, strangling with his legs, was his specialty. Back at the hotel, he'd used the same technique to kill that physical enhancer. But compared to his clean kill then, he looked way more beat up now. His uniform was shredded by the mutant's claws, blood seeping out like red threads and dripping onto the ground. He hadn't metallized his vulnerable parts. All of his power had gone into strengthening his legs for the chokehold. 2 legs, hardened to their maximum strength, crushed the mutant's distorted neck while metal spikes constantly extended and retracted, stabbing it and making it howl in pain. Seeing this, Qi Xing quickly cast his healing power to patch up Song Yao. "Song Yao, are you out of your D*N mind?" Qi Xing shouted, uncharacteristically worried. "You haven't even transferred your space ring to me yet." Song Yao suddenly felt the pain ease a little, cool relief washing over him. He turned to see Qi Xing of all people. This selfish bastard actually came back to help. Just as a sliver of emotion flickered in Song Yao's iron-blooded heart, he heard what Qi Xing yelled next. **T. Even now, he was thinking about the space ring. Song Yao actually let out a breathless laugh from rage. "You little bastard. Get your SS over here and help." Qi Xing could tell the mutant was at least S rank. Normally, an ability user could match a mutant of the same rank, but Qi Xing didn't like risky fights. That's why he'd run. Yet somehow, he'd ended up right back here. Now that the mutant was wounded, Qi Xing didn't hesitate anymore. I'm here. Old bastard, get down already." He sent a vine to catch the completely spent Song Yao and pull him off. Then, thick vines shot up from the ground, laced with killing intent, lunging toward the mutant. The mutant's neck had already been pierced several times by Song Yao's spikes. The wounds weren't fatal, but for a mutant whose head was its weak point, they were enough to drive it berserk. Now, Qi Xing's vines targeted those same neck wounds, and with so many of them, the mutant couldn't dodge in time. Chunks of flesh were gouged out again and again. The creature roared in fury and soon realized the real threat: Qi Xing. It tried attacking him directly, but Qi Xing wasn't going to make it easy. He expertly manipulated the vines, slamming the mutant back. Meanwhile, Song Yao, now lying on the ground, started coughing up blood. His limbs spasmed uncontrollably. In between strikes, Qi Xing glanced at him and his eyes widened in alarm. Red blotches were already crawling up Song Yao's neck. **T. Are you turning? No way. You still haven't transferred the ring." Qi Xing's voice shook as he rushed to heal him again. "Just hold on till we get back to base, sign the contract, then you can die." But no matter how much healing he poured in, it was too late. The zombie virus had already taken over. "I already signed it." Before we left, Song Yao hacked up more foul blood, clutching his burning chest. "Cough, just finish off that ****ing mutant first." He couldn't believe this lunatic still cared about the ring. "You signed it?" Qi Xing looked down at the space ring on his finger, now officially his. Instantly elated, he withdrew his healing hand and focused on the fight. Vines tough as steel erupted from the ground like bamboo after the rain, surrounding the mutant from all sides. Realizing it was seriously injured and no match for Qi Xing, the mutant tried to flee. But there was no outrunning Qi Xing's vines. Wherever they rooted, they could instantly leap. In the end, the massive bluish-green mutant was caught in a cage of vines, pierced straight through the brain by multiple tendrils, and hung midair like a lifeless puppet. After dealing with the mutant, Qi Xing turned back towards Song Yao only to find the blood-soaked man who'd just been lying there coughing was gone. Chapter 88. I've always regretted from the way Song Yao coughed up blood just now. He most likely zombified and ran. Normal zombies can't control their hunger for long, they'll come looking for people sooner or later. Qi Xing didn't pay much attention to Song Yao's disappearance. He first pulled out his dagger and extracted the crystal core from the mutated zombie he just killed. Then he checked the small mutant's damaged skull but found no core inside. No idea if someone else had already taken it, or if it never had one to begin with. Earlier, when Qi Xing used his vines to scout, he had detected this large mutant. Strangely, it and the small one gave off almost exactly the same energy signature, despite the obvious power gap. Mutants evolved from zombies and came in all sorts of bizarre forms, but two being identical, that was extremely rare. Qi Xing had never encountered anything like it before. If he were a diligent and dutiful squad captain like Song Yao, he might have documented the whole thing and written a detailed report to submit to the base. But Qi Xing had long been done playing the role of a slave. Now, he was just a laid-back slacker chasing after a space ring. So, without hesitation, he stuffed both the large and small mutant corpses into his storage space backup rations for Jiang Zhaoshu. After cleaning up the scene, Qi Xing wised up this time. He quietly placed a hand on a large tree, scanning the path ahead before moving on. Using his ability to find a route was no problem. But for some reason, he still couldn't sense any other life forms in the forest. Something was off. This forest was just too strange. But he had already drained most of his mental strength earlier probing for threats, not to mention treating Song Yao and then fighting an S-rank mutant. Qi Xing was exhausted. He didn't have the energy to investigate further, he just wanted to get out of the forest as soon as possible. If another S-rank mutant popped up, he might not make it out this time. Following the path the trees guided him toward, Qi Xing moved quickly. At the forest's edge, he ran into Song Yao. Sure enough, he had turned. But what surprised Qi Xing was that although Song Yao's face was pale with a bluish tint and his exposed skin was mottled with corpse blotches, obvious signs of mutation, he didn't attack. Zombies have far sharper senses than humans, so Song Yao had noticed Qi Xing long ago, but instead of rushing at him, he just stood there, staring coldly. Being stared down by Song Yao's chilling zombie eyes made Qi Xing pause. He raised his hand tentatively in a greeting. "Hey there, mutant." "You psycho." Song Yao rolled his eyes at him like he was a complete idiot. Qi Xing. No wonder he was an upper-tier A-rank ability user. He could speak more clearly right after mutating than Jiang Zhaoshu did weeks into her transformation. Could A-rank ability users still become A-rank mutants after turning? Regular people retain their human consciousness for only a short while before fully turning. But ability users, with stronger resistance to the zombie virus, could keep their awareness much longer, possibly even indefinitely. Qi Xing sized up Song Yao, who still seemed relatively calm, debating whether to take him out while he still had some humanity left. After all, a selfless guy like Song Yao probably wouldn't want to become a mindless monster hurting innocent people. Might as well put him down, store him with the other mutants, and bring him back for Jiang Zhaosu's food stockpile. Song Yao had worked with Qi Xing for a month. He knew his character well enough. The moment Qi Xing squinted his fox-like eyes, Song Yao knew he was up to something shady again. "Thinking about killing me?" Song Yao snorted. "Relax. I wasn't planning on sticking around anyway. I'll let you kill me later." Qi Xing blinked. "Then why did you turn into a mutant? No will to live and still became a mutant. That didn't make sense." But Song Yao was trained by the base. He knew exactly what Qi Xing was implying. "I turned because I wanted to. You say you don't want to live, yet you deliberately turned into a mutant." Qi Xing shot back. "You're the crazy one." Hearing that, Song Yao actually laughed, but his face, already rotting, covered in dark purple-red blotches, was hideous beyond belief when he smiled. "Ugh." Qi Xing immediately turned away, covering his eyes. "Stop smiling. My eyes." "Hey." Song Yao scoffed at Qi Xing's dramatic reaction, then suddenly said, "I just wanted to know what it feels like to die as a mutant." Oh right, Qi Xing remembered that Song Yao's wife had also become a mutant. He'd heard Cheng Yang talk about Song Yao's past. His wife's name was Zheng Wenfang. She had also been a highly capable ability user. But during a mission, she got scratched by a mutant while trying to save a teammate and turned. Shockingly, she didn't lose her mind at first. She could still speak and express herself like a human. She returned to the base and volunteered to be a test subject in the lab's research on mutants. But one day during an experiment, Zheng Wenfang lost control, broke free of her restraints, and injured 2 lab staff. Song Yao himself had carried out the base's sentence and ended her life. Even then, Zheng Wenfang still had her consciousness. Qi Xing actually kind of admired people like Song Yao and Zheng Wenfang. They were all about righteousness and sacrifice. Brutal to others, even more brutal to themselves. For their beliefs, even if it meant pain, loss, or death, they never hesitated. He couldn't do that. He was just a selfish bastard, constantly thinking about how to survive. That kind of noble idealism was way above his pay grade. Come to think of it, he and Jiang Zhaoshu were kind of a match. All she cared about was eating. As long as she had meat and crystal cores, she'd stay alive no matter what. And honestly, that worked. That attitude was exactly what let them survive and even find some joy in the apocalypse. Qi Xing glanced at the military vehicle parked not far from the forest's edge and offered a suggestion. Didn't you always say Cheng Yang was too soft? Wishy-washy? Lacked resolve? Well, go out there and make him kill you. That'll toughen him up for sure. You're pure effing chaos. Song Yao was speechless. Hey, just trying to put people's talents to good use. Qi Xing didn't see any problem with his logic. He was genuinely moved by Song Yao's sense of sacrifice and was sincerely trying to offer him ideas. Kill me, Song Yao said, pointing to his own head. You're decisive just like me. Nah. Qi Xing crossed his arms. I just fought an S-rank mutant. I'm exhausted. If you want someone to waste energy, go find Cheng Yang. Seeing him pretend like that, Song Yao scoffed. Then, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, fangs flashing as he lunged at Qi Xing. Qi Xing quickly retreated, green light flaring between his fingers. Emerald vines shot out like serpents, piercing through Song Yao's head. Song Yao froze mid-attack, then stopped moving. Core's yours. After this, take care of that little mutant of yours and live on. The zombie's weak spot was its head. Song Yao's consciousness began fading. His voice grew faint. I really regret it all, Wenfang. When you died, did you hate me? Swish. Qi Xing withdrew the vine, dragging the core out of his brain. As soon as it was gone, Song Yao's body rapidly deteriorated and collapsed to the ground, silent. Qi Xing looked at the blood-stained crystal core in his hand, then at the now truly dead Song Yao. Regret? What good is it now? He'd killed the one he loved with his own hands. Now he wanted to repent, but could she even hear it? Qi Xing clenched the filthy, blood-covered core tightly and stored Song Yao's corpse in his space. At the very least, he'd never become that kind of person. Chapter 89 Revenge for Song Yao. After destroying Song Yao's body, Qi Xing wiped his hands clean, ran his fingers through his hair a few times, then pretended to be panting as he jogged over to the military vehicle. The bunch of little brats had somehow made it out of the woods before him and were now arguing loudly, none of them noticing his arrival. Cheng Yang had grabbed Zhu Yi's by the collar, face red with fury, yelling, "You're lying. There's no way Song Yao turned into a mutant." It's true, Zhu Yi's, a tall guy close to 1.9 meters, was crying his eyes out. I accidentally cut Captain Song with a dagger stained with mutant fluid, and then he pushed me away, told me to run while he stayed behind to hold off the mutant. Cheng Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He punched Zhu Yi's straight in the face. It's you. You killed our teacher. Zhu Yi's collapsed to the ground without fighting back. Cheng Yang, completely losing it, raised his foot and started kicking him again. The others rushed to pull them apart. What the hell are you all yelling about? Now that Song Yao was dead, Vice Captain Qi Xing had to step in to keep order. His voice was sharp and commanding. Look at yourselves. What the HLL do you think you're doing? Making all this noise. What if you attract another mutant over? Qi Xing usually didn't talk much around the team. He always seemed cold and aloof, and his training methods were even harsher than Song Yao's. In the team, besides Song Yao, the one everyone feared most was Qi Xing. As soon as he spoke, the place fell into instant silence. After a few seconds, someone cautiously spoke up. Vice Captain, where did you go just now? Yeah, we were all running, then suddenly we couldn't find you. Qi Xing, who had just pulled off a few seconds of authority. I sensed through my ability that Song Yao hadn't moved from his spot. I couldn't leave him alone, so I went back to look for him. Chi Xing spoke gravely, not missing a beat. But when I got back, Captain Song had already turned into a mutant. He still had a shred of reason left after transforming and did his best to hold off the S-class mutant, giving us time to escape. We can't let Captain Song's sacrifice be in vain. We need to leave this place immediately. Chi Xing ordered, Cheng Yang, come drive. Hearing Chi Xing say the same thing, the usually goofy and carefree Cheng Yang looked like he was falling apart. His eyes were red, and his voice was choked with tears. But, teacher. Chi Xing stared him down, his expression stern. Cheng Yang, Captain Song did this so all of us could survive. He's the one who got Captain Song killed. Chi Xing pointed at Zhu Yi's, who was still curled up on the ground. You want to drag the rest of us to our deaths too? When we go on missions, there's always a risk of dying. No one can be safe forever. If you can't handle it, go back to logistics. Tears streamed down Cheng Yang's face. He choked a few times, then wiped his eyes and got into the driver's seat. The rest of you get in the DMN vehicle. Before getting into the front passenger seat, Chi Xing glanced at Zhu Yi's, who was just climbing up, still sobbing. If you really feel guilty, then don't do something that's stupid again, Chi Xing said coldly. There won't be a second good guy willing to die for you. Only a fool like Song Yao would choose to save another fool like him. A big fool saving a little fool. Guess that's one way fools look out for each other. Chi Xing didn't understand it, but since Song Yao had left him the spatial ring, the crystal cores, and the body, he'd show some respect. They wouldn't make it back to base today. They'd have to camp out for the night. With Song Yao gone, Chi Xing now had a tent all to himself. After confirming with Zhu Yi's that the little mutant's skull didn't contain a crystal core, Chi Xing returned to his tent. That little mutant had no core, yet its speed and agility were far above normal zombies, almost on par with an A-rank mutant. From everything Chi Xing knew about zombies, that should have been impossible. The aura he'd sensed with his vines from both the big and little mutant was nearly identical, except in strength. They were practically like two halves of one being. Chi Xing sat in the tent, trying to figure out the connection between those two mutants. Then Cheng Yang suddenly showed up hugging a pillow, head down, eyes wet. Vice Captain Chi Xing, get lost. This isn't AF ******* daycare. Take your fake SS somewhere else. After accepting a C-rank crystal core from Cheng Yang, Chi Xing reluctantly agreed to let him sleep in the same tent. They each curled up in their own sleeping bags. Chi Xing had overused his ability today and was especially drained. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was nearly asleep. Then Cheng Yang spoke again. Vice Captain, what do I do? I really hate Zhu Yi's right now. Chi Xing, suddenly jarred awake. How long was this soft-hearted faker going to keep going? Hating someone is normal, okay. Why come to him to vent about it? Honestly, Song Yao should have let Cheng Yang take the lead in training, maybe then he'd finally toughen up. Word was, Song Yao and Zheng Wenfang never had kids of their own, so they always treated Cheng Yang like half a son. Song Yao had waited for him at the edge of the woods earlier, probably just wanted to see Cheng Yang one last time before he died. I hate him so much, Cheng Yang choked again, his voice full of resentment. I wish it were him who died today, not Song Yao. Now that didn't sound like such a fake. Chi Xing perked up, suddenly interested. He responded coldly, then go kill him. Huh? Cheng Yang didn't expect Chi Xing to actually say that. He froze, then hesitated. But didn't you say earlier that Song Yao did it to save him? That was just for show. You actually believed that crap? Honestly, I can't stand him either. Song Yao died because of him. Don't you want to get revenge? Chi Xing lowered his voice, tempting Cheng Yang. Kill him on our way back. I'll cover for you. I'll report it as a field casualty, just like Song Yao. Chapter 90. Meet the male and female protagonists again. As Chi Xing said those words, he had already crawled out of his sleeping bag and sat up deliberately to look at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang's young, handsome face looked a bit lost. His thick brows were furrowed, and those teary, pitch-black eyes revealed a mix of emotions, rationality and emotion battling each other, as if he were going through some intense mental struggle. Qi Xing kept watching him, clearly waiting for an answer. After a long moment of hesitation, Cheng Yang finally let out a discouraged sigh and said, "No, I can't do it. That's someone Song Yao risked his life to save. I can't kill him." TCH. What a wimp. Hearing such a lame response, Qi Xing rolled his eyes and slipped back into his sleeping bag, even scooting a bit farther away, muttering in his head, "Fake guy, stay away from me, fake guy, stay away from me." Fugui was way better. If this had been a question for Fugui, she wouldn't even hesitate for a second. He'd already been away from her for 2 whole days. Had Fugui finished eating all the meat yet? Zombies don't need to sleep, so what was she doing now? Was she thinking about him? Ugh, he hated hanging around all these stinky men. Miss her, miss her, miss her. Qi Xing drifted off to sleep while imagining how bright Jiang Zhaosu's smile would be when she saw the huge pile of food he brought back. Meanwhile, Cheng Yang, still lying next to him, was sighing repeatedly, occasionally wiping away tears from his face. The next morning. Qi Xing wasted no time getting Cheng Yang up, and they drove straight back to the base. But because Song Yao's death counted as a major mission incident, Qi Xing wasn't allowed to return to his apartment right away. He had to fill out over a dozen reports at the operations office and attend 2 meetings. It wasn't until after office hours that he could finally go home, completely exhausted. "Fugui, your brother's back." As soon as he opened the door, Qi Xing called out loudly. But after shouting, he realized there were no signs of life in the apartment. No zombie girl. Where was Fugui? He searched around but didn't see Jiang Zhaoshu anywhere. What he did find was his supply box, which had clearly been rummaged through and left in a mess. What the HLL was she up to? Other than that, the room looked normal. She probably just went out to play somewhere and hadn't returned yet. Taking advantage of the moment, Qi Xing tidied up the box, grabbed a fresh set of clothes from the closet, took a shower, and finally crawled under the covers to enjoy a real bed. After 3 days away, 2 of them sleeping rough in a sleeping bag, he was reminded once again, beds are the best. Qi Xing silently wished his spatial ability was big enough to store furniture like Ken Zhao could. Then he could whip out a luxury mattress and a warm comforter anytime, anywhere. Just as he relaxed and closed his eyes, the door lock clicked. Jiang Zhaoshu was back. Qi Xing immediately ducked under the covers, planning to jump out and scare his little zombie girl. But Jiang Zhaoshu had already caught his scent the moment she stepped inside. "Qi Ronghua, Qi Ronghua." As soon as she closed the door, Jiang Zhaoshu shouted and rushed to the bed, kicked off her shoes, and dove under the covers, hiding herself like she was running from a ghost. "They're here," she said, panic in her voice. "Who?" Feeling the sudden weight of something cold and soft in his arms, Qi Xing pulled her in. "What's going on?" She'd smelled Qi Xing from outside and had been shaking in fear. But in his warm arms, her trembling finally stopped. Still, her voice was shaky as she spoke. "It's the couple with the fire type and spatial ability that we met in the village. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan. F*K, what were those 2 doing at the Yangyao base now?" These past 2 days, Chen Yuju had, thanks to Jiang Zhaosu's introduction, met Yan Hong and joined the ability user team, moving into this district. After work, Jiang Zhaoshu had gone to hang out at her new place. But today, when she arrived, she unexpectedly ran into Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan. Even more surprising, they were old acquaintances of Chen Yuju. The 2 were chatting at the door when Jiang Zhaoshu arrived. "Yuju, it's only been a few years, and you've changed so much. I remember you used to be terrified of bugs, even crying when you saw one. And now you've joined the base and kill zombies." Ken Zhao wasn't in her usual heels and cheongsam today. She wore a long, custom-made ivory wool coat, flat leather boots, and had a perfectly made-up, beautiful face. Chen Yuju was now in the deep green uniform issued by the base. She was taller than Ken Zhao, eyes lowered and voice soft. "The world's changed so much these past years, I've changed too." She looked over Ken Zhao's fancy outfit, flawless makeup, and shiny accessories hanging from her ears and neck. You, on the other hand, haven't changed at all. Still as pretty as ever. You two finally together? She asked, shifting her gaze to Pei Qixuan. Pei Qixuan had kept a cold expression the whole time. But when Chen Yujiu asked that question, he finally nodded slightly. Of course. Chen Yujiu wasn't much of a talker. The conversation clearly died there. Then she looked past them and saw Jiang Zhaoshu, her face lighting up. Fugui. Oh. **T. At that moment, Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan had their backs turned, and Jiang Zhaoshu was still wondering who these visitors were. Once she realized who she was looking at, it was too late to escape. Chen Yujiu abandoned the two and walked straight toward her. Jiang Zhaoshu had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up to meet her. This is my dad's friend's little sister. She often comes over to hang out with me. Chen Yujiu introduced her with an obvious hint of dismissal in her tone. Maybe we can catch up, another time. Sure, let's talk later. Only then did Ken Zhao finally leave with Pei Qixuan. It was the first time Jiang Zhaoshu had come face to face with the female and male leads of this novel, and her heart nearly exploded. Thankfully, she was small and skinny, not easy to notice. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan hadn't paid much attention to her. That's when Jiang Zhaoshu learned that Ken Zhao and Chen Yujiu had actually been middle school classmates. Ken Zhao was visiting Yangyao Base because Pei Qixuan needed to meet someone, Commander Cheng Fengyun, a friend of his father's. Cheng Fengyun. Qi Xing immediately caught the familiar name. Isn't that Cheng Yang's dad? Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan were both fakes in Qi Xing's eyes. Now a whole bunch of fake people were gathering in one place. Cheng Yang's dad, Jiang Zhaoshu, still bundled in the blanket, looked at him wide-eyed. Something flashed through her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. Oh, **T. Was she and Qi Xing about to get dragged into the main couple's plotline again? Come on, brain, think. What's the storyline of this DMN novel again? Chapter 91. She remembered. Qi Xing wondered, not for the first time, can zombies suffocate? He glanced at Jiang Zhaoshu lying on the bed, looking like she couldn't breathe, and silently lifted the blanket off the two of them. Qi Xing didn't really care much about Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan. Back in the village, those two had only killed Qin Feng and the others. They hadn't seen his or Jiang Zhaoshu's face, and the military vehicle they'd stolen had already been ditched halfway. So what if they ran into them again? If he could take Pei Qixuan in a fight, he'd slaughter them both right now, take their space items and crystal cores, and feed the meat to Jiang Zhaoshu. Fugui, look. Qi Xing released the mutant and Song Yao from his space. Got something good. Jiang Zhaoshu was holding her head, agonizing over plots she'd read in novels, when suddenly the sweet, enticing scent that only zombies could pick up hit her nose. She looked at the floor. Holy **T2 greenish-blue mutants, and lying on them was Song Yao with a huge gaping hole in his head. Qi Xing actually meant it. He really killed the guy. Jiang Zhaoshu was stunned. Song Yao's dead. Wasn't he pretty powerful? And he died just like that. Reflexively, she blurted out, what about Cheng Yang? Cheng Yang was like Song Yao's tail, always following him around. If Song Yao was dead, where was Cheng Yang? Qi Xing's expression instantly soured. Why do you care about him so much? No, I didn't mean it like that. Something else clicked in Jiang Zhaoshu's head, and she blinked. Didn't you say Cheng Yang came from a powerful family? If something happens to him, wouldn't we be suspected of being involved? Oh. Qi Xing grudgingly accepted that reason. He's fine. Just sad about Song Yao dying on a mission, probably went home to cry or something. When Jiang Zhaoshu heard the word died, her eyes widened. Wait, you didn't kill Song Yao? She'd honestly thought the petty Qi Xing took the mission as a chance to get revenge. Not exactly. Qi Xing gave her a brief rundown of what happened in the forest. Jiang Zhaoshu munched on food while listening to him tell the story. Seeing her eat so happily, Qi Xing made himself a sandwich too. Over dinner, One human and one zombie exchanged stories about what they'd each been through over the past few days. That was when Chi Xing found out Chen Jinpeng had died, and Chen Yuju had awakened Earth-type powers and joined the ability user squad. Well, that's for the best, Chi Xing said. Someone like Chen Yuju's better off in a base team. Otherwise, even with powers, she wouldn't last long outside. As for Chen Jinpeng, Chi Xing could only sigh. In this world, good people usually didn't live long. Why was Cheng Yang the freaking exception? Chi Xing kept the mutant's crystal core for himself and handed Song Yao's core to Jiang Zhaoshu. Other element crystal cores didn't work that well on him. If he absorbed Song Yao's core, it wouldn't benefit him nearly as much as it would her. She'd once been awestruck watching Song Yao use his metal powers outside a clothing store, practically drooling with envy. Now that she had Song Yao's crystal core in her hands, she was over the moon. Unfortunately, she had just taken another leftover core a few days ago and didn't dare absorb another one so soon. Since Chi Xing had given her such a big gift, Jiang Zhaoshu felt she had to give him something in return. She rummaged around in her pockets and finally pulled out a few small plastic square packets. What's this? Chi Xing raised an eyebrow, looking at the suspicious items lying in her outstretched palm. Ah, it was the only thing she could find on her at the moment. A light bulb went off in her head. The guy next door said it helps treat Ed. It's for you. Like she was tossing away something gross, Jiang Zhaoshu shoved all the little packets into Chi Xing's hand. Chi Xing was silent for a few seconds. Then he put the stuff into his space and picked up the dagger lying on the coffee table, heading toward the door. I'm gonna go kill that guy. Ah, I was kidding. Jiang Zhaoshu quickly grabbed his arm. I took those from the hotel out of curiosity, okay? I never even opened them. With the loot divided, Chi Xing started cleaning the apartment and packing. We've been at this base for a month. My sister probably isn't here. I'll submit the departure paperwork tomorrow, then we're out. Jiang Zhaoshu had been stressing over the arrival of Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan. Now, hearing they were leaving the base, she was so happy she jumped 3 feet in the air and zipped around the apartment, cheerfully helping Chi Xing pack. Life at the base had been easy and comfortable, sure, but Jiang Zhaoshu still preferred the nomadic lifestyle. There were just too many people and ability users here. Her zombie nose was constantly bombarded by the smell of food. It was torture. If she stayed here any longer, she'd either go nose blind, or become ADMN monk. Probably both. Now that he had his own space, Chi Xing was even more reluctant to throw things away. He wanted to bring everything. But after loading in Jiang Zhaoshu's food supply, there was barely any room left. He had to seriously trim down their luggage. The pair spent half the night picking through their stuff and finally settled on what to bring. As for the rest, Jiang Zhaoshu decided to give it all to Chen Yuju the next day. After finishing the mission, Chi Xing technically had a day off, but the next morning, before he'd even gotten out of bed, someone came banging loudly on their apartment door. Deputy Chi, Deputy Chi, are you home? The HLL. Who the F*** was making all that noise this early? Still half asleep, Chi Xing irritably pulled the blanket over his head, refusing to answer. It was Jiang Zhaoshu, playing on the couch, who recognized the voice and ran over to open the door. Cheng Yang. He looked different from his usual cheerful self at the hotel. Today, Cheng Yang's face was clouded with sorrow, his eyes puffy and red. He'd clearly been crying. The boy had clearly suffered a huge blow. His young, handsome face looked paler than usual, the corners of his eyes slightly red, his brows drooping with sadness. At first glance, he almost looked like he'd been shattered into pieces. Randomly, this overly descriptive passage popped into Jiang Zhaoshu's head. She stared at Cheng Yang in horror. He looked down at her too, voice hoarse. Fugui, where's your brother? My dad said he needs to talk to him. Asked him to come to his office. Ah, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly grabbed her head and screamed. She remembered. It all came back to her. Cheng Yang, son of Cheng Fengyun. He was the sunny, loyal younger guy from that novel she read, who'd secretly had a crush on the female lead since childhood. Male lead number 5. Chapter 92. Put down your wealthy hands. They called him the fifth male lead, but honestly, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't even remember which number he was supposed to be. There were just too many male characters in that book. No way she could keep track of them all. As the female lead in a brainless post-apocalyptic power fantasy, Ken Zhao had the most gorgeous looks and the strongest spatial ability. Of course, she didn't only have Pei Qixuan chasing after her. Ken Zhao was fair-skinned and beautiful, with a delicate and graceful figure. Even though she could be a bit temperamental, men still fell head over heels for her. Cheng Yang was one of many guys smitten with her. Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao's family backgrounds spoke for themselves. As for Cheng Yang, he might come across as cheerful and down-to-earth, but his family background wasn't any worse than theirs. Their parents had once been part of the same social circle, so the kids naturally knew each other too. Cheng Yang had liked Ken Zhao since they were little, but because he was a few years younger and always looked boyish, Ken Zhao had only ever treated him like a little brother, never once seeing him as anything else. After the apocalypse hit, Cheng Yang had a breakdown when he had to personally kill a teacher who'd mutated into a zombie. For a long time after that, he turned gloomy, even a little twisted. The sweet little puppy from a younger age romance arc turned into a quiet, brooding, emotionally scarred guy. It wasn't until Ken Zhao appeared and gently helped him open up that his mental state began to recover. From that moment on, he fell deeply and irrevocably in love with her. Of course, as a low-tier male lead, Cheng Yang wasn't entitled to much romantic development with the female lead. At best, during some emotional low point, she might hold his hand sympathetically. That's it. Nothing more. So it was no surprise that Cheng Yang was completely clueless about anything romantic or sexual, hence his over-the-top reaction in the car to Qi Xing's teasing. The original novel didn't describe Cheng Yang in much detail. As for Song Yao, he was barely mentioned at all, just portrayed as someone who was both a mentor and a friend to Cheng Yang, a key figure in his transformation from boy to man. He didn't even get a name. Basically, he was just a tool used to push Cheng Yang's character development along. Every time Jiang Zhaoshu came to these scenes, she'd just skim through them quickly. What she really wanted was the action, the fights. Compared to all the romantic fluff, what she remembered most was why Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan came here in the first place. They were searching for a special kind of mutant. Most mutants came from mutated zombies and still looked somewhat human or animal. But this one was different. It had evolved from a mutated plant. It looked like any other giant tree at first glance, but inside, it had already developed a crystal core. The tree not only drew nutrients from the soil like normal plants, it could also move its roots like Qi Xing's vines, using corpses of both humans and zombies as fertilizer. Once it absorbed enough blood and flesh, the tree would grow humanoid-shaped fruit. When eaten by humans, those fruits could heal wounds and rapidly restore energy. When eaten by zombies, there was a chance they'd evolve into mutants. Based on what Qi Xing told her last night, how he couldn't sense any other mutants in that forest, it was obvious that this mutant was hidden in there, and that its core was a wood-type support variant. It could heal, attack, and even mask its presence, making it a perfect match for Qi Xing's current wood-type powers. In the original story, Pei Qixuan killed the mutant and gave the crystal core to Ken Zhao. That was when Ken Zhao finally leveled up not just a pretty face or a glorified storage bag for the male lead, but someone who could both attack and heal. In critical moments, she no longer had to wait around to be rescued by Pei Qixuan. She could escape or win on her own. But now Jiang Zhaoshu remembered that part of the plot. And as a professional loot snatcher, she and Qi Xing had already stolen Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan's car, and she had swallowed the psychic-type crystal core that was originally meant for Pei Qixuan. Equal opportunity for both male and female leads. Naturally, it was now Qi Xing's turn to snatch Ken Zhao's wood-type core. Jiang Zhaoshu had just been wondering what she could do to repay Qi Xing's kindness, and here it was, delivered right to their doorstep. Hearing her suddenly shout, Qi Xing finally sat up from the bed and lazily asked, "What's up, Fugui? You see a ghost in broad daylight?" That was when Cheng Yang realized Qi Xing was still in the apartment, lying in bed the whole time. The place wasn't big, the living room and bedroom were connected. You could see everything at a glance. Chi Xing's bed had only one blanket, and he'd wrapped himself up in it completely. On the couch in the living room was a thin throw blanket, and on the coffee table was Jiang Zhaosu's favorite gaming console. The blanket was slightly lifted at one end, like someone had just gotten out from under it. Cheng Yang stared at Chi Xing in shock. "Vice Captain, you seriously took the bed and the down comforter for yourself, and let your little sister sleep on the couch with just a thin blanket? What kind of brother does that? Oh wait, Chi Ronghua wasn't actually her real brother. What kind of man does that? How could he treat a kid he adopted like this? No wonder Fugui was so scrawny, looking like a poor little bean sprout." Cheng Yang grabbed Jiang Zhaosu's hand and touched her icy skin, full of righteous fury. "Look. Just look." Her hands were so cold they felt like a corpse's. She was at a critical age for growth. How was she supposed to grow properly if she didn't get enough sleep or food? Cheng Yang couldn't hold it in anymore and scolded Chi Xing. "Vice Captain, how can you take care of a kid like this? Fugi's hands are freezing. She's a little girl. Girls can't handle the cold. It's easy for them to develop chronic illnesses." Let go of her hand. Chi Xing, who'd had to listen to Cheng Yang sobbing all night in the tent, now had a headache the moment he heard his voice. He said coldly, "Don't tell me how to raise a kid." Jiang Zhaoshu didn't even need sleep, nor was she scared of the cold. So what if she played games on the couch? He gave her meat to eat every day. Fugui adored him. "If taking care of kids is such a burden to you, then you should just hand Fugui over to me," Cheng Yang said righteously. "At least in my house, she'd have her own bed. And she wouldn't be raised into a malnourished mess like this." Jiang Zhaoshu. To be fair, her malnourished look really wasn't Chi Xing's fault. Chi Xing was now fully awake. He leaped out of bed, yanked Jiang Zhaoshu out of Cheng Yang's hands, and pulled her into his arms. He sneered, "Go wash your face and go back to bed. You clearly haven't woken up from your dream yet." Cheng Yang, whose eyes were already red from crying the last couple of days, now turned bright red from anger. But his words got stuck. He wasn't good at arguing and he could only glare furiously at Chi Xing. Jiang Zhaoshu stood silently between them. Wait, wasn't this the part where Cheng Yang turns into a gloomy, introverted, blackened little mutt? Where was the gloom? Where was the introversion? Where was the blackening? "Can we get back to business?" she finally interrupted, still focused on that wood-type crystal core growing in the forest. "Hurry up and file your application so we can get out of here." Chapter 93. Office Shura Field. Cheng Yang looked surprised. "Deputy Captain, are you and Fugui leaving the base?" "Yeah." Chi Xing turned around and gently set Jiang Zhaoshu down in a safe spot, farther from Cheng Yang, then headed into the bathroom to wash up. As he brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth, Cheng Yang turned back to Jiang Zhaoshu, confused. "Why? Isn't staying in the base better?" There were still countless people out there waiting for someone from the base to save them. Everyone was desperate to get here, yet these two were planning to leave voluntarily. "I don't like it here," Jiang Zhaoshu casually said. "My brother has missions every day. He can't keep me company, and there's always a chance he might die. It's too dangerous. Out there, at least we can avoid zombies. It's a bit safer." Her reasoning made Cheng Yang think of Song Yao. His eyes turned red again, but he didn't say anything more. It was true. While the base offered convenience and freedom from constant worry about zombie attacks, ability users had to carry out missions every day. And the higher-ups would adjust the mission difficulty based on their ability level. In the end, it wasn't much safer than the outside world. That's exactly how Song Yao died. After Chi Xing finished washing up and changed clothes, he got ready to head out with Cheng Yang. Jiang Zhaoshu made a point to say to him, "Come back early, okay?" They had to leave before the main couple did and get that crystal core from the big tree. Chi Xing smiled at her and rubbed her head. "Okay." As the commander of Yangyao Base, Cheng Fengyun's office was naturally in one of the base's most heavily protected areas. On the way there, Chi Xing took a glance at the security stationed in that area. They were all wearing the base's standard uniform with guns at their waists. In addition to being armed, they likely had abilities too. Following Cheng Yang into Cheng Fengyun's office, the two of them knocked and got permission to enter. Qi Xing paused when he stepped inside. Cheng Fengyun wasn't alone. Pei Qishuen and Ken Zhao were there too. Since he was planning to resign, Qi Xing wasn't wearing the dark green uniform issued by the base today. He had on his own clothes instead. The moment he walked in, everyone's eyes were drawn to him. The long black down coat emphasized Qi Xing's slender frame and cold, pale skin. There were faint dark circles under his eyes from staying up late packing with Jiang Zhaoshu last night. Even though he had a beautiful face, he looked frail and weak, pale as a sheet like a sickly person. No one could tell how he managed to become a deputy captain. Qi Xing quickly scanned the room. His gaze lingered for a few extra seconds when it landed on Ken Zhao. To someone like Qi Xing, who was obsessed with spatial powers, Ken Zhao didn't even register as a person anymore. She was a massive, mobile, and perfectly preserved space. He wanted her so bad, wanted to dig that crystal core right out of her chest and strap it to himself. Supplies. Space. Supplies. Space. Pei Qishuen immediately noticed the fleeting mania that flashed through Qi Xing's pitch-black eyes as he looked at Ken Zhao. Disgusted, he frowned and pulled Ken Zhao behind him, shielding her with his body. These disgusting, greedy men one after another were all eyeing his treasure with impure thoughts. Qi Xing wasn't the only one. After entering the room, Cheng Yang also glanced at Ken Zhao. But unlike Qi Xing's twisted obsession, Cheng Yang looked like nothing more than a pure-hearted boy with a crush. When their eyes met, a soft blush crept up Cheng Yang's youthful, handsome face. He gave her a shy smile. Ken Zhao had always treated him like a cute little brother and smiled back at him. Cheng Yang's face turned even redder, his tanned cheeks now bright as a ripe persimmon. With two men eyeing his wife like hungry wolves, Pei Qishuen glared at Qi Xing first, then turned his glare on Cheng Yang. Meeting Pei Qishuen's hostile eyes, Qi Xing finally realized he had completely forgotten to manage his expression. But he couldn't help it. He wanted that spatial power so badly, so badly. DMN these disobedient eyes. Quickly, Qi Xing averted his gaze like a guilty child caught red-handed and lowered his head, playing his usual pitiful weakling role to perfection. "You're Qi Ronghua, the deputy who went on a mission with Song Yao a few days ago?" Cheng Fengyun asked. He'd never seen Qi Xing in person before. "Yes." Qi Xing hung his head and mumbled like a coward. "In the report you submitted, it says you personally witnessed the mutated type in the forest fighting with Song Yao." Cheng Fengyun ordered, "Tell them everything you know, in detail." That forest was under Yangyao Base's jurisdiction. Pei Qishuen and Ken Zhao had come to the base under the pretense of helping eliminate the green-blue mutant, but their real aim was to gather information on the forest to better obtain the tree spirit's wood-type crystal core. In the original plot, after that battle, Pei Qishuen and Ken Zhao not only got the core, they also earned a great reputation. A double win. But now the mutant had already been eliminated by Qi Xing, and the only other person who knew the truth, Song Yao, was dead. There was no way Qi Xing would tell them what really happened, so he started spouting nonsense. He claimed the mutant could talk and kept yelling, "I want a muscle man. I want a muscle man," while attacking. He even said the mutant's eyes could shoot lasers, and wherever the beam landed, it burned massive holes. Everyone in the room looked stunned. Their faces went pale, then green, then back again. Their eyes slowly filled with disbelief as they stared at him like he'd gone mad. Even Cheng Yang couldn't take it anymore. He reached out and gently tugged on Qi Xing's arm as he gestured wildly. "Deputy, are you okay?" Just a couple days ago, Qi Xing had been totally calm, as if Song Yao's death hadn't affected him at all. Who'd have thought he'd come back after just one night and be like this? It seemed he did care about Captain Song after all. Stopped mid-gesture by Cheng Yang, Qi Xing suddenly looked dazed for a moment, his eyes slightly watery. "Commander Cheng, it's not that I don't want the job anymore. I'm just really scared." He wiped at his dry eyes with his sleeve, voice choked up. "My mom left when I was in elementary school. My dad died early. My little sister's missing. I finally adopted a little sister who's also an orphan like me. I can't let her lose her brother too. Qi Xing looked like he was about to kneel right there. Please, please let me resign. Cheng Fengyun, he'd been at Yangyao base for a long time, but he'd never seen such a pathetic ability user. Cheng Yang, was this really the deputy Qi he knew? Ken Zhao, he looked so good, but why was he so completely off the rails? Pei Qixuan, he felt a little insulted for having considered this guy a romantic rival. Finally, Cheng Fengyun pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly getting a headache, and waved him off like he was shooing away a beggar. Fine, fine. If you don't want to be deputy anymore, then leave the base. Chapter 94, Brother, are you lonely? As soon as Qi Xing stepped out of the office, he instantly returned to his usual composed expression. Just as the door clicked shut behind him, he even caught Pei Qixuan's disdainful voice. That guy's scared out of his mind, probably lost it. DMN fire-type ability user. Sooner or later, I'll slice you up and throw you in the hot pot for Fugui. But Qi Xing wasn't the least bit bothered by that mocking comment. He happily headed back to his office to pack his things. Finally free from work, what a joy. At the same time, Jiang Zhaoshu was busy moving whatever was left from her and Qi Xing's place over to Chen Yuju's apartment. Chen Yuju had just relocated to the ability user zone and handed Jiang Zhaoshu a spare key to her place, telling her to stop by any time. Jiang Zhaoshu hauled over a bunch of random stuff and even left a little note for Chen Yuju. She told her to stay sharp now that she'd be living alone, get revenge if it's due, and don't be such a pushover anymore. This goodbye might be the last time the two of them ever see each other. Feeling a little sentimental, Jiang Zhaoshu pulled out a milk chocolate bar Chen Yuju had given her before and placed it on top of the note. She couldn't really eat that stuff now anyway. Might as well let Chen Yuju have it, maybe it'll help her get stronger. After that, she met up with Qi Xing, who had finished wrapping up his work, and the two of them eagerly left Yangyao base. Jiang Zhaoshu still hadn't figured out how to tell Qi Xing that there was a tree spirit with a wood-type crystal core in the forest he'd be sent on a mission to. What was she supposed to say? That she was a transmigrator, this wasn't a real world, but a novel, and she knew the plot. She was afraid he'd just think she was nuts and give her a lobotomy. While she was still racking her brains over it, Qi Xing spoke up. Fugui, I want to go back to that forest from my last mission. Something's weird about it. There's definitely a wood-type ability user or a mutant in there. I want to get their crystal core. Jiang Zhaoshu. Smart guys are the best. Now she didn't even have to come up with an excuse. She immediately responded, sure. Let's go together. If there's a mutant, I'll sniff it out in no time. But there are two problems. Qi Xing raised his hand and looked around the base, the old familiar sense of being a wanderer creeping back. Fugui, we don't have a car, and we don't know the way. Jiang Zhaoshu. **T. She forgot Qi Xing was directionally challenged and couldn't remember the route to the forest at all. Should they go back and steal the main couple's car? Without solving those two big issues, finding the crystal core was a pipe dream. So the man and the little zombie slunk back to Yangyao base to find their only connection with any cloud Cheng Yang for help. Of course, Qi Xing made a few tiny adjustments to his reason for returning to the mission site. The moment Cheng Yang heard that the guy who had just been bawling in the office quit his job so he could risk his life to venture alone into the forest and avenge Song Yao, he was genuinely moved. Still, kind-hearted Cheng Yang tried to dissuade him. Vice Captain Qi, there's no need. The two people you met earlier, they were asking about the situation because they're already planning to take out the mutant in the forest. That guy's name is Pei Qixuan, an S-rank fire-type ability user. He's seriously strong. He'll definitely avenge the professor. Jiang Zhaoshu. Told you. They're after the tree spirit's core too. She and Qi Xing had to beat him to it. Strength is one thing, determination is another, Qi Xing said with a straight face. If I can't win, I'll just run. Then he gave Cheng Yang a weird look. But why are you hyping that guy up? Aren't you two love rivals? Ah, Cheng Yang's handsome face flushed instantly, and he shyly covered it with his hands. How could you say that? You figured out I have a thing for Zhao Zhao. Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu. It's obvious, okay? Only a blind person wouldn't see it. It was the first time anyone had caught on to Cheng Yang's long-hidden crush, and he was all excited, about to gush to Qi Xing about his feelings. Too bad Qi Xing couldn't care less. He just wanted a car and a map. In the end, they not only got a reliable minivan and a map from Cheng Yang, but Jiang Zhaoshu also gave him a pitiful look with her big black and white eyes and said she was hungry and wanted food. She managed to swindle 2 crates of supplies and 2 bottles of water from him and loaded them into the car. Come on, someone from Cheng Yang's background definitely wouldn't miss a bit of food. Might as well mooch while they could. Now fully stocked and equipped, Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu finally hit the road, heading toward the eerie forest. It wasn't until much later, after seeing him off, that Cheng Yang realized. Wait a sec. Didn't Vice Captain Qi just swear this morning in the office that he couldn't let Fugui lose her brother? If he were really going on a dangerous mission alone, why would he bring Fugui along? Wouldn't that just be dragging her to her death too? Told you Qi Ronghua was an unreliable brother. Fugui's such a tiny life. Is it too late to chase after them now? Back on the road, speeding along again, Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing felt an overwhelming sense of freedom. Especially Jiang Zhaoshu, her nose was finally free from the endless barrage of human meat stench. Now, surrounded only by Qi Xing's scent, she actually felt a bit at ease. Qi Xing even pulled out a chunk of chewy mutant thigh meat from his space and handed it to her to gnaw on. Sitting in the passenger seat, enjoying the evening breeze, chewing meat, and admiring the scenery after being cooped up in the base for so long, Jiang Zhaoshu felt especially refreshed. Hell yeah. And now that Qi Xing was asleep at night, she didn't need to play on that little game console anymore. She'd already beaten every game on it several times. She just kept playing over and over because the nights were so long and dull. Now that they were out, Qi Xing would sleep in the van, and she could wander around the area. She sniffed around and caught the scent of a few zombies nearby. It had been a while since she saw any of her kind. Feeling excited, she went to look for them. She found them pretty fast. They were all male zombies, one of them a muscular hunk she especially liked. Too bad he was a zombie now, no longer tasty. Jiang Zhaoshu circled the low-level zombies a few times as they cowered in fear. A naughty idea popped into her head. Qi Xing was lying on his side in the driver's seat, resting. When he suddenly heard a knock on the window, his eyes snapped open warily only to be greeted by a rotting, muscular zombie face. One side of its shirt was torn at the shoulder, exposing a pale skeletal collarbone. It even batted its decaying eyes at him and rasped seductively. Hey, handsome, the night is long and lonely, feeling a little cold. Chapter 95 Baby, brother loves you. Qi Xing hadn't even fully woken up, and without saying a word, a green light suddenly flared up in his palm. A vine burst out from the ground and instantly coiled around the neck of the burly zombie who was inexplicably striking seductive poses at him. Holy sh**t. Jiang Zhaoshu had just wanted to mess with Qi Xing a little. She never thought he'd go straight for the kill. Good thing she'd absorbed that zombie manager's crystal core a few days ago. Her reaction time and agility had improved. A split second before her head hit the ground, Jiang Zhaoshu teleported onto another zombie's body. Then she lifted her hand and knocked on the car window on the other side. Clink, 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 and said in a sweet voice, "Hey there, big brother, you're so cold-hearted. I came all the way to keep you company, and you tried to kill me without even saying hello." Qi Xing turned his head and saw an even uglier zombie pop up in front of the passenger side window. Qi Xing, what the HLL? He thought he'd just run into some dumb SS new breed of mutant. Turns out it was just a prank. And who else would pull such a tasteless prank? Qi Xing narrowed his fox-like eyes slightly and simply played along with Jiang Zhaoshu's overly dramatic act. "Oh no, I didn't realize it was my baby. Didn't recognize you just now. Come on, hop in." Qi Xing leaned over and cheerfully opened the passenger door for her. "Babe, come sit in my lap." Jiang Zhaoshu, who had originally intended to tease Qi Xing, was totally thrown off by his sudden enthusiasm. No doubt about it, he had recognized her. Staring at Qi Xing, who was smiling and holding out his arms to her, Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated for a few seconds before climbing in. K it. Who's scared of who? She refused to believe Qi Xing could actually do anything to a rotten zombie body like this one. Turns out, she'd seriously underestimated just how much of a perv Qi Xing was. The moment she got in, Qi Xing yanked her over, cupped her face in both hands, and gazed at her tenderly. Baby, I didn't know you felt this way about me. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's okay, no matter what you look like, I'll still love you. Watching that impossibly perfect face draw closer and closer, Jiang Zhaoshu finally broke. Quadruple AR. Her face contorted, and with a sharp scream, she bailed from the zombie shell and darted back to her real body hidden nearby. She sprinted to the car and shouted at Qi Xing, who was still hugging that zombie body. You we seriously gonna kiss a zombie? You freaking perv. The moment Jiang Zhaoshu left the corpse, the vine coiled around Qi Xing's wrist pierced clean through the zombie's skull without hesitation. Qi Xing tossed the zombie body out of the car, then calmly pulled out a disinfectant wipe from his spatial storage and wiped his hands as if nothing had happened. So what? Yue, Jiang Zhaoshu leaned against the car door, pretending to gag. But after fake retching a few times, she realized she was actually hungry. Body switching like that really drained her energy. No wonder that psychic-type mutant kept getting weaker the more times it switched bodies, until Qi Xing eventually took it out with ease. Then her nose caught a mouth-watering scent. She looked up and saw Qi Xing smiling at her, holding a large chunk of energy-infused meat in his hand. Jiang Zhaoshu gulped. So, which one of us is the real perv? Qi Xing's eyes crinkled with amusement as he asked her. Jiang Zhaoshu paused for 2 seconds, then decisively climbed into the car and lunged for the meat in Qi Xing's hand. Me. I'm the perv. Ha ha. Pinned to the seat by her pounce, Qi Xing burst out laughing. A big perv and a little perv, neither of them had any room to judge the other. Qi Xing leaned back to rest. Having played enough and now with food in hand, Jiang Zhaoshu finally quieted down. She sat obediently in the passenger seat, chewing on meat while mentally strategizing how to deal with that tree spirit tomorrow. In the original story, the tree spirit was also S rank. But Pei Qixuan was a fire-type ability user, and his powers were a natural counter to the tree spirit. Even so, it still took Pei Qixuan a lot of effort to get the tree spirit's crystal core. Qi Xing's current ability rank should be A rank. Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't sure if the two of them together could take down the tree spirit. But regardless, they had to try. After all, a crystal core that matched Qi Xing's ability so perfectly was extremely rare. Worst case, if they couldn't win, they'd just run. Qi Xing's powers were practically tailor-made for escaping, anyway. Worrying wouldn't help, so Jiang Zhaoshu decided to relax and deal with things as they came. Of course, she also prepared herself for tomorrow's battle. She spent the whole night eating non-stop, replenishing all the energy she'd burned, stocking up to face whatever might happen. The next day, the human and the zombie arrived at the forest. Qi Xing placed a hand on the trunk of a large tree. Just as he thought, he still couldn't sense any life in this forest. And it wasn't just him, even Jiang Zhaoshu's sense of smell was off. She couldn't smell whether there were any ability users or mutants in this forest. The original story didn't explain how the protagonists found the tree spirit, probably just plot armor, where they stumbled across it eventually. But Jiang Zhaoshu was now completely stumped. This forest was huge, and they had no idea where the tree spirit was. How were they supposed to find it? Jiang Zhaoshu sniffed hard and finally caught a faint bloody scent. She followed the direction it came from and stopped at a spot that clearly showed signs of a recent battle. Qi Xing, following behind, glanced around. This is where Song Yao fought that mutant a few days ago. The blood Jiang Zhaoshu smelled must have been from Song Yao when he got injured. No wonder it seemed so familiar. My bad. I can't smell the mutant at all, I can only pick up the scent of human blood. Jiang Zhaoshu scratched her nose awkwardly. Just yesterday she'd been bragging to Qi Xing about her sense of smell. Now she'd totally embarrassed herself. Yeah. Qi Xing crouched down and rubbed some of the dark red soil soaked in blood and seemingly dug up by something with his fingers. Fugui, what do you think is hiding in this forest, an ability user or a mutant? It's definitely a mutant, Jiang Zhaoshu blurted out. And a super powerful wood type one. I think so too. Qi Xing smiled faintly at her. If you can smell human blood, then that mutant can definitely smell it too. Qi Xing pulled a dagger from the strap on his leg and sliced his palm. Crimson blood dripped from his pale, jade-like hand like a thin red thread soaking into the messy, overturned soil. That scent, it was the blood of a high-level ability user. Jiang Zhaoshu, having let her guard down around Qi Xing, started to feel her eyes tinge red. As she swallowed nervously at the delicious scent of Qi Xing's blood, the world around them stirred. A strange lump under the ground began wriggling rapidly toward them. Suddenly, a thick, soil-brown root shot up from the earth, rushing straight for Qi Xing. Chapter 96 Emotional Qi Crossing. The root had launched a sneak attack from behind Qi Xing, and Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't sure if he had noticed it. Qi Xing, she shouted, instantly summoning a bolt of lightning and striking the root hard. The lightning hit its mark, charring the thick root in an instant. Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated for a second. Was her lightning strike really that powerful just now, or was this root just too weak? In that brief moment, Qi Xing had already sprung up from the ground. The wound on his palm healed quickly, glowing with a soft green light, which he slashed toward the root. The green light morphed into a slender emerald vine that tightly wrapped around the thick root. The earth-colored root, now injured, immediately retreated into the ground. Hold on tight. Qi Xing grabbed Jiang Zhaoshu and pulled her into his arms. Several vines burst from the soil and quickly wove into a sturdy swing-like seat, carrying the two of them as they zipped through the forest. Oh my God! After living peacefully at the base for so long, it had been ages since Jiang Zhaoshu felt this kind of thrill. It was like riding a roller coaster without a seatbelt. She quickly wrapped her arms around Qi Xing's neck. Qi Xing held her waist firmly with one arm and tucked her head into his chest with the other, shielding her from getting scratched by the branches flying past. Soon, they reached the source of the root attack. It was a massive, thick banyan tree. Even after being tainted by acid rain, it had somehow survived tenaciously, with a wide and sprawling canopy. Its upward-growing roots were twisted together like hemp ropes. Though it was only one tree, it formed a forest-like spectacle all by itself. That said, its foliage wasn't particularly dense. Like the surrounding trees, its leaves were withered and yellowish, with rusty-colored strands of varying lengths dangling down, blending perfectly into the environment. If it weren't for Qi Xing's slender green vine wrapped around its branch, both he and Jiang Zhaoshu might have completely overlooked it. Unexpectedly, this very tree had sneak attacked Qi Xing just moments ago. But now that they were standing right in front of it, the giant tree had gone completely still. Qi Xing gently set Jiang Zhaoshu down. Human and zombie both tilted their heads up, staring at the ancient banyan. Qi Xing marveled, "It's huge. I've only seen trees this big on TV." Jiang Zhaoshu nodded in agreement. "Put a fence around it and you could charge people to see it." Qi Xing stepped forward, placing a hand on the tree trunk and closing his eyes to sense. Beneath the dried, rough bark, he felt a familiar energy spiraling through the tree. It was the energy of a wood-type crystal core. At the top of the banyan, Qi Xing's emerald vine responded to his ability and slithered down like a playful little snake, wrapping itself around his wristbone. A brown branch followed suit and stretched downward. Seeing this, Jiang Zhaoshu thought the old banyan was going to attack again. Lightning sparked between her fingers, ready to strike, when Qi Xing suddenly said, "Do you really like me?" Jiang Zhaoshu, what the HLL is this guy going on about now? Stunned, she hesitated, and in that instant, the brown branch had already darted in front of Qi Xing, but it didn't attack him. Instead, it gently wrapped around his wrist as well. The slender brown branch nestled against Qi Xing's green vine, affectionately nuzzling it like a little animal showing friendliness. Jiang Zhaoshu, what the FCK? This guy's not exactly popular with people, but he's weirdly popular with mutants. Qi Xing seemed to be talking to the banyan. Oh, not me, you like my vine. It is pretty. I know that. You want it. No way. If you take my crystal core, I'll die, you know. This banyan was surprisingly reasonable. It wanted the vine, but still asked its owner's permission, instead of digging the core right out of his chest. The whole scene was kind of weird. Seeing that the two seemed to be getting along peacefully, Jiang Zhaoshu just stood off to the side and played the role of an amused bystander. Qi Xing didn't just scam people anymore, even mutants were getting conned now. If you give me your crystal core and I absorb it, you'll be able to look like this too. Why would I lie to you? Qi Xing's voice was soft and coaxing. You've been here alone for so long, day and night, no companions, no one to play with. Don't you feel lonely? Give me your core. Then I can take you with me. You and my vine can be together forever. Listening to Qi Xing's deliberately softened, honey-dripping voice, Jiang Zhaoshu wanted to give him a round of applause. A scammer of emotions. Even the feelings of a mutant weren't safe from him. And it looked like he succeeded. You want my blood? Qi Xing hesitated for a moment. All right. Before he could even pull out his dagger, the emerald vine from the banyan shot down like lightning, eagerly slicing a shallow cut across his upturned palm with its sharp tip. Ugh! Qi Xing stared at the bead of blood welling up from his palm, speechless. He knew the vine wouldn't actually hurt him, it belonged to him now. But still, wasn't that move a little too eager? Get a whiff of a fellow vine and it's ready to rebel. Guided by the brown branch that had come down after, Qi Xing pressed his bleeding palm against the banyan's rough bark. As his palm scraped the surface, the blood was instantly absorbed. On the outside, Qi Xing looked calm, but his heart was pounding like a drum. After all, this was his first time making contact with a plant-based mutant, and actually communicating with one. It was incredibly risky. The zombie virus could easily spread through open wounds. He had no idea if this kind of contact with a plant mutant could infect him. And if he did get infected, would he become a mutant like them? Or just another ordinary zombie, mindless, soulless, and destined to become someone else's discarded corpse? A flood of thoughts rushed through Qi Xing's mind in that moment. He turned to look at Jiang Zhaoshu. She was looking right back at him, her deep black and white eyes full of curiosity, locked on him with full attention. Their matching pitch-black eyes had met countless times before. Qi Xing remembered last night how he'd held Jiang Zhaoshu's face, leaning in as if to kiss her. The truth was, he didn't see the decayed zombie she was, he only saw Jiang Zhaoshu's face. If it was her, could he kiss her? Maybe, he really could. He'd never wondered before what kissing felt like. But ever since that soft, cold pair of zombie lips brushed his cheek, he'd kind of started to wonder. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind interrupted his thoughts. Qi Xing squinted as the wind blew hard into his eyes. Then he felt something change under his palm. When he turned around, he saw the massive banyan suddenly turn into a streak of brown light and dive into the wound in his hand. An immense energy distinct from his own began coursing through him, tangling and merging with his current ability. From the center of his palm, two slender branches slowly emerged. One was the banyan's brown branch, the other was his emerald vine. The wound on his palm healed swiftly, and the two slender branches twisted and twirled like lively little snakes, coiling around his wrist in a playful dance. Chapter 97. Random Thoughts. Jiang Zhaoshu stood frozen in place, completely stunned. Qi Xing just tricked the banyan tree spirit into giving up its crystal core that easily. What about the battle? What about the pain of absorbing the core? She clearly remembered how in the original story, the male lead Pei Qixuan fought tooth and nail to get that core. The battle with the banyan spirit was so intense it turned the whole mountain upside down, trees and grass alike got wrecked, and it nearly ended in a full-blown wildfire. Even Ken Zhao had suffered a lot while absorbing this very core. It was probably the most pain the female lead endured in the whole book, aside from the romance drama. And yet now, two protagonists with story buffs had to struggle so much for it. Why did Qi Xing pull it off so easily? Could it be that Qi Xing was actually a hidden boss in the novel? The real big bad? While Jiang Zhaoshu was still standing there in a daze, Qi Xing had already walked over. Fugui, what are you zoning out for? Seeing her dumbfounded expression, Qi Xing curved his lips into a smirk and flicked her forehead with his finger. The brown banyan branch coiled around his shoulder noticed this and tried to stretch out a twig to smack Jiang Zhaoshu too, but it was quickly intercepted by a bright green vine. The two branches tangled together like they had minds of their own, slithering playfully across Qi Xing's body. Ah! Jiang Zhaoshu finally snapped out of her shock. She quickly covered her forehead and glared at Qi Xing in annoyance. What the HLL? Don't you know hitting someone on the head stunts their growth? Qi Xing chuckled. You're already an adult. How much taller do you think you'll get? I was malnourished before. If I get enough to eat now, I'll definitely keep growing. Jiang Zhaoshu was convinced that if she just made up for the nutrients she'd lacked before, she could still reach 187 centimeters. Sure. Qi Xing didn't want to crush her confidence. He pointed to the banyan branch on his shoulder and pushed the blame. It told me to hit you. Said you zapped it with lightning earlier. Bad girl. Almost like it understood him, the banyan branch slithered to his shoulder and pointed its tip at Jiang Zhaoshu. Holy sh**t. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes widened, shocked as she stared at the humanoid-like banyan branch. It was just like Qi Xing's reaction when he first met her. It can talk to you. Yeah, Qi Xing had already seen stranger things, so he handled it better. He explained, it doesn't seem like a mutant. It's more like, a superpowered being among trees. That's why even when his wound touched the tree, he didn't mutate. And unlike before, this time absorbing the crystal core felt different. Normally, the energy from a crystal core would just merge into his existing wood-type core. But now, he had two similar yet distinct energy flows running inside him. His relationship with this banyan tree spirit felt more like symbiosis. No wonder it had lived for hundreds of years. Despite sounding like a kid when it talked, it definitely had brains, smart and cunning. In that sense, it even reminded him a bit of Jiang Zhaoshu. Qi Xing gently stroked one of the banyan's twiggy limbs. It's kind of parasitizing me now. It still has its own consciousness, but I can control its energy. This banyan spirit really liked his vines. When it entered his body, it transferred most of its energy into Qi Xing's wood-type core. Now, Qi Xing didn't even have to use much mental power to keep his vines active outside. They could just hang around and keep the banyan entertained. But that had its downsides. Qi Xing always carried a dagger to make others assume he didn't have any powers and needed a weapon. But with these two little branches constantly popping out like playful kids, anyone could tell he was a wood-type ability user. He gave it some thought, then said to the branches, go play with her. She's short, it's easier to climb. Before Jiang Zhao's could react, the two branches darted over to her like snakes. WTF, Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't afraid of the cold, so her clothes were pretty thin. The two branches crawling and swirling around her body tickled like crazy, making her burst into uncontrollable laughter. Qi Ronghua, you be-starred. Get him off me. Ha ha ha. She laughed so hard she had to clutch her belly, practically rolling on the ground. It was driving her nuts. Qi Xing watched her young face lit up with laughter, tears at the corners of her eyes, still looking every bit like a schoolgirl. He couldn't help but recall what had crossed his mind earlier when he thought he might be mutating. Sigh. What was he even thinking? She might technically be an adult, but she looked less mature than his little sister. Just the thought of their lips touching made him feel, ugh, okay, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Too damn sinful. The kind of thought that would make him slap himself awake in the middle of the night. And besides, Jiang Zhaoshu was still a zombie. If they really kissed, would he even survive it? He was probably just going stir-crazy from being single too long, and thinking he was about to die scrambled his brain. Shaking it off, he called the two naughty branches back and ruffled Jiang Zhaoshu's messy hair that now looked like a bird's nest. All right, time to leave this forest. Even he hadn't expected things with the banyan tree to go so smoothly. After playing for a bit, the banyan spirit seemed tired. It curled into a small brown wooden bangle and coiled itself onto Qi Xing's wrist. As Jiang Zhaoshu followed Qi Xing, she curiously looked at the wooden bracelet on his wrist, then glanced at her own vine bracelet. Nature here was seriously wild. Even banyan trees had intelligence and crystal cores. Though it might sound a little insensitive, Jiang Zhaoshu genuinely thought that her life here was way more interesting than her past life of studying and grinding for work. Back in peacetime, most ordinary people just followed the rules: school, jobs, then marriage, kids, and more mundane responsibilities. Life was a monotonous crawl, like worker ants. Calling it happy or sad didn't quite fit. It was just existing, mechanically. Sometimes Jiang Zhaoshu even wondered, was it really worth trying so hard to live like that? No matter how hard she tried, she'd never beat those rich kids born with everything. So what if she got into a top university? She'd still end up working for people like them. Might as well reboot and hope to land a spot as a rich family's third child next life. But she couldn't accept that either. She didn't even know what exactly she was unwilling to accept. There were just too many things for her to worry about. Her food, her shelter, everything was on her shoulders. Deep philosophical thoughts were pointless when what she really needed was food and money. Given the choice, she'd rather lie on her thin mattress, flip through a few pages of a novel, and fall asleep when she got tired. That cheap, easy dopamine hit was the only way for someone as poor and weak as her to keep going, to stay sane enough to face another exhausting day. But after coming here, Jiang Zhaoshu realized something. All the rules and order she used to follow had vanished. In this world of extreme scarcity, everyone was just trying to survive, and survival meant taking from others. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan were like that, so were she and Qi Xing. They were all the same, greedy and cruel, but that was fine. At least now, she wasn't trapped in a hopeless spiral with no way out. Sometimes, she'd lie in bed and stare at the crumbling ceiling, feeling a suffocating pressure on her neck, as if the air itself wouldn't let her breathe. Here, she could evolve. She could get stronger. And if she got strong enough, she could have everything she ever wanted. Chapter 98. Give you something good to eat. Thinking of that, Jiang Zhaoshu instantly perked up. Yes, she had to get stronger. She would get stronger. If she couldn't join the protagonist squad with plot armor, then she'd become a major villain like Qi Xing. As long as she had a villain's aura and stayed away from the main characters, she wouldn't die. Jiang Zhaoshu got completely lost in her wonderful fantasy of becoming the most powerful zombie king in this world, until she suddenly stopped and shouted at Qi Xing, "I want meat." She couldn't eat too many crystal cores, so she had to stuff herself with meat. She wanted to grow taller. She had to get stronger. Qi Xing, he was speechless. At this point, he was seriously starting to suspect that Jiang Zhaoshu didn't end up like this because she got scratched or bitten by a zombie, but because she couldn't find food, got desperate, and bit a zombie herself. Qi Xing pulled out the last few pieces of meat from his space and handed them to Jiang Zhaoshu while scanning the surroundings. They were out of backup rations again. Time to hunt. He wasn't sure if there were any mutant types out here in the wilderness. Without the banyan tree spirit, Qi Xing placed his hand on a nearby tree to sense. It didn't take long to detect signs of life nearby. Through the root system, he received the info: one man and one woman. The man was tall and well built, while the woman was slender and delicate, clinging tightly to the man. Qi Xing turned to Jiang Zhaoshu, who was chomping away at her meat, and said, "That fire-type ability user and the spatial one just arrived." Splat! The meat in Jiang Zhaoshu's hand dropped to the ground. WTF, those two got here so fast. In the original plot, Cheng Yang had been devastated over Song Yao, and Ken Zhao, as his comforting older sister figure, stayed back at Yangyao base to console him for 2 days. Because of that, Pei Qixuan got jealous again, kicking off another round of his domineering possessive love plotline. She thought the three of them would at least keep playing out their love triangle drama at Yangyao base for a few more days before coming over. How the hell did they get here this fast? Even the supposedly tireless 3 days and nights beast Pei Qixuan couldn't hold out. The fact that Jiang Zhaoshu got so scared she dropped her meat showed just how much she dreaded those two. Qi Xing had just wanted to inform Jiang Zhaoshu, not scare her, but every time he brought up those two, her face would go pale like she'd seen the Grim Reaper. It really puzzled him. Thinking back, Qi Xing's impression of them wasn't much. Pei Qixuan did seem somewhat capable. As for the woman, she was basically just a giant mobile fridge with storage space. Other than being able to pull out a bunch of random junk from her spatial ability, her combat power was just as useless as Jiang Zhaosu's used to be in the early stages. In fact, her personality was even worse than Jiang Zhaosu's. She acted just like Bai Xiaoling and Cheng Yang, so soft she didn't even dare point a gun at anyone. To Qi Xing, she was basically a walking food pantry. He couldn't figure out why Pei Qixuan was so obsessed with grooming Ken Zhao into what she was now. If he were to interpret it maliciously from a man's point of view, maybe he just wanted her so dependent on him that she wouldn't survive without him, and would stay by his side forever as his personal pantry. After all, if you're raising a pet, you'd want it docile best to remove its claws and fangs so it couldn't hurt you even if it tried. But if it was someone important to him, Qi Xing glanced at Jiang Zhaoshu, who was about to crouch down to pick up the meat, looking heartbroken. He raised his hand slightly. The brown banyan branch wrapped around his wrist seemed to sense something. It swiftly extended and shot toward the meat dirtied by the dust, absorbing it clean in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Jiang Zhaoshu glared at him, furious. That was mine. I'll get you something better. Green light shimmered between Qi Xing's fingers as a vine sprang out, twisting off its own tip like a straw, then offering the part oozing green sap to her lips. Jiang Zhaoshu had seen how Qi Xing absorbed moisture this way before, so she cautiously took a sip. WTF. Energy. There was actually that much pure energy inside Qi Xing's vine. It was even more nourishing than the blood of some low-tier ability users. Qi Xing watched as Jiang Zhaoshu hugged his vine, sipping from it like someone enjoying bubble tea, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. He couldn't help but smile too. If it was someone important to him, of course he'd want her to grow stronger and more powerful, strong enough to survive in this cruel world even without him. Because for most people, staying alive is hope. Even if it meant feeding her with his own flesh and blood, he'd do it. As she drank the vine juice, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't forget to tug Qi Xing's hand and tell him, "Let's go. We need to leave, now." Why? Qi Xing let her drag him without resistance. We can't run into those two. Qi Xing had no clue, but Jiang Zhaoshu knew Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao were definitely here for the banyan tree spirit. Right now, she and Qi Xing were basically stealing Pei and Ken's destined opportunity. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't think she'd done anything wrong. It wasn't like the psychic mutant or the banyan tree had Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao's names carved on them. First come, first served. But she still had a healthy fear of those two's protagonist halos. What if they ran into each other and Pei Qixuan saw the banyan spirit clinging to Qi Xing and went nuts and killed him on the spot? Even though Pei Qixuan was technically a positive character in the story, his moral compass wasn't that different from Qi Xing's. To Pei Qixuan, the only person who mattered was Ken Zhao. He had an almost obsessive possessiveness toward her, and he'd use any means, forceful or not, to keep her by his side. Everyone else, just ants. To put it bluntly, Pei Qixuan was a total psycho. Any man who had anything to do with Ken Zhao, he'd bite them on sight. Sure, Qi Xing didn't die in the original story, but right now, it was obvious he was very interested in Ken Zhao, or more precisely, her spatial ability. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't be sure that once Pei Qixuan caught him looking at Ken Zhao like she was a treasure chest, he wouldn't just hurl a fireball and burn Qi Xing to ashes. Chapter 99 Stories from the past. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan were at it again, fighting yet again and again and again. Though it was nothing new for them to argue, this time, Ken Zhao was truly furious. She and Cheng Yang had known each other since they were kids. Cheng Yang had lost a beloved mentor during a mission, and all she did was say a few words to comfort him. What was wrong with that? But as soon as Pei Qixuan found out the two of them were together, he barged into the room without even knocking, His eyes were cold and hostile, face full of rage, and he yanked her away from Cheng Yang like she'd done something shameful. He even used so much force that he left red marks on her wrist. Ken Zhao had delicate skin. Even the slightest pressure would leave it flushed. And Pei Qixuan was a fire-type ability user. His strength was no joke. She could still feel the stinging heat on the spot he had grabbed. Ended.